Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Aftermath and the restart of the competition. Jiang Ning pulled the iron vertical bar open with one hand. When everyone was surprised, Jiang Ning said in a deep voice, "Don't be stunned, give me a hand." Shan Kaikwan stretched out his hand to help him pull the iron bar, but Ma Shichen reacted faster and urged, "No need to help Jiang Ning, pull Cuiu." Shan Kaikwan stretched out his hand to grab Cuiu's head, but unexpectedly, he touched a handful of slippery soapy water. Ma Shichen made a take-eye shape with both hands and controlled Cuiu's head with a mysterious method to adjust the calibration position. Shan Kaikwan saw the moves full of ancient charm and couldn't help but praise, "Brother Ma, your method is professional." Ma Shichen was doing two things at the same time. This is the take-eye method of using softness to overcome hardness. Physical education teacher Gu Wei was amused. Jiuo Kunan pulled Cuiu's leg. Wang Lang waved his fan and shouted, "1, 2, 3, up." Cuiu howled, "Pants, don't pull my pants." Jiuo Kunan let go of his hand awkwardly, looking at Cuiu's falling pants. He had an obsessive compulsive disorder and tried to pull Cuiu up in front of many classmates. Ma Shichen saw that the gap torn by Jiang Ning was getting bigger, so he pushed back and pressed Cuiu's head outside the horizontal bar. After being in a cage for a long time, he finally returned to nature. Cuiu was so excited that his chest seemed to soar into the sky. He shouted to the sky, "The master is out." The roar resounded and drilled into the ears of everyone present. It was not until then that Yuan's straight gaze moved away from the twisted iron bars. After seeing Cuiu's head full of soapy water, the shock in her heart turned into a smile. "Kiki, look at Cuiu's head." His entire head, including his face, was covered with a circle of white soapy liquid, like a white ornamental egg. "Look, Kiki, in terms of appearance, he can be compared with Meng Jiu in our class." Seeing Cuiu out of trouble, Jiang Ning loosened his hand and retracted his legs gracefully. Ma Shichen thanked him quickly, "Brother Ning, thanks to you. Otherwise, if the matter got out of hand, Cuiu would be embarrassed. Although it is embarrassing enough now." Cuiu was washing his hair. As long as he was out of trouble, he would not be embarrassed. After all, during the last Qingming outing, he fell into the river in the park, and the number of students watching was no less than now. "You are Jiang Ning, right? Very good." Gu Wei praised. He looked at Jiang Ning's body shape, which was definitely not strong, and even thin. His shoulders were not as broad as those of an adult, but he was quite strong. Gu Wei thought to himself that with his strength, it was impossible for him to pull the iron rod away. In other words, this student who was only in the first year of high school was stronger than him. Gu Wei lamented that today's students are well nourished. He was not too shocked. He had taught many classes of students, and there were many strong ones, such as Yan Xianpeng from class 9 of the first year of high school, who performed extremely well in the shot put competition. The matter was resolved, and Gu Wei was ready to withdraw. Before leaving, he reminded, "Be careful next time." Cuiu washed his face at this time, and Gu Wei recognized him and said in surprise, "Aren't you the student who fell into the river last time?" Gu Wei had a headache. "Cuiu, it's me." Wang Lang helped. "Teacher, this is called destiny, will never fail to meet in life." Gu Wei left with a dark face. Wang Lang said, let's go, school will be over soon." Shan Kaikwan turned his head to take one last look at the iron gate. He could see with the naked eye that the poles were twisted, and he took note of it secretly. "Let's go eat ribs." He should make up for it and prepare for the afternoon competition. The afternoon is the men's 4x100, and he will be the last baton. The most important thing now is the competition. He has been training so hard for so long, just to raise his prestige in the sports meet, and to serve as a trumpet for the subsequent appearance. Only when the trumpet is blown loudly can the battle be successful. With the departure of the main characters Cuiu and others, the noise here dissipated. Ding Xuan still stayed where she was. She was thinking, and when she could judge the logic of Jiang Ning's behavior, she could take corresponding measures. People, no matter how noble they are, always have weaknesses. As long as she can find the right remedy, she can get what she wants. Li Shi paced to the iron gate and observed the twisted gate pole from a close distance. The closer she was, the more she could find the solidity and authenticity of the pole. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have thought that this was something that humans could do with their bare hands. She not only looked, but also touched the pole. Linzada took out his third game console, aligned it with the pole, and felt the magnetic force. He concluded, "It's made of iron. Damn it, Jiang Ning is amazing," he exclaimed. Li Shi asked, "Jianhu, can you do it?" Zhuang Jianhu grabbed the pole and pulled it hard. He was able to complete a slam dunk with a height of more than 1.8 meters. His physical fitness was definitely strong. However, under his pulling, the pole did not move at all. Zhuang Jianhu let go of the iron pole. He moved his wrists and arms, faced the iron gate, grabbed a pole with each hand, and challenged again. Linzada said. The pole trembled a little. Zhuang Jianhu had to let go. He gave up. Li Shi said, "Is this pole so difficult? Last time I saw you playing with the arm strength machine, you twisted it easily, and I couldn't twist that arm strength machine." Linzada sighed. "It's more than difficult. Where Jianhu lives, there is an 80-kilogram arm strength machine. An ordinary adult can't twist it at all. He can bend it to the bottom. He couldn't move the pole in the end." Linzada simply listed the comparisons. Li Shi understood. She was surprised, and then she felt indignant. "It's nothing to be strong. Sister Lin is building a shopping mall, and which of the workers is not strong?" Her words were full of superiority. After listening to this, Linzada's eyes were inexplicable, and he laughed at Li Shi's idea. But he didn't care. After all, she was a high school girl. She was spoiled since childhood, and had a luxurious family. It was normal for her to have some shortcomings in her mentality. Besides, Li Shi had never done anything bad to bully others. Otherwise, Linzada would have ignored her at all. Li Shi was actually very contradictory. She was indeed shocked by the scene of Jiang Ning pulling the pole with bare hands, and the scene lingered for a long time. On the other hand, she thought of Ding Xuan, and couldn't help but want to belittle Jiang Ning. It was very inexplicable. Cui's head was caught in the door. Yuan cheered. "Well, I know, you said it in the class group." When Shen Qinj saw the news, she was still busy at the class 8 base, so she didn't go to the scene to watch. Lukaki described, after Cuiu was stuck, the physical education teacher came, but couldn't pull him out, so he planned to call the police. What happened next? Shen Qinj remained calm. Later Jiang Ning came. When Shen Qinj heard this familiar name, she paused for a moment, and changed a piece of paper to copy. In order to save Cuiu, Jiang Ning pulled the door pole open, and he was like this. Lukaki imitated, restoring the scene at that time. "Oh my god, so handsome." Lukaki's eyes sparkled with a charming face. She had no ill feelings towards Jiang Ning. In the past, Jiang Ning had fought in class and kicked someone away. She had a good impression of Jiang Ning. He was good at fighting, strong, could protect girls, handsome, and had good grades. Who wouldn't like such a boy? Later, she met the disgusting senior Lee Sun in the second year of high school and number 4 middle school again. At that time, Lee Sun asked Zheng Lu for contact information. After seeing it, she found Zheng Lu and told her about the past, hoping that she would pay attention to safety. At that time, Lukaki was attracted by the relationship between Zheng Lu and Jiang Ning. If Yang Sheng and the others were not close to Jiang Ning, and were not in the same circle, Lukaki might have approached Jiang Ning on her own initiative. Lukaki said, "I took a picture of him pulling the pole. Do you want to see it?" she asked. Shen Qinj refused. "No. It highlights an attitude of not joining in the fun, being different and aloof from the world." Yuan and Lukaki thought that Shen Qinj was indeed at a different level. Lukaki still wanted to share. She looked around. Yanan didn't come just now. When she comes, I'll show her. Shen Qinj suddenly said, "She's going to compete. You post it in the group and she'll see it after the competition." She spoke softly, with a calm face, as if she wasn't interested. "I'll post it now," said Lukaki. Hearing this, Shenkin showed a barely perceptible smile from an angle that others couldn't notice. She was also a member of the group. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the melody of the sports meeting sounded on the playground of number 4 middle school. Group 3. Shan Kaikwan held up the number strip. Brother Nan, today you and I, the Nanquan combination, will kill the whole audience. Brother Ma, you, the Longma combination, must cooperate with me well. 4x100, let's have a good time. Shan Kaikwan was like an ancient general who was inspecting his troops on the battlefield, deploying strategies for the competition. Jiuo Kanan said, don't worry, I promise I won't hold you back. Ma Shicheng, keep running. Shan Kaikwan glanced at the two people, his heart full of passion. Today, their 4-member combination will definitely win the award, especially with him, Shan Kaikwan, leading them. By then, he will stand on the podium, wearing a medal of honor. This time, Bai Yuxia is no longer on the stage. She will be in the audience, witnessing the coronation of the king. Ha ha ha. Shan Kaikwan laughed loudly. Suddenly, Jiuo Kanan wondered, Brother Ma, where is Lang Lang? Ma Shicheng, I don't know, why did you come so late today? Lang Lang was nowhere to be seen. Shan Kaikwan broke his fantasy and rushed into reality, worrying, will Lang Lang be in trouble? Their 4x100 relay race cannot be without any one person, otherwise the golden iron 4 corners will collapse. Ma Shicheng took out his cell phone. I'll ask him. The call was quickly connected. Lang Lang, where are you? What time will you arrive? Wang Lang Lang's anxious voice came from the other end. Brother Ma, I'm still at home. The door lock of my house is broken, and I can't open the door. I'm waiting for the locksmith to come and fix it. Ma Shicheng was confused. You mean, the door lock is broken, and you are locked in the house? Wang Lang, yes, the locksmith is still on the way. I urged him several times. I'm so anxious. Shan Kaikwan, huh? His face changed. No one was more eager to win the award than Shan Kaikwan. It represented his happiness and the rest of his life. Now, his happiness is trapped by a door. Shan Kaikwan was more anxious than Wang Lang. He wanted to call and talk to Wang Lang for several sentences. In the end, he concluded that Wang Lang was not sure what time he would arrive at school. Shan Kaikwan saw that it was not a solution as the competition was about to start. In a hurry, he found the living committee member Hu Jun. Brother Jun, our 4x100 Wang Lang is locked at home, so we may be short of people. Can you give us a replacement? Hu Jun was surprised and said, what did you say? Lang was locked? Shan Kaikwan, yes, Lang was locked. Hu Jun sorted it out and said, it's better not to replace. This competition is very strict. If you win the prize after the replacement, it will be difficult to deal with the wrong name when you go on stage to receive the award. Ma Shicheng said, find a good contestant first. If Lang doesn't make it, you can't give up the game. Ma Shicheng originally wanted to find Jiang Ning to make up the last member. He looked around the playground and didn't find Jiang Ning. Shan Kaikwan was one step ahead of him and found Zhang Kai, who was strolling nearby. Shan Kaikwan knew that Zhang Kai was a fierce general, so he invited him. Zhang Kai, come to our 4x100 competition. He explained the matter of Wang Lang. Zhang Kai took the opportunity to make a big request. I can participate, but I will take half of the 4x100 prize money. Shan Kaikwan was angry, but in the entire class 8 sprint, Shan Kaikwan was the strongest, followed by Jiang Ning, Zhang Kai, and the others performed relatively averagely. Shan Kaikwan gritted his teeth and said, okay, once you win the prize, I'll give you my share of the prize money. He only wanted the medal of honor. The two reached an agreement and found Hu Jun to explain in advance. Hu Jun reminded, if Lang arrives before the game, I still suggest using the original Ledup. After the tentative decision, Shan Kaikwan sat in the class 8 station to replenish his nutrition. He had a bottle of glucose in his left hand and a bottle of Red Bull in his right hand, replenishing his nutrition just to improve his strength. Time passed. Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng walked to the class 8 station together. As for Zhu Yuantong, she went to teacher Jiuo ran halfway. This afternoon, Jiang Ning had the men's 800 meters and Yang Sheng had the women's 800 meters. Jiuo Ran said that there would be a fun sports meeting in the second half of the afternoon schedule. Ma Shichen was helpless when he saw Jiang Ning coming. Shan Kaiquan was too panicked at the time and found Zhang Kai. Otherwise, he might be able to let Jiang Ning participate in the 4x100 meters. Ma Shichen looked at Yang Sheng again. Yang Sheng was wearing the most eye-catching red sports top, which was very different from other girls. Yang Sheng, your uniform is nice. Ma Shichen said sarcastically. I just don't know how the results are. Yang Sheng took a bottle of Red Bull and pulled the cap off the can. A bet? Ma Shichen closed his mouth. He thought of the unbearable past. Yang Sheng drank the Red Bull in one gulp and wiped his mouth. Jiang Ning, thank you for donating the drink. They prepared for a while at the base, and the men's 4x100 project officially began. Shan Kaiquan put down the glucose and announced, no more waiting, let's go. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance, Wang Lang Lang. He ran over with sweat all over his head and waved, Brother Ma, I'm not absent. Ma Shichen stood up. Wang Lang Lang stumbled with excitement and fell down with a bang. When he got up again, he limped over here. There is another chapter in the early morning, which is the protagonist's competition, about 3:30. Everyone go to bed early and watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 327, 800 meters. Dragon horse combination. The race was declared over before it was officially revealed. Zhang Kai was outside, watching from the sidelines. He was stronger than Wang Langlong, and only if he participated could he win a prize. After Wang Langlong was replaced, he followed Shan Kaiquan and others to the scene to cheer. The 4x100 relay race is a popular event. Due to the large number of participants, there were many acquaintances cheering, and many students watched on both sides of the track. The 8th class station was not far from the track, so they could watch while sitting. The class monitor Huang Zhangfei still led the girls in the class to cheer. On the track, Shan Kaiquan was guarding the last seat. The campus loudspeaker rang out to the 1x400 meter athletes. The great rock rises with the wind one day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Even if it comes down, when the wind stops, it can still stir up the seawater. Shan Kaiquan listened to those poems, looked at the contestants in front of him on the left, and his mood gradually calmed down. The signal gun sounded. Zhang Kai grabbed the baton and rushed out quickly. He was in the inner circle and was naturally a little behind others at the starting line. Zhang Kai was not slow and caught up little by little. The distance of 100 meters was fleeting. Hu Jun took the time to watch. It's a bit bad. Yang Sheng said, the opponent is a bit strong this time. He took the lead at the beginning. Soon, the baton was passed to the last runner, which was the most intense leg. Lukaki stood on the track and shouted, come on, come on. Not only her, but the classes of the contestants in this game also shouted, and the momentum was connected. Shan Kaiquan performed very well, but in the last 100 meters, others were too far ahead, and he couldn't catch up at all. In the end, the score of the contestants in Class 8 was fixed at 52 seconds. Class 8 lost the first battle, and several people returned in disgrace. Huang Zhangfei consoled him, it's already pretty good. The first place in your group is all from the sports team, so it's normal that they can't run faster than you. Yang Sheng said, the last runner-up, the sports student in white, just finished his physical exam, and his full score for the 100 meter race is 11.3 seconds. It's normal that they can't run faster than you. Shan Kaiquan wanted to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. In the last runner-up, even if Shan Kaiquan was singled out, he couldn't run faster than the senior sports team student. He tried his best, but only managed 11.8 seconds. Fortunately, 11.8 seconds is already very impressive, as someone as strong as Jiang Ning only managed 11.9 seconds. Shan Kaiquan felt much better when he thought of this. He said, Jiang Ning, after the relay race, it's time for the 800 meter race, come on, you and Brother Nan. There will definitely be a sports student on the field. Jiang Ning sat on the stool, I'll try my best. The 800 meter race is about to begin. Jiang Ning put down the poker cards and clapped his hands. No more playing, time to go. Yang Sheng was still not satisfied. Wait until you finish running before playing. Zheng Lu, are you still going to play? Yang Sheng looked at her. No, I'm going to cheer for Jiang Ning. Class 11's base. Zhu Yan solemnly warned. Luo Jun, 800 meters is your best event. You must bring me a prize. The sports event has been held for one day, and as of this afternoon, their class 11 has not yet produced a seeded player. There was a high jumper named Behan before. In an ordinary school, he could jump to 170 and even win the championship. Who would have thought that so many strong players would emerge? When talking about the 800 meters, Luo Jun swept away the haze. He regained his confidence and said in high spirits, "I won the championship in the 800 meters in junior high school. I will lead the girls in the class to cheer for you," Zhu Yan said. The dark-skinned Gute next to him smiled playfully. "As long as the class monitor is here, it's enough." Zhu Yan, get lost. Class 1. Wei Ziyuan faced his classmates like a military training instructor, and he said loudly, "Our class 1 has always been looked down upon." Principal specially hired college entrance examination gunner, Du Chuan. He was very confused. "Why, Leo Wei?" Wei Ziyuan said, "Because we are top students." He said in a simple manner, "People are prejudiced against top students. They think we are nerds who only know how to study, so they look down on us. But it's not true. Confucius once said that people should be convinced by virtue, but he is 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a strong waist, and he is powerful and strong in martial arts." Deng Jiai listened to his babbling and asked, "Wei Ziyuan, what do you want to express?" Wei Ziyuan raised his hands and shouted, "Break prejudice and reshape the image." There was silence below. "What's wrong with you?" Wei Ziyuan wondered. "Why are you not excited? Shouldn't everyone rush forward like chicken blood after his chicken soup?" Linzada, boring. Du Chuan, indeed. At this time, Deng Jiai walked from the audience to the leadership seat. She was wearing hot clothes, a short skirt, a small belt, and a short-sleeved top, revealing a small white waist. As soon as she appeared, the boys in the class stared at her, especially the academic master Du Chuan. He was watching and thinking about the question, "Is there any dust in the girl's belly?" Deng Jiai smiled seductively. "I have a word. If a classmate in our class can win the prize in the 800-meter race, I will dance a hot dance for him on the track." The boys were moved, but became shy, and did not dare to speak, for fear of being thought of as a pervert. Only Wei Ziyuan was so excited that he wanted to die. "Jiai, you wait. I will definitely bring the prize back." Deng Jiai glanced at the classmates in the class and felt that it was not enough, so she added fuel to the fire. "If our class doesn't win the prize, I will dance for the class next door 8. The students in class 1 exploded at that time. The stadium. Jiang Ning followed the instructions of the referee and stood at the starting line. There were a bunch of people around him. A rough count showed that there were 15 students. Compared with the regular 800 meters, there are nearly half more people. Jiuo Kunan, a classmate, happened to be in the same group with Jiang Ning. Jiuo Kunan was very puzzled because Wei Ziyuan from class 1 stared at him intently. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Jiuo Kunan was frightened by the stare. "What's going on?" He was puzzled. At the starting line, Shan Kaikwun pointed at one of the tall college students in white clothes and said to the others, "Isn't that the sports student who just participated in the relay race?" The sports student ran very fast, and Shan Kaikwun was far behind. Zhang Kai said, "This group of students are all his background." Shan Kaikwun agreed with his point of view. Jiang Ning is quite capable, but unfortunately his luck is not very good. Yang Sheng counted and said, "There are 4 sports students among the 15 people." Zhenglu didn't believe in evil. She couldn't stand others saying bad things. "What's a sports student? Wasn't Jiang Ning much better than the sports students in high jump before?" Zhang Kai sneered. "What do you know? Sports students don't have high jump in the physical examination, but they have 1000 meters, which is their best event. How can Jiang Ning win?" Yang Sheng didn't say anything. Zhang Kai was indeed right. Sports students practice sports regardless of rain or shine, and have teachers to strictly guide their training. Compared with ordinary students, they undoubtedly have huge advantages. It is no exaggeration to say that sports students participating in sports games are almost like wolves joining a flock of sheep. However, this is not absolute. Jiang Ning stood there calmly, and he took in all the conversations that had just taken place. Because Zhu Yuantang was in Ji Yuo Ran's office, his spiritual sense was always on. And he also listened to the conversations of Class 1. The signal gun fired. With a bang. The men's 800-meter race officially began. 15 figures rushed out in an instant on the red plastic track. The announcer's broad voice resounded in all directions, whether it is the fight between warriors in the ancient Roman arena or the competition between athletes in the modern Olympic Games. Sports have always been the excitement of human society. Go forward bravely and never give up. Come on. After just 20 meters, Jiang Ning was in the lead. Zhenglu covered his chest, jumped up and shouted loudly, "Jiang Ning, I'll wait for you at the finish line." After 100 meters, Jiang Ning continued to lead. Zhang Kai still didn't believe he could win. He said very understandingly, 800 meters is not like 100 meters. If you run too fast, your physical strength will definitely not be able to keep up. After 200 meters, Jiang Ning and the second place were 30 meters apart. From the audience's perspective, 30 meters is a long distance. Luo Jun from class 11 was in the same batch as Jiang Ning. He kept the same speed as the sports students. It doesn't matter. I'll wait for the last 200 meters before sprinting. Everyone will witness a miracle. I want the class monitor to open a Red Bull for me. The students on both sides of the track formed a thick wall of people, and everyone kept shouting, "Come on, come on." The speech continued to be broadcast on the loudspeaker to Jiang Ning from class 8 of senior 1. All the moments when my eyes were filled with tears. I think of you who won the championship. Someone laughed and said, "What a crazy cheering speech." Jiang Ning ran through the first 400 meters and met with the students from class 8. 100 meters behind him, a group of students were chasing hard. Jiang Ning raised his right hand and ran along the edge of the track. He slowed down slightly. Yang Sheng understood what Jiang Ning meant. She jumped up quickly and high-fived Jiang Ning in mid-air. Pa. Jiang Ning kept running and sped up. In a short time, the gap widened rapidly. On the track, his figure was far ahead of others. A group of sports students were running behind him. On both sides were extremely enthusiastic students. So fast, he's so fast. Especially the female students, who shouted like crazy. Zhenglu jumped too slowly just now, otherwise she should have high-fived. She was so happy that she couldn't express it in words. Jiang Ning is so amazing. Zhang Kai had already shut up at the beginning. The students watching the game exclaimed, "It's terrible, there are only sports students behind him." He left the sports students behind by half a lap, and he can't catch up at all. What a monster. Didn't you notice? His running posture is so handsome. Luo Jun ran 600 meters at his own pace. Now there are only 200 meters left. It's time to explode. Go for it. 200 meter sprint. Surpass everything. As soon as he started to run, he saw someone had already reached the finish line. Luo Jun, what the hell? 1 minute 53. 1 minute 53. The referee counted down. The campus loudspeaker announced, "Congratulations to Jiang Ning from class 8 of grade 1 for setting a new 800 meter record for number 4 middle school, 1 minute 53 seconds. Good night." Chapter 328 Dancing. Someone broke the record. With the announcement on the loudspeaker, Jiang Ning's name was completely resounding. Those students who were originally paying attention to other competitions, or staying in their respective classes to work, or enjoying their leisure time, all raised their heads and looked in the same direction at the first time. "This sports meeting is very fierce," a student exclaimed. "I heard about several broken records. Because the rewards are generous, there is a saying that goes, 'There must be brave men under great rewards.'" Jiang Ning, why does the name sound familiar? Did you mention this name in the cheering manuscript just now? No, I remember that the student who broke the men's high jump record this morning seems to be named Jiang Ning. Oh my god, it's true. Breaking 2 records in a row. What a fierce guy. Class 8 station. Jiang Yanan hurried over and shouted excitedly, "Kinj, it's broken, broken again." Jiang Ning broke the 800 meter record. Her excited face was reflected red. Shen Kinj was happy in her heart, but she kept a calm face. "I heard it. This is the second time our class has broken the school record, and so far in the sports meet, only 4 records have been broken." Life committee member Hu Jun said, "Our class 8 is going to be famous." Shen Kinj, "Not yet. but if we break it twice more, we will be really famous. Jiang Ning was not too interested in class glory. She spoke very quickly. You didn't see that Jiang Ning ran very fast, like flying. The sports students behind him couldn't catch up, even if they died of exhaustion. How come he has such good physical strength? Jiang Ning also thought of the scene of Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng slapping each other in the first lap. At that time, he had an absolute leading advantage and attracted the attention of the whole audience. He did such a thing unscrupulously, which was really handsome. If only someone could capture that scene. Jiang Ning was very envious. If there was an opportunity in front of her, she would rather sacrifice 10 cups of pearl milk tea to her good sister Yuan in exchange for the opportunity to slap each other with Jiang Ning. After the game, a large number of students gathered at the 8th class station, talking about the game incessantly, boasting about how great it was. Jiang Ning sat on the stool in the middle, feeling very happy. Bai Yuxia handed him water, Chen Xiaoyu and her sister massaged his shoulders, and Zheng Lu brought him washed green grapes to eat. Shan Keiquan stood outside, dumbfounded, almost going crazy with envy. Jiuo Kunan was silent, and he suffered a huge shock. Zhang Kai, who had kept silent before, said sourly, "What's so great about it?" After hearing this, Lukaki next to him sarcastically said, "Zhang Kai, if you can break the record, I will give you a massage. The key is, can you do it?" Zhang Kai wanted to shout out loudly, "I can do it, I will definitely do it." Then he could shock Lukaki on the spot and make her bow down to him. But he couldn't do it. So Zhang Kai's face fell. Lukaki said seriously, "I'm serious. Jiang Ning has won glory for the class and made contributions to our class. This is really nothing." Zhang Kai didn't bother with Lukaki. He moved to another place so he wouldn't be bothered by it. He was not only jealous that Jiang Ning was surrounded by girls in the class, but the key was the prize money. The prize money for breaking the record is much higher than just winning the championship. How much money would it cost for 2 events? When Shan Keiquan heard what Lukaki said, he was moved. "If I can break the record, can I really give me a massage?" Lukaki said as a matter of course, "Don't talk about breaking the record. If I win the championship, do you believe that I can let the monitor Huang Zhangfei give me a massage?" After hearing this, Yuan was very unwilling. I regret it so much. How great would it be if she participated in the competition? She could threaten the monitor with the excuse of performing well, fantasizing about the class monitor, and doing intimate things with her. Yuan is so proud. Shan Keiquan found Jiuo Kunan and sought confidence. "Brother Nan, do you think I have a good chance of winning the prize in the 100-meter sprint?" After hearing what Lukaki said, he felt an urgency to prove himself. Jiuo Kunan pondered for a few seconds. "Keiquan, your basic strength is very good now, 11.8 seconds. If you can perform beyond your normal level, you may really break the record. It is currently known that the strongest player in the 100-meter sprint of this sports meeting is the boy in white clothes in the 3rd year of high school, 11.3 seconds. It seems that he is only a little bit away from the record of number 4 middle school." Shan Keiquan thought thoughtfully. "Yes, less than half a second difference. It sounds very interesting. As long as I start faster, I may be able to break the record." With this thought, Shan Keiquan's heart became as hot as the sun in the sky in the distance. If he breaks the record, he must eat the peaches washed by Bai Yuxia himself. He is picky. He only eats crisp peaches. Class 1. Little fatty, what do you think? Yuan Xiaomao asked for advice. Linzada concluded, "Talent. It's really too good. Jiang Ning was born to do this." Linzada sighed in his heart. Sports are extremely talent intensive. If the talent is not enough, no matter how much training is useless. Yuan Xiaomao said helplessly, "You can't compare. You said he has such good sports results. Why doesn't he study sports?" Linzada glanced at him and said, "Then why don't people with good results do scientific research?" Because sports are not easy to do, unless you reach the top level of the industry. You can only see those people at the top of the tower in this industry, and there are piles of bones below. Even though Jiang Ning seems to have amazing talent now, he is not that strong. If he is put in the provincial team or even the national team, he will become mediocre. What's more, there are so many countries in the world. Zhuang Jian who smiled and said, "I wanted to play professional basketball before. Later, I went to travel to a country across the ocean and made an appointment with a local middle school league team to play a game. Linzada, Jian, who never mentioned playing professionally again. When they talked, they only heard Weizuan pleading, Jai, 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 don't go, don't go. I thought you were joking. Dong Jai hated him for not fighting. Look at the competition so far. Our class 1 has won a few places. It's too disappointing. After saying that, she resolutely walked towards the next class 8. With her, there was another girl in the same class. Yuan Xiaomao was shocked. Fuck, is she serious? The world is going downhill. How can it be a disgrace? Du Chuan said with heartache. Isn't she always like this? Linzada gloated. Let's go. Go to class 8 to watch the fun. Jiang Ning sat in the main seat of class 8, accompanied by several beautiful girls serving him, like a landlord. At this time, a female classmate dressed hotly walked to the front of the class. Cuiu's eyes quickly swept across her exposed waist, and then stayed on the sexy lady's leather belt for 2 seconds. Jiuo Kunan was dazzled by Dong Jai, and his heart trembled, but it was only a first-level tremor, which could not shake his unyielding heart. He adhered to the attitude of not looking at indecent things, and kept a distance from Cuiu and others. He only looked at people's faces. Isn't this the little beauty Dong Jai from class 1? What is she doing in our class? It was a bit inexplicable, but she came in a wonderful way. Hello, what are you doing here? Wang Lang was the consultant of class 8. Dong Jai said carelessly, I'm here to dance. As soon as this came out, the boys in class 8 were stunned. After hearing this, the miserable Dong Qingfeng immediately shook his fan and said, this female classmate, if you are being coerced, please blink now. As a study committee member, I will definitely seek justice for you. Cuiu went up to pull Dong Qingfeng away. His expression was particularly pure. Please come this way, classmate. He led a seat to Dong Jai. Dong Jai is good looking and is recognized as a little beauty. She is not like the group of people in later generations who still have average looks after putting on makeup, think that they are not worthy of big beauties, but are unwilling to admit their mediocrity, so they flatter and call themselves little beauties. The reason why Dong Jai is called a little beauty is that her facial features are small and tend to be beautiful like a little girl. Jiang Ning, you broke 2 records. You are amazing. I thank you on behalf of the first grade. Dong Jai stood on the ground, her legs slightly apart, and her short skirt went up a little. The boys in class 1 were completely discouraged when they heard the girls in their class praising boys from other classes in person. Pain, heart-piercing pain, like tearing off the mask of dignity. They are class 1, the pride of the whole grade, valued by the teachers, and an existence that ordinary students can only dream of. In this era, where grades are the standard for success, experimental class 1 is at the top of the pyramid, enjoying the best educational resources and the best treatment. Students in ordinary classes can also be heard talking about them. This makes the boys in experimental class 1 arrogant, especially in attracting girls. Good grades have a big advantage. However, at this time, Dong Jai unexpectedly went against her normal behavior and did such a thing without caring about the face of the class. The boys in class 1, such as Wei Zuoyuan, Du Chuan, and Yuan Xiaomao, were almost furious. They watched as Yuzin, a classmate next to Dong Jai, turned on the Bluetooth speaker and the explosive music sounded. Dong Jai danced in front of class 8. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. Sure enough, as long as people are alive, there are benefits in life. Dong Jai has the appearance of a beautiful girl from a small family. Such a girl, showing off her small waist and performing a slightly hot dance, is very effective. She didn't dance casually. She has a dance foundation. She is not as beautiful as Bayuxia when she dances, and she doesn't have that kind of fairy spirit. But her movements were simple and down to earth, with her slender waist and occasionally large movements, her hair swaying with her postures. The students in class 8 were so excited to watch her. Jiuo Kunan sniffed and couldn't help thinking, what a annoying little goblin. The millstone of his indestructible and unyielding will that he had originally held on to finally cracked, and his heart trembled. The boys in class 1 couldn't stand this kind of grievance. Wei Zuoyuan was too humiliated. He only felt that the pure things disappeared. He wanted to turn his head away stubbornly, but he couldn't resist the temptation of Dong Jiai's dance, so he felt humiliated in his heart, felt his dignity trampled on, and gave birth to a strange excitement. Many boys in class 1 felt this way. Class 8 was different. The girls in class 1, who were out of reach, presented them with a dance. Everyone applauded and praised them generously. The surging applause attracted students from other classes to look over, and it became more and more lively. When Dong Jiai finished her dance, the applause lasted for a long time, and Cuiu howled. Wang Lang took the lead and shouted, "Thank you for the dedication of class 1. Thank you Jiang Ning." Cuiu cheered, "Jiang Ning is awesome." Dong Jiai said before that she performed the dance because Jiang Ning broke 2 records. After the song ended, Dong Jiai went back to class 1. Li Shi from class 2 was attracted by the excitement just now. Her face was cold, and she had a kind of arrogant, "What a big face." There was undisguised contempt in her words. Yang Sheng glanced at her and ignored her. Li Shi came here for Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng. She had never met Yang Sheng, but because of Qishan Heng, she was almost tired of hearing this name. Qishan Heng had never cared so much about any girl before. Li Shi looked at Yang Sheng. She was much shorter than her, and she was pretty, but Li Shi hated girls with short hair the most. Qishan Heng had pursued many pretty girls before, and Li Shi couldn't understand why Qishan Heng fell in love with Yang Sheng. Perhaps because she couldn't bear to see class 8's success. Li Shi was extremely aggressive. "The boys in your class are okay, but the girls are a lot worse." Yang Sheng didn't intend to pay attention to her at first, but when she heard this, she frowned. "Your class 2 is so good, why didn't you win a prize?" Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of class 2, advised, "Shishi, let's go." But what kind of personality is Li Shi? She has been extremely proud since she was a child, and she said, "Better than you." "Oh, by the way, let me remind you that the next race is the women's 800 meters, and I heard that you also signed up." Li Shi's expression was playful. "Yang Sheng, are you very confident?" Li Shi smiled. "I can't help it, I've practiced before." Jiuo Kunan and the others didn't dare to breathe for a while when they heard this explosive conversation. Yang Sheng crossed his arms. "Why don't we make a bet?" Li Shi responded, "What a coincidence, I thought so too. What are you betting on?" Li Shi tilted her head slightly. Immediately, Li Shi smiled and said, "Why don't the loser go to the other class and dance?" Chapter 329 Flag Bearer. After Li Shi made the bet on the dance, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was suddenly quiet, and the expressions of the boys in class 8 around her were extremely strange. Li Shi couldn't describe the look in their eyes, but it was very strange. After hearing this, Yang Sheng said, "Okay, that's what I meant. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes." Li Shi ignored those strange expressions. She smiled happily. The arrogance between her eyebrows and the arc of her mouth corners intertwined into a playful temperament. She was almost 175 centimeters tall and had a strong aura. With her demeanor, she had a strong aura. Li Shi said, "I was still worried about you. With so many students here to testify, you won't regret it, right?" It was somewhat beyond her expectation that Yang Sheng was a bit courageous. However, Li Shi really wanted to see a tomboy like Yang Sheng dancing in front of the boys in class 2 after losing. "I think Yang Sheng must have suffered a huge blow at that time, right? See you in class 2 after the game." Li Shi giggled a few times and left with her mouth covered. On the way back, Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of class 2, couldn't help but say, "Li Shi, isn't the stakes too high?" Anyway, from Fang Qiuyu's point of view, dancing in the other class is a forced act, which is really cruel to girls. And what Dong Jiai of class 1 did just now is really not something that every girl has the courage to do. Li Shi, it was just a casual remark. Who would have thought that she agreed? Don't blame me. Her words were full of gloating. Besides, people have to be responsible for their words, right? Fang Qiuyu sighed secretly. She has a good relationship with Li Shi and knows that she has a very good physical fitness. She has also played skydiving before. In addition, she is tall and has long legs, which is an advantage. She is now only looking forward to what she should do when Yang Sheng comes to their class to dance, and try not to embarrass Yang Sheng. When Li Shi left, the atmosphere in class 8 was extremely weird, and the classmates stared at each other. Yang Sheng made a bet with someone. Who will win? Cuiu immediately flattered him. Yang Sheng, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man before, and I offended you. I will change my ways now. Cuiu pretended to slap himself in a flattering manner. Jiuo Kunan, Yang Sheng, I will be your pendant from now on. I will accompany you through fire and water. Dong Qingfeng, I'm your wings. Wang Longlong, I'm your most loyal supporter. The boys in class 8 surrounded Yang Sheng and praised him in various ways. When Yuan saw this, she despised him in her heart, but she vaguely discovered the weirdness of Yang Sheng. Go and cause trouble to other classes. Cuiu looked towards the second class station and saw Li Shi. He thought, that woman is really tall and pretty. I wonder what her waist will look like when she dances. Jiuo Kunan, needless to say, hot. Probably hotter than Wang Jie. Life committee member Hu Jun took a few glances and said maturely, it's not just about her figure, but also her temperament. Don't you understand? Did you notice that Li Shi has a bit of arrogance? Wang Longlong said, arrogant? Yes. Longlong observed it very carefully. Hu Jun said slowly, beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. Shan Kaikun, brother Jun, you know a lot. Jiuo Kunan clasped his fists. I've learned a lot. Ma Shichen was happy. Brother Jun, is this the reason for your unique aesthetics? Please invite the female 800-meter racers to the stadium. The competition is about to begin. Dong Qingfeng, the study committee member of class 8, held a fountain pen in his hand and wrote a lot. He raised the draft paper and flicked his fingers gently. The paper with handwriting was hung in the sun. A proud look appeared on his handsome face. After being washed by the hot dance of the beautiful girls in class 1, Dong Qingfeng's mentality has been balanced, from jealousy of Jiang Ning to peace. The momentary glory is nothing. The girls in the class only let him enjoy that kind of treatment, because Jiang Ning temporarily gained glory. There is still a long way to go. Wait and see. Shen Qinsh said, did you write a cheering article? Dong Qingfeng said seriously, Yang Sheng is the seed player in our class, and I should write it myself. Before, he had a little conflict with Yang Sheng, because of defending Jiang Yanan, which led to a long period of time later, that his care did not benefit Yang Sheng. It was him who neglected Yang Sheng. Dong Qingfeng planned to repair their friendship. Similarly, he envied the relationship between Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng. He still remembered the scene of the two clasping hands in the 800-meter race. Isn't it just interacting with girls? This is what Dong Qingfeng is best at. Next, I will show them how to be a god. Dong Qingfeng had a gentle and easygoing smile on his face. At this moment, he was a knight. Shen Qinsh sat at the table and thought, in order to watch the girls in class 2 dance, she actually wrote a cheering script for Yang Sheng and even went on stage herself. I misjudged you. Cuiu, why did you carry the class flag away? Huang Zhongfei asked. Class monitor, Yang Sheng is willing to take risks for us, so I'm willing to wave the flag and cheer for her. Cuiu carried the flag to the side of the track. Beside him were Jiuo Kunan and Wang Longlong. Almost all the boys in the class were there just to watch Yang Sheng's game. Class 1, Yuan Xiaomao asked by the side of the track, Du Chuan, do you know where Wei Ziyuan went? Du Chuan, he said his heart was broken, and he was going to pick it up. Will he come back? Yuan Xiaomao asked again. Du Chuan said, of course, his hat is with me. After the dignity of the boys in class 1 was blown up, they suffered a heavy blow. After hearing that class 8 and class 2 had made a bet, they decided to watch the game and wait for an opportunity to regain their dignity. Cuiu shouted, come on, Yang Sheng. Jiuo Kunan, I support you. At the starting line, Li Shi heard those shouts, and her disdain grew stronger. The more they shouted, the worse they lost. There were many girls on the track, some fat and some thin, which was dazzling. Jiuo Kunan saw a girl with big breasts, and he was surprised. Isn't that Jiang Ning who played badminton downstairs last time? Cuiu, they are so big, I really want to see her dance. Jiuo Kunan, who will go to class 3 to provoke a bet? Cuiu shrank his head, forget it, I'm afraid of getting beaten. He glanced at the contestants and pointed at a wheat-colored girl who looked strong. "Is that from the sports team?" Wang Lang Lang swung his folding fan. "Hu Mengqing from class 4, grade 2, from the sports team." A voice came from the loudspeaker. "To the women's 800-meter runners, the girls chasing the wind, your figures are shining in the sun, and you are not afraid of the arduous journey. Everyone knows that the competition is about to begin." Cuiu held up the flag and shouted, "Yang Sheng, go for it." Jiang Ning walked to the plastic track and gave her a thumbs up. Yang Sheng had short hair half tied up, simple and free and easy, and her every move was very elegant. Bang! The signal gun sounded. Yang Sheng rushed out in an instant. After 30 meters, she was wearing a red sportswear and leading alone, which was extremely obvious. The shouts from the audience surged like a tide. "Red shirt, look at the red shirt. Handsome." Cuiu waved the flag and shouted, "The red shirt contestant is Yang Sheng from our class." The boys in the class shouted together, "Yang Sheng, Yang Sheng." The crowd was excited. On the podium, Dong Qingfeng heard the voices of the students below, and his smile grew. "Senior sister, I want to personally encourage my classmates," he asked politely. After being agreed, Dong Qingfeng sat at the table and faced the microphone. He looked at the leading eye-catching red figure on the playground and spoke affectionately to Yang Sheng. "Class 8, grade 1, I want to become the wind, the rain, and another me to watch your 800 meters. To Yang Sheng, class 8, grade 1, the spring grass is just growing, the spring trees are just flourishing, and the spring breeze is 10 miles long, but it is not as good as your running figure." One by one, the cheering manuscripts came out with the sound of the loudspeaker, which attracted everyone to discuss. Dong Qingfeng sat on the high platform and kept encouraging Yang Sheng. Jiuo Kunan, who was standing by the track, cursed in a low voice, "This grandson is really a cunning chicken." In the 800-meter race, Yang Sheng has been leading the race. Whether it is Li Shi or the second-year sports student, they can only try their best to catch up. She reproduced the scene of Jiang Ning's advantage just now. Her eye-catching red sports top has a direct visual difference from the clothes of other players on the field, and coupled with her leading state, she is extremely outstanding. On the field, shouting, screaming, and with the howling of the boys in class 8, Yang Sheng's name is shouted rhythmically, rising and falling in waves. On the podium, Dong Qingfeng is still outputting. Goldfish will fly over the Himalayas, sparrows will dive into the Mariana Trench, beautiful flowers will bloom in the magma, Peter Pan will grow up, and I will wait for you at the finish line. Dong Qingfeng laughed wildly in his heart. Ha ha ha, who else, who is warmer than him? Yang Sheng, let me accompany you. In the second lap of the 800-meter race, Yang Sheng opened up a gap of at least 100 meters from other students. At this time, there were only 50 meters left to the finish line. Seeing that Yang Sheng was about to win the game, the boys in class 8 were crazy with joy. Hot dance, we want a hot dance. Cuiu waved the flag even more excitedly, and suddenly, his hand was empty. Cuiu was stunned and turned his head to see that Jiang Ning had taken his flag. In full view of the crowd, Jiang Ning held the flag, holding the flag in one hand, took a few steps forward, and walked out of the crowd. The students around him saw that he leaned back, and his arm holding the flag was almost at a right angle to his body. The flag was facing the sky at 45 degrees. Jiang Ning's body was pulled into a full bow, and everyone witnessed his explosive movements. Some people looked sideways and exclaimed, "What does he want to do?" Jiang Ning shouted in a deep voice, "Go." He used the flag as a gun and threw it with all his strength. As soon as the big flag left his hand, it flew out in an instant, drawing an arc and shooting towards the runway. Yang Sheng slowed down slightly, and while running, she reached out and grabbed the big flag accurately. At this moment, her red dress seemed to be integrated with the flag. She held the big flag and fought against the wind. Wherever she went, there was thunderous applause and endless shouts. Yang Sheng rushed to the finish line with the advantage of first place. She stopped, faced the audience, held the flagpole horizontally with both hands, and rotated her body with a graceful martial arts movement. The flagpole danced around her waist. The whole audience exploded. On the podium, the female student from the radio station squeezed Dong Qingfeng aside and shouted on the microphone, That girl is so handsome. Chapter 330, Agreement. There were loud cheers from the playground, which caused a bigger sensation than any of the previous events. Yang Sheng, with short and handsome hair, was already ahead of others, but in the end he rushed to the finish line with the flag. She turned the flag around the playground, and the second player had not yet reached the finish line. The class monitor, Chen Xiaoyu, Bei Yuxia, and the boys in the class came together to congratulate Yang Sheng for winning first place. It was not until then that Li Shi came late, swinging her long legs. She stood at the finish line, gasping for breath. It was too fast. She could not have imagined that Yang Sheng's physical fitness was so good that even Hu Mengqing, a second-year sports student, could only follow behind and eat dust. She lost miserably, with a huge gap. A sense of regret lingered in her heart. Li Shi was angry, unwilling, ashamed, and mixed with various emotions. Cuiyu did not look for Yang Sheng. He walked in front of Li Shi, looked at her pair of attractive long legs, and gave an inexplicable smile. Even though Li Shi lost the game, she was not a minion like Cuiyu who could be bullied. She said coldly, "Go away." Cuiyu was such a person. If he was afraid, he would not be Cuiyu. TSK, I welcome you in class 8. After saying that, Cuiyu walked away leisurely. After 10 minutes of celebration, the commotion caused by Yang Sheng gradually faded. She returned to the class 8 station, and Yang Sheng sat on the throne that had been occupied by Jiang Ning. Chen Xiaoyu and Bei Yuxia were also serving him. Sitting below were Jiuo Kunan, Wang Longlong and others. Wang Longlong reported, "Yang Sheng, since the winner has been decided, should we go to class 2 to invite that girl over?" Cuiyu was happy. "Please come and be the wife of the leader?" Wang Longlong, in this situation, don't you feel that a beautiful woman is missing to dance with you? Yang Sheng sat on the stage. She drank a glass of water and said, "You can invite her. If she doesn't want to come, forget it." She didn't expect Li Shi from class 2 to keep her promise. Cuiyu was immediately unhappy when he heard this. When a boy in our class loses to you, he always admits defeat. How can a girl like him cheat? Zhang Yifei was furious after hearing this. She yelled, "You can't give in to girls." Cuiyu had been fearless since he had a fight with Pang Jiao. He faced Zhang Yifei's square face and said, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Huang Zhangfei quickly stopped him. "Don't make a fuss." The life committee member Hu Jun stood up and said something fair. "Our class finally won the game. It's a great honor. Don't mess around. It's okay to make a fuss in the classroom. Anyway, you won't be embarrassed outside. Don't make a fuss on the playground." The dispute ended. "Longlong, I'll go with you." Cuiyu volunteered. Wang Longlong waved his hand. "Is this a small matter worth everyone's help? Leave it to me." Class 2. In front of the awning, Wang Longlong looked at the students of class 2, waving his folding fan like an ancient lobbyist. "Li Shi, come with us." Class monitor Fang Qiuyu felt embarrassed. This was a debt collector. She stood in front and said calmly, "Li Shi was impulsive just now. She just said it casually. Don't take it seriously." Wang Longlong looked at the girl with glasses, and then at Li Shi who was sitting behind. "Okay, but since the students in our class asked, I had to tell the truth." Wang Longlong smiled, without any annoyance after being rejected. "Now, people who pay attention to the bet are not just our class. When Li Shi becomes famous, don't blame us." Wang Longlong waved his fan and left. He had just taken a few steps when Li Shi's difficult voice came from behind him. "I'll go with you." When Wang Longlong led people back to class 8, everyone was excited. Cuiyu held a small speaker. "Brothers, I went to class 1 to borrow a speaker. What dance music do you want to listen to? Just tell me directly." The bet between Yang Sheng and Li Shi not only involved class 8 and class 2, but also other classes around them. Lin Zida, Du Chuan, and Yuan Xiaomao from class 1 came to watch. Even students from class 9, such as Shi Qianjin, Shenzhou, and Yan Xianpeng, came. Of course, Shenzhen didn't come. Now class 8 has become his taboo. It is a place that cannot be set foot. Once violated, it will be punished by heaven. Li Shi has such an arrogant personality, but now she is humiliated like this. She wants to turn around and leave. However, if she fails to comply with the bet she has made, she will be pointed at behind her back in the future. Li Shi looked at Jiang Sheng in front of her, gritted her teeth, reluctantly, like a good family being forced. Wang Lang quickly distanced himself from the matter. Oh, I didn't force you, you did it voluntarily. You played the music, let's start. Li Shi danced in front of many classmates in a very shameful way. Her movements were far from Dang Jiai's standard, but because of her long legs, everyone watched with relish. Jiuo Kunnen's eyes widened, and he clapped his hands in approval. Wow, 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 it's wonderful. Good dance, good dance. This dance breaks my heart. After Li Shi finished dancing, she turned around and left without saying a word. Yang Sheng put down the water cup, and she said to Jiang Ning, thank you. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she wouldn't have been so popular. Jiang Ning waved at her. It's a small matter. At this time, Huang Zhangfei took an A4 paper and announced, classmates, there will be 2 fun sports next. The class teacher and school leaders will come to watch. You can sign up now. There will be rewards for this project as well. When he heard that there was a reward, Zhang Kai raised his hand enthusiastically. Class monitor, I'll sign up. Huang Zhangfei, don't be impatient, wait for me to finish. The first event is the 3-legged race. After Li Shi finished dancing, she was too embarrassed to stay on the playground. She couldn't stand the gazes of her classmates, which were like being pricked by needles. Building number 3, class 2, grade 1 classroom. The empty classroom had only 2 students. One was writing and drawing on the blackboard with chalk, looking bored. As for the other, his empty desk was filled with bunches of colorful plastic tubes. The sports meet had been open for almost 2 days, and Qi Xianheng had not been to the playground once. He concentrated on weaving little stars in the classroom. Zhao Xiaofeng wanted to help him weave several times, but was rejected by Qi Xianheng every time. As a damn rich second generation, he wanted to experience the love of ordinary people. Qi Xianheng was busy. He had weaved a lot, 999 goals. After a few days of weaving, he had already weaved nearly 800. At this moment, he had finished weaving another little star and put it into the glass bottle. He was working hard to weave the little stars before the end of the sports meet and then give them to Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng must be very touched, right? Qi Xianheng's fingers were so painful from knitting that he couldn't stand it, but he still insisted. His father often said that only by sweating can you get something. Zhao Xiaofeng, brother Shan, you've worked so hard. Zhao Xiaofeng was about to speak when he suddenly saw a familiar figure outside the door. He quickly called out, classmate, come here. Mao Zhe walked towards class 2. Shan Zhao next to him followed. Zhao Xiaofeng led Mao Zhe into class 2. Shan Zhao didn't go in, he stood guard at the door. Brother, I folded too many little stars, what should I do if my fingers hurt? Zhao Xiaofeng asked humbly. Mao Zhe generously said, seeing that the other party gave him 100 tuition fees. Get a basin of hot water, soak your hands, and then move around, it can relieve a lot. Zhao Xiaofeng heard. Brother Shan, I'll get you some water now. Anything else? Mao Zhe asked. No more, no more. Zhao Xiaofeng was very nice. Mao Zhe left, and Shan Zhao followed him. Before leaving, he smiled at Qi Xianheng's seat with a simple and innocent smile. As soon as Li Shi entered the classroom, she saw Qi Xianheng still weaving little stars, and she was furious. You are still weaving here? Building 3, office. Zhu Yuantang was lying on a chair, and there was a pile of snack packaging in front of the table. She was overwhelmed and couldn't eat. Teacher Jiuo Ran received a message from the teacher group, and she said, the fun sports meeting will be held soon. Are you going to the playground? Zhu Yuantan shook her head. Zheng Lu told me that the playground is very hot. Okay, I'm leaving. You play on the computer. Jiuo Ran took off her coat and hung it behind the chair. She stepped on white sneakers and walked out of the office door. Class 8's 3-legged 4-legged had 2 groups of people in total. Zhang Kai, Shan Keiquan, and Ciyu were in one group. Jiang Ning did not participate in the 3-legged 4-legged, but he signed up for the second project. Teacher Jiuo Ran entered the playground and found the class 8 station. Seeing her pretty figure, the boys in the class greeted her enthusiastically and congratulated teacher Jiuo Ran for coming to inspect. Jiuo Ran turned half a circle and stopped in a cool shade. Jiang Ning, who was lying on the grass under the tree, raised her head and said, "Teacher, remember not to leave after school this afternoon." Jiuo Ran had expected this. "Are you going to treat me to a meal?" Jiang Ning smiled and said, "She ate your snacks for 2 days, so I have to show some appreciation." Jiuo Ran, "Okay, I agree." She bent down and sat beside Jiang Ning, with her beautifully curved legs slightly bent at the knees. "I heard you break the record in building 3. I specifically searched for the 800-meter record of my university, and it's not as good as yours." Jiuo Ran praised her a few times. Jiang Ning said, "Don't you even look at whose student you are." Jiuo Ran was startled and smiled. "You talk like Zhu Yuantang." She often uses this tone. Jiang Ning, "Really? Do you know about the next project?" Jiuo Ran asked deliberately. "Princess Relay Race." Jiang Ning said, "I signed up." "Oh, who are you going to hug?" Jiuo Ran teased. "Why don't you let me guess?" Jiang Ning ignored her. As a teacher, Jiuo Ran always liked to care about his love life. Cuiyu and Shan Kaikun were practicing 3 people and 4 legs. Because they were not very skilled at the beginning, their steps were inconsistent, which was extremely funny, and they could not cooperate at all. Wang Lang Lang shouted slogans and served as a coach to train them. Shi Qianjin from class 9 turned to the front of the class 8 formation. "Your class 8 has been very popular recently and won several championships." Shi Qianjin praised. The burly Zhao Jinliang from class 7 came over. "Your class has something. 2 beauties are dancing." Shi Qianjin and Zhao Jinliang exchanged glances and confirmed that they were a family. "Class 8 has been very popular recently and we must suppress it." Class 7 and class 9 formed an alliance. Cuiyu stopped and said, "Are you envious of the reward for your strength?" Hearing this, Shi Qianjin looked towards Jiang Ning's position and saw the boy sitting on the grass, eating ice cream, and the chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran was talking to him with a smile. Shi Qianjin, "Fuck. That was the female teacher most admired by all students." Zhao Jinliang also noticed it, and he looked indignant. "That's the strength of your classmates, not yours." Cuiyu said, "Are you saying you are very capable?" Zhao Jinliang didn't say anything back. He changed the subject. "I heard that your class likes to bet with others. Do you dare to bet with me? And if you lose, go to the other class to dance?" Cuiyu's mind turned, and he remembered the very tall girl with long legs in class 7, and his saliva almost flowed out. "Remember that little girl was very fierce. Bet on the long legs in your class?" Cuiyu suggested. Zhao Jinliang immediately agreed. "Okay. Does your words work?" Cuiyu didn't quite believe it. Zhao Jinliang, "It must work. In fact, it works shit." He didn't communicate with Tang Fu at all, but there was no need to communicate, because he, Zhao Jinliang, would definitely win. Before the sports meet, Zhao Jinliang guessed that the school would hold a fun sports meet. He guessed blindly that the event was 3-legged race and practiced with his classmates in the physical education class in advance. Now he guessed it right. So, he must win. "Who dances in your class?" Zhao Jinliang glanced at the girls in class 8 and had to say that the quality was very high. He was just about to point them out. Cuiyu thought about it and used a trick. "Since you are so straightforward, I decided to put our class, the only girl group, on it." Zhao Jinliang was delighted when he heard it. Girl group. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Want a tour? Cuiyu said calmly, "Yes, it is the girl group of our class." Zhao Jinliang took a breath of cold air. "Unbelievable. Girl group, girl group." His eyes subconsciously moved to the sunshade of class 8. Behind the table, a pair of lovely twin girls were playing happily, and next to the twins, there was a very beautiful girl with a simple temperament. Zhao Jinliang recognized the girl. Her name was Bayuxia. I remember that at the opening ceremony of the school celebration, Bayuksha danced with the twins, wearing a white dress, absolutely beautiful and stunning. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Afterwards, many boys in their class asked for contact information everywhere. Jiang, a boy full of vigor and vitality, was naturally no exception. He wanted so much to watch the dance up close. And now, CUIU actually took the initiative to take out the girl group of their class as a bet. It was just like, when he was about to go to bed, someone brought a pillow. Jiang forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He began to go through the process, doubtful. Do you keep your word? CUIU was unhappy. Do you look down on my relationship with them? He is known as the social grass of class 8, Mr. CUI. Do you understand the value of this nickname? When Jiang heard it, he thought, in this world, there are only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. He already believed it 70%. Okay, it's a deal. Jiang raised his strong arms. CUIU gave manly handshake. Hahaha, it's a deal. Just wait for the girls from your class to come over. Jiang, we'll see. When it comes to doing business, no one knows it better than Jiang. What is a no-cost business? He and his classmates have trained the three-legged race so many times, so it is not difficult for them to win the game. Jiang left with a happy look on his face. He is so smart. Look at him defeat class 8 and revive the power of class 7. CUIU was also very happy. If he won, he could enjoy the hot dance of the girls in class 7. If he lost, he could send out the nuclear bomb of his class. Anyway, he would not lose. Isn't he a genius? Brothers, I have reached an agreement with the neighboring class 7. At the fun sports meeting, if our class wins, the long legs of their class will come to our class to dance. Jiuokunan asked excitedly, is it the girl named Tangfu who is taller than me? CUIU, yes, it's her. Damn, that girl looks very fit and beautiful. I think she is more exciting than Lishi. Jiuokunan said, Lishi has the arrogance of a young lady, but Tangfu doesn't. She is tough and fierce. Shan Kaikun was stunned. Brother Nan, you know a lot. Jiuokunan, hey, practice makes perfect. After Hu Jun's influence, he can now make simple classification comments on many beautiful girls. In the past, when he saw girls, he only knew to say oh my, so beautiful. Now, he understands the colorful beauty. People always have to grow, and he has been gradually perfecting. CUIU, Brother Quan, you guys work hard and win the game. Jiuokunan repeatedly reminded, if you win, I will treat you to fried skewers. Shan Kaikun, even if you don't say it, I will definitely know to work hard. He wanted to work hard to show Bayuksha how strong he was. CUIU worked hard to watch Tangfu dance. Zenkai worked hard for the generous bonus, so that he could experience the life of a superior person. The three of them had their own goals, and this fun competition was the arena for them to prove their strength. Train, train, and keep training. After more than 10 minutes, the three of them were almost obsessed with their training. The three of them worked together as one, and reached the level of class 1. CUIU admired the toddling appearance of Duchuan and the others, and laughed at them. Normally, the distinguished class 1 was something they could not reach, but on the sports field, strong physical fitness was what determined everything. Class 1 had been humiliated by class 8 before, and we are all young people, so who is afraid of whom? Weizuan said angrily, let's have a competition. If you don't agree. How could they bear the fact that everyone in class 8 bullied them for being old and weak? CUIU laughed and stepped forward. If we want to compete, there must be a bet. Weizuan was stunned. He had a bold idea in his mind. What are you betting on? CUIU used the same old trick and said arrogantly, if you lose, let Dong Jiai from your class come to dance again. If we lose, I will let the girl group from our class come to perform in your class. CUIU's arrogance was like rubbing salt into the wounds of class 1. The boys in class 1 were so angry that their faces changed. The dry wood piled up in their hearts was instantly ignited and burst into flames. Let's compete? Damn it, let's compete. The boys in class 1 were in an uproar and shouted, compete, compete, compete with him. How could the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of class 8 be their opponents? when his blood was boiling, Wei Ziyuan looked at Deng Jiai from their class, and his surging heart cooled down instantly. How could he bear to ask his beloved to gamble? Deng Jiai is not an object. However, Deng Jiai still stood up for the class. She faced the vicious Cuiu, and others with a strong face. I'm willing to bet. I believe in the boys in our class. There was an indescribable sense of righteousness in her tone. The boys in class 1 were moved, and some sentimental boys recalled the scene of Zheoujin going out to the frontier in history. At this moment, they wanted to die for love for Deng Jiai. Emotions are contagious. The boys in class 1 were so excited that they said they agreed to the competition. They wanted class 8 to pay with blood. At this time, a voice came out, please explain clearly, what kind of combination is the girl group? The visitor was a tall and handsome boy with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was Zhuang Jianhu from class 1. Zhuang Jianhu stared at Cuiu, waiting for his reply. Cuiu was shocked. How could a smart person suddenly appear in this group of idiots in class 1? It's a girl group. Of course, it's the most outstanding girls in our class. Cuiu looked like he was wronged. I have packed up all the girls in our class and sent them away. What else do you want? Zhuang Jianhu still pressed. Please explain clearly. Among the onlookers, Du Chuangxin asked in a low voice, what's going on? Is there something fishy? Linzada said, there should be. Yuan Xiaomao was surprised. How did Jianhu find out? Linzada said sympathetically, Jianhu was stopped by a group from class 8 to confess his love before. I remember that it was last semester. After school, Jianhu was blocked by Pang Jiao and others from class 8 at the entrance of the stairs to confess his love. In the end, he had no choice but to jump down. Cuiu panicked. He made several excuses in a row, but they were all seen through. The students from class 1 looked at him like needles, and Cuiu slipped away. Under the tree, Jiuo Ran noticed the movements of class 8 and class 1. She smiled and said, it seems that the students in your class like to make trouble. Jiang Ning saw it more clearly than her. He leaned against the tree and said lazily, he is the only one. It was cool under the tree, much more comfortable than in the air-conditioned room. Jiuo Ran was quite surprised. Such a climate is just right for a lazy rest. Unfortunately, the space of the tree was occupied by Jiang Ning, and Jiuo Ran had no one to lean on. She wanted to lie down, but she thought it was not very elegant. She lifted her hair, and when her hand fell down, there was a strand of hair on her fingertips. Jiuo Ran twisted the hair and threatened, be careful, there are bugs falling from the trees. Jiang Ning, no problem. Jiuo Ran said seriously, it's easy for hairy chili to fall on your neck. Jiang Ning, let it rustle, if it can break your skin, it wins. After hearing this, Jiuo Ran was surprised, it's invulnerable. During the conversation, she bent her hair and twisted it into a braid. Jiang Ning praised, this hair is good, suitable for cleaning ears. Cleaning ears with hair is a particularly comfortable enjoyment. Jiuo Ran raised the hair and chuckled, want to try it? Jiang Ning thought of the posture of the hair penetrating the ears, and his consciousness inadvertently swept her round thighs wrapped in jeans. Too many people, it won't have a good impact. Jiang Ning said. Huh, does it mean that it can be done with fewer people? Jiuo Ran looked meaningful. You can try. When Jiuo Ran heard this, she stretched out her white onion-like fingers, flicked Jiang Ning's forehead, and said angrily, try your head. Do you know what respecting a teacher means? After Cuiu came back, he changed his mind and decided not to be greedy. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. He must seize the opportunity to win the game with class 7. At the sports meeting, Jiang Ning can be famous. Why can't he? Who is he? Cuiu, the invincible existence of class 8. If he can defeat Jiang Ning with magic, he can beat him again in other aspects. When Cuiu was training, he kept looking for skills to easily win the game. Easy. Cuiu had a meteor in his mind. Got it. He thought of it. Cuiu said to Shan Kaiquan and Zhang Kai, who were surrounded by men on both sides, I have a good idea. Shan Kaiquan believed him very much. Cuiu was not a good person, but he had some crooked ideas. Zhang Kai also listened. If it could increase the probability of winning the game, Zhang Kai was willing to do it. What method? CUIU said, the three-legged sport is to tie our ankles together so that we can't move on our own, which is equivalent to tying ourselves up in a cocoon. The biggest difficulty in the rules of the game is to seek cooperation. The better the cooperation, the more comfortable the movement and the better the results. And the method I thought of is to bypass the restraints, or in other words, to reduce the restraints. He said the technique he had thought hard about. Think about it, if we tie the rope looser, won't it be easier to run? After hearing this, Shan Kaikwan praised CUIU's wit. Great, brother CUI, this is a good idea. Zankai, not bad, not bad, there is something. Seeing that the two were impressed by him, CUIU's thin face was so proud. Haha, before the game, I will tie the rope. Chapter 332 exploded. The fun sports competition is about to begin. CUIU was full of energy. Brothers, let's go to the battlefield. Jiuo Kunan and Wang Lang shouted. Triumph. Triumph. Brothers, don't worry, wait for the arrival of the next wife of the leader. After that, CUIU led the two to the stadium. The three-legged race competition was held on the green grass of the playground. In one competition, there were 20 groups of students, 60 people, standing at the same starting line. Looking from the side, it was a spectacular sight. The three-person group of Class 7, Zhao Jinayang said to Bohan and another student, perform well, I'll give Tang Fu a military order. If I don't get the prize, I'll kneel down and apologize. His words seemed cruel, but he was unusually relaxed. Bohan said, is there any need to ask who the champion is? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was joyful, as if the championship had been won. Unfortunately, the contestants of Class 8 were a little far away from them, so they couldn't mock them properly. Zhao Jinayang looked around and saw that there were a lot of spectators at the fun sports meeting. Next, I want the whole school to witness what super speed is. Bohan, not only super speed, but also super acceleration. Zhao Jinayang thought about it, but finally didn't tell his classmates about the agreement with Class 8. It was because he wanted to give his classmates a surprise. Think about it, when they win the game, and then the classmates in the class will see the scene of the girl group of Class 8 dancing. The corners of Zhao Jinayang's mouth rose wildly, extremely willful. Class 1. College entrance examination Gunnar Duchuan asked, are you nervous? Wei Ziyuan said, how can I not be nervous? Deng Jiai is willing to devote herself to Class 8 for our class. What kind of spirit is this? I'm nervous because I'm afraid of losing. I'm afraid of letting her down. But these nervousness are also my motivation. Their team approached the outer layer, and Deng Jiai said, come on. The head teacher Hu Hao shouted, run well for me. At this time, the physical education teacher who was also the referee walked to the middle of the playground. Looking around, the players from each group were lined up neatly, like a military formation on the battlefield. CUIU had already tied the cloth strips. He was cunning and tied them a little loosely, but not to the point where they could be seen. On a hot day, the physical education teacher Gu Wei stood in front of the players. He was burly and strong, like a military instructor. Unconsciously, the field had a bit more solemn atmosphere. Gu Wei raised the whistle. Blow it. The next second, the players from each class shot out like arrows. Thunderous shouts rose from outside the field. Class 7 was the fastest in particular. Zhao Jinayang and others had trained in physical education class before. At this time, they were like fish in water and took the lead. The other 19 groups of players all discovered the advantages of that group. CUIU was still sighing at his own speed. After seeing this scene, he suddenly became anxious. Go for it. Go for it. Damn it, we can't lose to those bastards in Class 7. CUIU was extremely anxious. He was very anxious, but Zankai and Shan Kaikwan were more anxious than him. Zankai wanted money, but where would the money come from? Of course, it was from the championship of the competition. Shan Kaikwan wanted glory, of course, also the championship. This is a game that requires cooperation. Once you get anxious, the rhythm will be messed up immediately. Shan Kaikwan and Zankai have good physical fitness, at least much better than CUIU. The two of them sped up suddenly, and CUIU was careless, and was ambushed by his own family, and he couldn't keep up. He was a man on both sides and was pulled suddenly, as if he was sitting on a car that suddenly accelerated. He lost his balance in an instant and fell backwards. If it were normal, the rope was tied tighter, perhaps he would not fall alone, and maybe he could take them both down. However, it was because the rope was too loose that Cuiu fell to the ground. Cuiu screamed, "Fuck." Shan Kaikun reacted quickly, grabbing Cuiu's arm and stopping him from falling. When Zhang Kai saw this, he grabbed his other arm. Then, he looked at the back of the contestant from class 7 in front of him, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It's too late. I can't stop, or I'll miss out on the prize money. Shan Kaikun, ignore him, just go for it. Zhang Kai shouted. No one can stop him from winning the championship today. After hearing this, Shan Kaikun hurriedly said, "Brother Cui, hold on." The two continued to run. Cuiu was now in a semi-reclining position, his legs out of control, and he was completely led by Shan Kaikun and Zhang Kai. So a magical scene appeared on the court. Cuiu regained his composure. He was already lying down anyway, so he simply stopped struggling. The heels of his shoes rubbed forward along the grass, and his body lay on his back in the air. Cuiu tried to make fun of it. Friction, friction, my skateboard shoes. In the 3-person full-legged race, Class 8 failed to get a ranking after all. Class 7 won the first place with an absolute advantage, and cheers could be heard from far away. Before Cuiu left the stadium, Zhao Jinliang came over and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. "Within 10 minutes, I want to see the women's group of your class appear in front of our class 7. Otherwise your class's reputation will be gone, and I will go and tell class 2 about this." Zhao Jinliang threatened fiercely that, as long as class 8 dared to breach the contract, he would dare to make it public to the whole grade. Seeing that he was as ferocious as a calf, Cuiu patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you can go and inquire about my name, Cuiu. I have never gone back on my word. As for the women's group that we agreed on before, I promise to invite them to you within 10 minutes. Seeing that his attitude was sincere and did not seem fake, Zhao Jinliang nodded with relief. Cuiu said, "Go back and wait first. I'll send someone over right away." "Okay, I'll wait for the women's group from your class to come." Zhao Jinliang smiled. After saying that, Zhao Jinliang returned to class 7 lightly. "Hey, Zhao Jinliang, you're back. You performed very well just now and won first place." Tang Fu praised. The sports meet has to compete with the 2nd and 3rd grade students, which is very difficult. So far, their class has only won the championship in one event. Zhao Jinliang was even happier after being praised by Tang Fu. If Tang Fu had not said that she didn't like boys under 190 centimeters tall, Zhao Jinliang would even think that Tang Fu was interested in him. Zhao Jinliang didn't think much about this. Even if Tang Fu was willing to date him, he couldn't stand a girl with this kind of personality. He still liked the girls in class 8 more. Zhao Jinliang clapped his hands and shouted, "Quiet, quiet, tell me something." The boys in the class, such as Beihan, looked over, not knowing what he was going to announce. Zhao Jinliang said, "Before the fun sports meet, I made a bet with class 8. Upon hearing the bet, class 7 immediately made a sensation. "Brother Zhao, what are you betting on?" Beihan was curious. Not only him, but also other male classmates had anticipation on their faces. Because before, class 8 and class 2 made a bet, which caused a lot of uproar. In the end, Li Shi from class 2 went to class 8 to dance. Everyone subconsciously thought about that. Zhao Jinliang was like the spiritual leader of class 7. He said truthfully, "Yes, it's just what you think. I made a bet with class 8 on dancing. And now, the result is out." Facing the expectant eyes of many boys, Zhao Jinliang shouted, "We won. Fuck, awesome. Brother Zhao is awesome." The cheers in class 7 stronghold were deafening, and the other classes around couldn't help but look sideways when they heard it. Beihan asked again, "Brother Zhao, who'll dance?" The girl with short hair in red? The scene of Yang Sheng raising the flag and winning the championship was so shocking that everyone remembered that girl. Everyone asked questions at once. Zhao Jinliang said, "It's not a certain person, but a group." "Do you still remember the girl from class 8 who danced at the opening ceremony of the school celebration yesterday?" Bohan said excitedly. I know, she was the girl from class 8 who held the sign at the entrance ceremony of the sports meeting. Her name is Bayuksha, and she is very beautiful. Wow. The male classmates were even more excited. In the past, they could only watch from afar on the podium, but now they actually came to their class in person to dance for them. Brother Zao, you will be the leader of our class 7 in the future. I will obey you without any support from the wall. A student shouted. Bohan, my brother Zao will be the boss of class 7 in the future. After a round of flattery, Zao Jinayang was so happy that he was flushed. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been as glorious as today. Everyone in the class revolved around him. He was the god of class 7. After a while, everyone stopped praising and someone asked, Brother Zao, when will Bayuksha come? Can you tell us the time? Zao Jinayang thought for a moment and said, soon, in 5 minutes. Great. The boys in class 7 were looking forward to it. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of happy times. Soon, 3 girls appeared in front of the class 7 base and looked around for 2 seconds. Zao Jinayang was shocked at first sight when he saw these 3 girls. How should he describe it? He thought of animals in nature, big black bears, wild boars, and flounders. Zao Jinayang resisted the physical discomfort and asked, classmates, who are you looking for? Pang Jiao grinned and laughed, ha ha ha. Zhang Yifei was also laughing, haha. Wang Yanan covered her mouth, her 2 strange eyes rolling around. Zao Jinayang was confused and stared at Pang Jiao, not knowing why. Pang Jiao's eyes were like cows, and she threw a coquettish look. Why are you staring at me so bluntly? Zao Jinayang felt as if he was hit in the chest by a hammer, and the students in class 7 were shocked. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Wang Yanan lined up in a row, as if they had rehearsed it. They posed and shouted in unison, I heard you want to enjoy my dancing? Class 8's base. Wang Lang shouted anxiously, Brother Ma, class 7 has exploded. From this place, the class 7 base was in pieces, and the students were running in all directions, as if a bomb had been dropped into it. Cuiu covered his stomach and laughed wildly. Fuck, I'm so happy. Although he couldn't get Tang Fu from class 7 to come and dance, it was worth it to see this scene. Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kunan were also very happy to see class 7 explode. Zao Jinayang fled to class 8. His face was livid, and he pointed at Cuiu angrily and asked, you are fucking lying to me, right? Cuiu was not panicked at all. He spread his hands and said, I'm talking about the girl group. Pang Jiao and the others are the girl group of our class. He looked very reasonable. Zao Jinayang was furious. He had told everyone in class 7 about so many girls dancing, and everyone was looking forward to it, but the final result was just like this. He hated it so much that he wanted to tear Cuiu apart alive. You are looking for death. Zao Jinayang lost his mind and stepped forward to grab Cuiu's collar. Cuiu took a step back nimbly. Meng Jiui stood in front of him. Brother, what's the matter? Can't afford to play? Shan Kaiquan had long disliked Zao Jinayang. He said bluntly, you dare to try? You can't afford to play, right? Wang Lang jumped out. Let me be fair. Did Cuiu lie to you? I didn't lie to you, did I? And we are willing to accept the loss. Cuiu was fearless. I made a bet with class 1 for the same reason, and they asked in advance which group we would be in. It's your fault that you are not smart. Zao Jinayang looked at the boys blocking his way. He only hated that he could not transform into a god or a demon, otherwise he would kill all gods and destroy everything that stood in his way. Cuiu said, what are you looking at? Do you think you are Jiang Ning? Cuiu was not panicked. Although Zao Jinayang was very strong, Cuiu thought he would not suffer too much if they really fought. Besides, he had good brothers to help him. Zao Jinayang finally restrained his temper. Damn it, just wait and see. He left angrily after saying something harsh. Cuiu said kindly, today I am teaching you a lesson. Don't think you are the smartest in the world. Wang Lang looked at Cuiu and said, Brother Cuiu is so strong. Cuiu thanked him. Thanks to the brothers for their help. Otherwise we might have to fight. Under the tree, Jiuo Ran saw the situation of class 8 and said, your class is restless again. Jiang Ning said, "You will get used to it." Then he stood up. "I have another competition. Do you want to join us?" Jiuo Ran looked up at him. "What competition?" Jiang Ning, princess relay race. "It sounds interesting. I'll go and see." She was alone and had no interest in it. She put her hands on the ground, straightened her lithe body, and redelineated all the beautiful curves. Jiuo Ran's elegant face was full of charming charm. She said in a joking tone, "Teacher cheers for you. Are you happy? Thanks to Zhang Wuji 000000000 for the reward. Thank you very much. In addition, the recent updates are good. Please vote for me. The double monthly ticket event will end soon. Everyone vote now. I will keep updating twice a week." Chapter 333. Pour the wine. Monitor, can I be your princess? Yu Wen looked at the monitor with a pair of passionate eyes. Monitor Huang Zhangfei took the lead and was the first contestant to participate. If she became a princess, she could be held in the arms of the monitor. When she thought of that scene, Yu Wen's heart almost flew away. This is what she has been dreaming of since the beginning of the school year. Yu Wen screamed in her heart, "I love sports games. I love sports games so much." Not only Yu Wen, but other girls in the class gathered around the monitor like selected concubines, waiting for Huang Zhangfei to turn over the cards. Even Pang Zhao, Zhang Yifei and Wang Yan'an were looking forward to it. Huang Zhangfei was unable to make a decision for a while. On the other side, there was Jiuo Kunan, who was alone and unknown. He looked lost. As a contestant of the princess relay race of class 8, why was he not favored by girls? Cuiu was drinking Fanta, watching the excitement over there. He looked down on them, a bunch of vulgar women. Lukaki was eating melon seeds, not liking what she heard, and said, "Why are they vulgar?" Cuiu said loudly, "Shouldn't we be like me when participating in the sports meet, devoting ourselves to the class? We should learn to unite, not just to satisfy our own desires." Lukaki understood and was shocked by Cuiu's vision for a second, but she was not one of those little brothers who would bow down to him. She didn't agree with Cuiu at all, let alone be convinced by him. Lukaki attacked him personally. "You want to participate, but no one has been your princess yet?" After she said this, she spat out a mouthful of melon seed shells, insulting him to the maximum. Cuiu was irritated by her. What a vulgar, crude woman. Cuiu shouted in a loud voice, "If no one is my princess, then I will be the princess." The classmates around him were all shocked by him. Wang Langlong was shocked and said, "Cuiu, are you crazy?" Cuiu stood up, with a strange expression on his face. "I want to contribute to the class." After that, he ran to Huang Zhangfei and shouted, "Class monitor, choose me, I'm light." Yu Wen and the girls in the class immediately retorted, "Get out of here, what's your business?" Cuiu had already made up his mind. He had been unhappy with Yu Wen and the others for a long time. "Don't you want to be hugged by the class monitor? Well, today I will set an example and put an end to it all." Cuiu said confidently, "The rules of the relay race are for both men and women. Why can you do it but I can't? Are you discriminating against me? Besides, it's more convenient to hug a boy. You don't have to pay attention to etiquette. Isn't it easier to win the championship? Don't you think so, class monitor?" Cuiu gave a righteous speech in the eyes of the girls. Huang Zhangfei was still struggling, and now someone showed up. It was a good opportunity to make a choice. Cuiu became the princess as she wished. Lukaki was still eating melon seeds when Yu Wen ran to her and slammed the table with a loud bang. Wang Langlong kindly reminded her, "You disturbed Marja from playing games." Yu Wen was furious. She looked at Cuiu next to the monitor, as if she was looking at a little bitch. "Cuiu, wait for me." Such a good opportunity was ruined by Cuiu. Lukaki didn't say anything. She was afraid that, if she said too much, Yu Wen would know that she was the one who induced Cuiu's action. The princess relay race is located on the track. The total length is 200 meters, and each 50 meters is a journey. Therefore, each class has 4 players. At the starting line, Huang Zhangfei and Cuiu stood together. They were the starting players, and needed to gain an advantage in the first round. Next to them, at a glance, they were Class 1, Wei Zhuan with Du Chuan. Class 7 Zhao Jinliang with a thin boy. Class 9 Yan Xianpeng, leading Shi Qianjin. The only thing that attracted more attention was Class 5 Ko Kun with their class Meng Xian. This is a rare combination of men and women. After all, everyone is a high school student. Although the name of the project is called Princess Relay Race, everyone is reluctant to let go and still choose the same sex. It's not like playing games with colleagues in the future. That's really a combination of men and women. Ko Kun looked around and saw the combination of other men. He was proud. Meng Xian is beautiful, with her bangs in front of her forehead, and looks like a good girl. It's very face-saving to be able to play with such a girl. There are many groups of players at the starting line. It's not that there are no male and female combinations, but Meng Xian's beauty is far superior to other girls. Ko Kun feels comfortable all over. As a boy, he has already won at the starting line. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 stared at Cuiyu with hatred. It was this kid who made him lose face in the class. His reputation dropped sharply, and he became the laughing stock of class 7. Zhao Jinliang hated him so much that he wanted to bite his flesh. Cuiyu ignored this enemy at all. Cuiyu looked at the girl from class 5 with an unrestricted look, wanting to see through her. Meng Xian felt uncomfortable being looked at by him. She turned to Cuiyu with a blank expression and a hint of disgust in her eyes. If it were an ordinary boy, he would have turned his head away when being looked at by a girl like that. However, Cuiyu was such a person that his expression became more and more obscene. Ko Kun from class 5 looked at Cuiyu unhappily and said in a bad tone, "What are you looking at?" Cuiyu then turned his attention to Ko Kun. This boy was tall and thin, the type most popular among girls, with short hair and very hard hair. If his good brother Meng Jiui had Ko Kun's hair quality, he would not have to spray hairspray every day. Cuiyu was amazed. "You are so interesting. A man and a woman match." Meng Xian said coldly, "What's your business?" "Wow." Cuiyu clapped his hands. "It tastes good. I like it. Are you sick?" Ko Kun wanted to hit someone. Huang Zhanfei, the monitor, quickly advised, "Okay, Cuiyu, concentrate on the competition." Cuiyu said, "Class 5, right? Wait until the second year of high school. I'll wait for your class to disband." After saying this, Cuiyu said no more. The road ahead is long and the future is bright. Ko Kun and Meng Xian were furious after hearing this, as if their tails were stepped on. Their classes' grades were the last in the grade, and when they were divided into arts and science in the second year of high school, their class would most likely be disbanded. These things are usually not discussed openly, but now they are being torn apart in front of people. Princess Relay Race, the last seat. Jiang Ning stood still. Chen Xiao and Bai Yuxia were all waiting at the finish line, where there were many students from other classes, because this was the last leg to decide the winner. The signal gun was fired. The starting line began to race. Huang Zhanfei picked up Cuiyu in a princess hug. Yu Wen, who was watching, widened her eyes. If it wasn't Cuiyu, she would be the one lying in the monitor's arms now. It is difficult to run fast while holding someone. Huang Zhanfei's physical fitness is average, so his speed is very slow. He fell to the last place, the worst one. However, in Yuen's opinion, the slower the monitor runs, the better, so that she can stay in the monitor's arms, preferably for 10,000 years. Among the contestants, the most eye-catching is Yan Xianpeng from class 9. He is 1.9 meters tall and has a body as strong as a mountain. He directly carried Shi Qianjin. Yan Xianpeng strode forward, leading all the contestants. Shenzhou from class 9 laughed. "Look, Qianjin is flying." Shenzhen from class 9, standing at the last seat, looked at the leading contestants in his class from behind. After the passionate sports meeting, he was gradually recovering. This kind of youthful, fully engaged competition can best heal the wounds in the heart. Shenzhen's whole spirit has improved. With such an advantage, he will lead the contestants in his class to win the championship. In addition to Yan Xianpeng, the combination of Ko Kun and Meng Xian, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, also attracted attention. Ko Kun held Meng Xian horizontally and ran forward quickly. He was full of strength at this moment. Meng Xian was watched by the classmates around her. Because Ko Kun was not strong enough, Her body was stiff and uncomfortable, and she was particularly embarrassed. It was not pleasant to be held like a princess. Meng Xian felt that she was now a pig with 4 legs up in the air. Come on, come on. There was a shouting at the side of the track. Yan Xianpeng was the first to rush to the relay point and handed Shi Qianjin to another strong boy in the class. Class 9 continued to lead. The students in Class 9 shouted wildly. It seemed that their class could win another award. Kao Kun held Meng Xian and rushed to the second seat in the relay race. A round-faced boy who was waiting there was ready to take over Meng Xian with a smile on his face. As a result, Kao Kun shouted to the boy next to the runway, and immediately a thin boy rushed out and jumped into the arms of the round-faced boy. This game is quite free, and the princess can be changed in the middle. The round-faced boy cursed in his heart and hurried to continue the game. Kao Kun was stunned. He had been eyeing Meng Xian since the beginning of the school year. He gave up a forest and pursued her for almost a year. How could he let others get involved? Huang Zhongfei failed to get off to a good start. When Jiuo Kunan took over, Class 8 was far behind. Cuiu landed, leaped, and rode on Jiuo Kunan's back like a cavalryman with a sword drawn, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Cavalry company, charge!" Jiuo Kunan carried Cuiu on his back and ran away, but his physical fitness was not outstanding. Moreover, Jiuo Kunan was carrying a boy on his back, and he felt weak all over. Shan Keiquan cheered, "Brother Nan, charge! Wang Long Long, charge, charge, charge!" Not only did Jiuo Kunan fail to narrow the gap, but he was left further behind. When it came to the third seat, Zhang Kai quickly took Cuiu and rushed forward. On the podium, a cheering script was heard. "This is a struggle of will. This is a challenge of speed. Victory is waving to you. Victory is calling to you. The petrel is soaring over the sea. The eagle is fighting in the sky. You are running on the field. Class 9 of Senior 1. Go for it." Zhang Kai was stimulated by the voice. The Class 9 contestants far ahead of him tried their best. He wanted to win the prize. He wanted to make money. Zhang Kai was very strong, worthy of being a prospective sports student. With his full burst, he closed the gap a little. About to rush to the last seat, Cuiu shouted to Ma Shicheng and others on the side of the track, "It's getting better." The last seat was Jiang Ning. Cuiu was still a little clear about Jiang Ning's strength. Maybe there was a chance to overtake. Cuiu was excited and moved around while shouting. Zhang Kai was rushing, and perhaps he was affected. His steps were messed up, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. The fall was not light, but Zhang Kai was not injured because Cuiu was in front of him as a cushion. Cuiu fell and screamed. Jiang Ning looked at Cuiu at his feet without saying a word. The student life committee member Hu Jun rushed out and shouted, "Jiang Ning, I will take care of this. You continue the competition. The class honor comes first, and you have to rescue the injured classmates while keeping a big picture in mind. However, the princess of the princess relay baton is gone, so what's the point of running?" In a hurry, Hu Jun shouted, "Who wants to be the princess? Is there anyone? Hurry up, there is no time." Seeing that Class 9 next door was about to reach the finish line, but they haven't even decided on the princess. Chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran was taking pictures, and at this moment, her eyes met Jiang Ning. Jiuo Ran put the phone in Ma Shicheng's hand and ran to the stadium. "I can't care about so much, the competition is important." Jiuo Ran said something and jumped into Jiang Ning's arms. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to hug her tightly. She was very soft, light and gentle. Jiang Ning was speechless. Didn't he say that he didn't respect his teacher before? Now for the competition. He didn't care about his modesty at all. He didn't say anything, picked up Jiuo Ran and chased forward. Since the teacher came out to help in person, it would be unfair to her if he didn't win the championship. Jiang Ning used a little bit of his strength. Du Chuan from Class 1 rode on Yuan Xiaomeo's back and watched Jiang Ning surpass him. Oh my god. It's out of reach. And for some reason, he always felt that the girl Jiang Ning was holding seemed a little familiar. Beihan from Class 7 was struggling forward. He was a seeded player in the high jump, so his physique was needless to say. Beihan held people and ran on the playground with only the finish line in his mind. It's almost there, almost there, almost there. He was limited by his perspective and couldn't see the players behind him. However, the audience on both sides of the track could see it clearly. Oh my god, look, look. Fast, too fast. So fast. In their sight, a figure ran from behind at a very fast speed, surpassing several contestants in a row. The speed was so fast that it was as if it was faster than others running a 100-meter sprint. Jiuo ran curled up in Jiang Ning's arms. She could feel the speed more clearly than others. There was also a surge. Jiuo ran had a strange thought. Jiang Ning's physical strength is really good. The wind blew up her hair, tickling her skin a little. She raised her head slightly and could see Jiang Ning's beautiful Adam's apple up close. The next second, Jiang Ning passed the Bohan combination of class 7. There were only Shi Qianjin and Shen Xinli from class 9 in front. Class 9 was only 10 meters away from the finish line. The finish line was right in front of them. The students in their class shouted frantically, with veins on their foreheads bulging, "Shen Xinli, hurry up, faster." Shen Xinli ran desperately. The Shi Qianjin in him wanted to surpass Newton's law and run in the air to help. "The championship is ours," Shen Xinli shouted in his heart. Jiang Ning slightly accelerated and went up one more level. With the shouts, his figure surpassed class 9 in front of him, crossed the finish line first, and won the championship. Class 8, Jiang Ning. Shen Xinli was shocked. The first place is gone. In a trance, he was stimulated, his mind went blank, and his steps were messed up. Shen Xinli fell forward. No, I can't lose again, otherwise I can't even keep the second place. Shen Xinli, with his strong willpower and amazing skills, led Shi Qianjin, and rolled forward smoothly, and rolled across the finish line. After winning the championship, Jiang Ning put Jiuo Ran down, and helped her stand firmly. At this moment, Jiuo Ran actually felt a little empty. Those feelings of security disappeared in an instant, and the air around him seemed turbid. Jiang Ning was surrounded by classmates. He first thanked them. "Teacher Jiuo, thanks to you, otherwise our class would have no hope." "Chen Xiaoyu, that's right, Teacher Jiuo, you are so nice." Before the competition started, she wanted to be a princess, but she gave up when she thought about being hugged by other boys. Moreover, Chen Xiaoyu and her sister were in the same group. If only she and Jiang Ning cooperated, it would not work. She had to call her sister, otherwise her sister would definitely blame her. After the princess competition, Jiang Ning returned to the sunshade of class 8. At this time, the sun was about to set, and the second day of the sports meeting was about to end. Jiuo Kanan talked to Ma Shichen. Jiang Ning hugged teacher Jiuo Ran. He was envious to death. Why wasn't I in the 4th seat? He was extremely annoyed. If it was him at that time, how great it would be. If you can hug a beautiful female teacher like a princess, it is definitely a rare experience in life. I really don't know what it feels like. Ma Shichen glanced at him and brooded for 2 seconds. "Brother Nan, people still have to know themselves." Jiuo Kanan was hit by a basin of cold water and calmed down. He recalled the usual relationship between Jiuo Ran and Jiang Ning, including being the representative of the chemistry class, sending snacks, etc. He sighed deeply. Ma Shichen also sighed. "Brother Ma, why are you sighing?" Jiuo Kanan thought. Brother Ma is living a very comfortable life now. He has money, games to play, and he doesn't have to worry about love. Ma Shichen didn't say anything. He was worried. How did Brother Nan become what he is now? He falls in love with every beautiful girl he sees. "Keiquen, why didn't you participate in the competition?" Jiuo Kanan asked again. Shan Keiquen said rationally, "Since I thought it through, I know what I want." Jiuo Kanan didn't understand. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei and Wang Yanan nearby were having a heated discussion. Pang Jiao covered her big face with her big hands and yelled shyly, "Why doesn't anyone hug me?" Zhang Yifei, who has a square face, pouted, "I also want a sweet princess hug." They were very puzzled why they were so outstanding, but no one took the initiative to hug them. Wang Langlang's mouth twitched, and he raised his voice. "The princesses are worth a lot of money, and common people would never dare to do that." Pang Jiao and the others were very relieved to hear this, and their favorability towards Wang Langlang increased significantly. Cuiu was putting on a band-aid, which he got from Huan Yasu to save him from going to the infirmary. He glanced at Pang Jiao and the others, and felt something was wrong. Where did Li Shengnan go? Since he invited several people to dance in class 7, only Li Shengnan was not there. Class 9. Xinli, don't blame yourself, you are already very strong. Yes, in the end, we didn't lose the limelight of class 9. Yan Shai and Peng comforted. You just met a monster. Shenzhou said truthfully, Jiang Ning from class 8 is definitely a monster, too talented. Shi Qianjin also advised, and everyone was afraid that he would have problems. Who made Shenzhen collapse so easily now? Seeing the enthusiasm of a group of classmates, Shenzhen smiled with his fair face. Don't worry, I'm fine. The monitor of their class said, Xinli, you did a great job. The spirit of the sports meeting is fully demonstrated in you. Shenzhen, it's nothing, it's what I should do. Shi Qianjin looked at the wound on Shenzhen's knee, which was scratched by the struggle just now, and there was blood on it. Xinli, let's go to the infirmary, Shi Qianjin suggested. Shenzhen said, it's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt at all. He sat steadily and drank water calmly to show his masculinity. The monitor said, let's go and have a look in case of infection. Shenzhou, that's right, wipe some alcohol. Shi Qianjin, yes, get some alcohol disinfection. After a round of persuasion, Shenzhen reluctantly went to the school infirmary with the support of several people. Shenzhen is no longer an ordinary student now, but a hero who has made contributions to the class. Along the way, Shenzhen was in high spirits, wearing fine clothes, and riding a horse, pointing out the Jiangshan, and he was very happy. It was as if he had found the youthful spirit when he just started school. Several people were very relieved. Was Shenzhen in pain? Of course it hurt. The blood on his knee wound was obvious. How could it not hurt? However, compared with the refreshing feeling in his heart, what was this pain and this injury? Shenzhen stepped into the school clinic. He sat on the bench, just like Guan Yu scraping his bones in history. He shouted with great spirits, waiter, bring the wine. Shi Qianjin, brotherly has style. As soon as the voice fell, a female warrior walked out of the side room. She was full of flesh, with a rough face, big thick eyebrows, angry eyes, and angry hair, like a wild bull. Li Shengnan roared, you want to drink? Shenzhen recognized this female classmate. He shivered with fear, his face turned even paler, and he stammered, I'm not. Recommended daily article by Wanjun. Book title, Return to the Small Fishing Village in 1982 Introduction. This is a daily fishing article. There is no pretense or face slapping, only the leisure of going up the mountains and down the sea. Daily life, fishing, farming, raising children, family affairs. Chapter 334 Landlord. In the afternoon, the sports meet was temporarily over. Tonight, all the students from the first to the third year of high school stayed in school for evening self-study. Therefore, Jiang Ning did not go home for dinner. He called Zhu Yuantong, who was in the office, and said that she was not hungry at all, and did not need to bring food, so she allowed Jiang Ning to move freely. That's right, in Jiang Ning's spiritual monitoring, Zhu Yuantong had been eating snacks for half a day. Teacher, let's go, Jiang Ning said. He and Jiuo Ran had agreed in advance that he would treat them tonight. Don't we have to move these things? Jiuo Ran pointed to the tables, chairs, benches, and water dispensers at the base of class 8. The life committee member Hu Jun opened his voice and said, teachers, you go first. Jiang Ning is an athlete in our class and has made contributions to the class. Why should he do these small tasks? Leave these small tasks to us. Hu Jun shouted at the students to work. The students on the playground evacuated outside in small groups. It was approaching dusk, and the setting sun shone on the lawn, and people were immersed in it. Some carried stools, some lifted tables, and students talked in 2s and 3s, creating a scene of the end. However, everyone knows that this is only a short separation, and tomorrow, there will be the finals of the school sports meet. Jiang Ning walked in the afterglow of the sunset, his body dyed with golden light. Jiuo Ren walked with him, and she looked at this scene from afar, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't feel anything when she was there before, but seeing such a scene again many years later, she had a different feeling. Wasn't she one of the participants in the previous sports meet? Jiuo ran sighed and said with emotion, "It's great. How great would it be if there was a chance to start over in life?" It was this inexplicable feeling that made her cooperate with Jiang Ning to play a game. She barely regained some of the carefree days of her student days. Jiang Ning noticed her strangeness and smiled. "Teacher, are you thinking about the past?" Jiuo Ran said frankly, "Yes, I really envy you. I told you that you must cherish your time in school. This may be the happiest period of your life. Jiang Ning, it turns out that you are getting older and like to reason." Jiuo Ran wanted to pinch him after hearing this. She was about to enter the teacher's state and was ready to teach Jiang Ning, hoping that he would listen, but in the end, he actually said this. She was left in a dilemma and felt unsatisfied. Dinner was at a restaurant. The boss and his wife were very nice. When it rained, Jiang Ning would bring Zhu Yuantang here to eat. At this time, there was only one table of guests in the restaurant. The proprietress greeted them warmly. She was quite familiar with old customers like Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning found a table at the corner and sat down. "Boss, what dishes do you recommend today?" The boss's wife introduced. "Try our pickled fish. We make the pickled cabbage ourselves. It is authentic and clean. We guarantee that it is different from the one sold outside." Jiang Ning nodded. "I know that the pickled cabbage of many manufacturers is very dirty." The boss's wife opened her mouth. "Yes, they make a lot of pickled cabbage at a time, and the workers step on it with their shoes. If you see the production environment, you will definitely not be able to eat it." After chatting for a few words, the boss's wife said, "Our pickled fish is a bit expensive, 38 per serving, but you can definitely eat it with peace of mind." The reason why she recommended this dish is because she knows that Jiang Ning is not short of money. If it were other students, a meal would cost at most a dozen yuan. Jiang Ning said, "1 serving of pickled fish, another serving of green pepper and fried egg, and 3 yuan of unpaste bread." The boss's wife listened and said, "Okay, I'll give you another pot of mung bean soup." They are regular customers, and the boss's wife knows how to do business. Jiuo Ran looked at Jiang Ning's skillful posture of ordering food, and he was afraid that he came here often. While waiting for the meal, students began to enter the store, and the number of customers gradually increased. Green bean soup was served first. Jiuo Ran was a little thirsty, so he drank half a bowl in one gulp. Jiuo Ran slowed down and weighed her words. "Jiang Ning, in the afternoon competition, the teacher was playing a game with you. I was cooperating with you to help your class win. She only started working last year, but as a young female teacher, she knew something about high school boys. She was worried that Jiang Ning would think too much, so she said one more thing. Although Jiang Ning had saved her and gave her a special impression, Jiang Ning was too young, and Jiuo Ran only regarded him as a younger brother who could be taken care of." After hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes were clear, and he said as a matter of course, "I know, it's just a game." "Oh." Jiuo Ran was relieved. Then, the atmosphere seemed slightly awkward. Jiuo Ran felt embarrassed, and she should have known not to say it earlier. Anyway, Jiang Ning would understand. What kind of thing is it to say this? It made her seem so serious. No matter what, Jiuo Ran was still a girl in her early 20s. She was not very tactful in handling problems, so she was easily idealistic and immature. Fortunately, the boss served the dishes. The pickled fish tasted very good, smooth, and delicious. Jiuo Ran ate a lot of cakes. While enjoying the food, the unnaturalness gradually disappeared, and the two of them resumed their previous relationship. After the meal, Jiuo Ran's lips were rosy from the spicy food, as if she had applied natural lipstick. She leaned back in the chair to rest. Jiang Ning shouted, "Boss, check out." The proprietress blurted out, "A total of 51 yuan. I'll give you a 0, and give you 50. Jiuo Ran took the initiative to pay. Jiang Ning said he would treat them to a meal before, and she agreed verbally, but how could she let a student pay? Jiang Ning had already taken out the money, and he said, "I'll do it this time. This is your first time here. I have to do my best to be a good host." The proprietress looked at the two of them. With her many years of experience in running a store, she knew that they would have to shove each other before they could decide who would pay. She had seen it many times and was used to it. As a result, Jiang Ran only heard holding up 50 yuan and said domineeringly, "I'm the landlord." In the end, it was Jiang Ran who paid. Jiang Ning knew that she had just started working and her salary was not high. She loved to buy snacks, and Zhu Yuantong, who was ignorant of the world, ate her snacks. It is estimated that today's meal money has dealt another heavy blow to her already poor financial conditions. After Jiang Ran finished eating, he remembered to ask, "What will Zhu Yuantong eat in the evening? Do you want to buy her something?" Jiang Ning, "It's okay, let her starve." Jiang Ran, "Okay." Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't let Zhu Yuantong really starve. She just wasn't hungry now, and she would probably be hungry in the middle of the evening self-study. Jiang Ning sent a message to Xiao Shuangshang in advance and asked the company cafeteria to send a portion when the time came. When they arrived at school, Jiang Ning and Jiang Ran parted in front of the number 3 teaching building. Jiang Ran continued to be her chemistry teacher. Jiang Ning continued to be his student in class 8 of the first grade of high school. In the back row of the classroom, Jiao Kunan and Ma Shichen gathered together to chat. "Brother Ma, do you know the girl in the relay race this afternoon?" Jiao Kunan asked. In fact, he was more interested in the chemistry teacher Jiao Ran, but since she was a teacher, he had to move on to another girl. Ma Shichen said, "Meng Xian from class 5 is quite interesting." Jiao Kunan, "I know her name is Meng Xian. I want to know more detailed information, such as her past." Ma Shichen was silent for 2 seconds. "Brother Nan, that's not the case." Jiao Kunan immediately assured, "Brother Ma, don't you still believe in me? Ask everyone here, what kind of person is my brother Nan? Cuiu, is your brother Kunan powerful?" Ma Shichen was speechless. He motioned for Wang Lang to speak. Intelligence work is what Lang is best at. When Wang Lang thought of Meng Xian, he thought of the past when Meng Xian beat up his deskmate in front of him in elementary school, and he didn't dare to fight back. Seeing his strange expression, Ma Shichen was going to say something, but Wang Lang seemed to have overcome something, and he confided, "I know about Meng Xian." Jiao Kunan, "Wow, brother Long never lets me down. Tell me who she is, I want to know about her." Facing the curiosity of several people, Wang Lang slowly said, "I will tell you about her elementary school life. Meng Xian is from our school." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately understood. She is just a troublemaker. Cuiu said, "I also had her in elementary school. The few I know have all dropped out of school and are probably working on construction sites." Wang Lang continued, "There used to be a group in our school called Crying Blood Rose, and the captain was called Blood Rose. There are also black roses and white roses in it." Jiao Kunan was witty. "Is Meng Xian the purple rose?" Wang Lang, "You guessed it right. At that time, the Crying Blood Rose was very powerful, and Meng Xian played an important role in it. Maybe she has changed now, but I don't have a good impression of her." Cuiu said, "She had a conflict with me today. Brothers, wait. When she falls into my hands in the future, I will let you see how I can subdue the purple rose." Several people imagined how to subdue the rose. Zhang Kai ran over and said mysteriously, "Brothers, do you know that our school has planted peach trees?" Wang Lang, "Or nectarine trees?" Jiao Kunan said, "Nectarines are delicious. You can eat them after rinsing them with water. Unlike hairy peaches, you have to peel them." Zhang Kai invited, "Brothers, do you want to try them?" "No, it is clearly written on it. Anyone who dares to steal peaches will be punished if caught." Wang Lang did not take risks. Jiao Kunan declined. "I heard that there are surveillance cameras. Anyone who dares to steal peaches will be caught. Everyone is studying in school, so they don't break school rules for a few melons and dates." Zhang Kai said stubbornly, "I'm afraid of him." Cuiu looked at him with displeasure. "Just give it a try." "Zhang Kai, let's try it." Evening self-study began. Huang Zhangfei went to the podium first and talked about the competition items for tomorrow, which were long distance running, the finals of several key items, and the tug-of-war event for everyone to participate in. After he finished speaking, he saw that the audience was still in a turmoil. There were sports meets in the past 2 days, and there would be another sports meet tomorrow, so everyone had a short holiday. Everyone was wild and could not concentrate on studying. In the chaos, Chen Qian, who was studying alone, became an outlier. Huang Zhangfei announced, "I have asked the class teacher for permission. Everyone can watch a movie tonight." When the classmates heard this, they were so excited that the classroom immediately became boiling. Chen Xiqing turned around and said happily, "Jiang Ning, let's watch a movie tonight." Bai Yuxia was also looking at him. She still remembered the scene in the afternoon when Jiang Ning ran with the chemistry teacher in his arms. She was a little curious. What was it like to run with the teacher in his arms? But she was embarrassed to ask in person. This question was still too explicit. If she asked, how would Jiang Ning look at her? Huang Zhangfei prepared the memory card and asked everyone to choose a movie. Zhang Kai shouted, "Horror movie, let's have some horror excitement." Cuiyu shouted, "Watch an art film." Meng Gui, "Is it the art film I thought of?" Pang Jiao yelled, "Why watch a horror movie? It's so scary." Cuiyu cursed in his heart, "Your existence is a horror movie." Pang Jiao said in a dull but bassy weak voice, "I don't want to watch horror movies. I will be scared and hide in my brother's arms." Zhang Yifei, who has a square face, said, "Jiao Jiao, you are so cute when you look like a little bird." Wu Zhaoqi almost vomited. An unknown voice came from the back of the classroom, "I think you are a little tower." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Pang Jiao turned his huge head to the back row and yelled, "Who said that? Who are you?" However, no one responded. Everyone continued to chatter about choosing movies. In such chaos, Jiang Ning, who was in the southwest corner of the classroom, did not participate in the dispute. He held a book and ignored the noise. His deskmate Zhu Yuantang was lying on the table, looking idle. She called out to Jiang Ning, but unfortunately her voice was very small and drowned out by more noise. Jiang Ning caught it, and he cast a spiritual power array to eliminate and reduce the noise from all directions. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ning asked her. "I want to go to the playground tomorrow." She had played in the teaching building for 2 days, and it was time for her to patrol the playground. See if the performance of Jiang Ning, her #1 general, has brought down her prestige. Then come on, there's tug-of-war tomorrow. Jiang Ning said. "Zhu Yuantang, let me show you what it means to be possessed by divine power." Jiang Ning sneered. She only had that little strength. Zhu Yuantang immediately glared at him angrily. Jiang Ning would look down on her. "Are you happy these 2 days?" Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized that she had played for 2 whole days. Jiang Ning boasted, "Don't mention how happy I am. TSK, I'm happier than you." Zhu Yuantang was not to be outdone. Jiang Ning continued to read. Zhu Yuantang didn't ask any more questions. Her small body was still lying on the table. The class was still choosing movies, with Zhang Kai's horror film, Cuiyu's art film, Yuan's love film, and Jiuo Cunan's disaster film, each with its own opinion. The classmates were arguing. Zhu Yuantang lay comfortably, but she looked out the window from time to time, and she smiled while looking like a sly person. After repeating it several times, Jiang Ning thought she was looking at the scenery outside the window, and he said, "If you want to see it, I'll change seats with you." Zhu Yuantang shook his head. Jiang Ning, huh? Zhu Yuantang giggled. "Silly, I'm looking at you." At night, it was dark outside and bright in the house. The glass had a mirror-like effect, and she could just see Jiang Ning's profile. Jiang Ning was surprised. "I'm here. Why am I looking at the glass?" Zhu Yuantang said seriously, "I want to see what you look like when you can't see me, Jiang Ning." She felt interesting and observed Jiang Ning's face, expression, and movements from another angle. With her extraordinary wisdom, she could easily find out Jiang Ning's true and false. "Jiang Ning, then what do I look like?" Zhu Yuantang pinched her little finger and calculated and made up. "I don't care if you have a full forehead, a handsome face, and an extraordinary temperament." Jiang Ning, "Nonsense, don't look at it." Zhu Yuantang turned his head. "Huh, I don't care. I won't look at you again." Chapter 335. This is my plan. Evening self-study, Class 8 classroom. Jiang Ning was talking to Zhu Yuantang when suddenly there was a noise outside the formation, and he slowly removed the spirit formation. The many noises in the classroom disappeared, and only the two of them kept arguing. It turned out that Cuiyu and Zankai had quarreled. Bayuxia and the others were watching the fun, and her sister Chen Saiking had a plum candy in her mouth, and her little tongue was nimbly circling around. Zankai made a personal attack. You don't care about your face at all. Last time you watched a movie in English class, you were slapped by teacher Chen Haiyang. Have you forgotten? You are still watching an art film tonight. How dare you say that? Zankai's words were like knives, stabbing into Cuiyu's heart. He had disliked Cuiyu for a long time. What a jerk, jumping around in the classroom every day and annoying students from other classes. Compared with him, Cuiyu is a scumbag. Shameless. Cuiyu still had a playful smile on his face. You're so awesome. You're selling a router and you're blocked by hundreds of people in our grade. Look at Shenzhou from class 9. His business is booming. And look at you. You're a loser. If I had a son like you, I'd slap him. In the back of the classroom, Hujun and Jiuo Kunan were watching the fun, and no one tried to stop the fight. Ma Shiqing, who was playing games, was startled. He looked up and wondered, aren't you choosing a movie? Wang Lang said excitedly, Brother Ma, isn't this better than a movie? If two people stabbed each other in the heart and finally competed to see who was more shameless, it was obvious that Cuiyu was better. Zankai stood up suddenly, pointed at him, and shouted, why don't you slap him and try? Come on, slap him. He stretched his face over. Cuiyu didn't slap him, he wasn't stupid. If he started first, he would definitely be held responsible if the fight got out of hand. If you ask me to slap him, I'll slap him. Dad doesn't have a son like you. Cuiyu argued. Zankai rushed out of his seat, and several male classmates around him did not try to stop him, and a fight was about to break out. Huang Zhangfei hurried down to stop him. He opened his arms and blocked Zankai's way. There will be a sports meet soon, and the alumni may still be in school. If you make a big fuss, you may be expelled. When the word expulsion was mentioned, Zankai restrained his movements a lot, and he stopped. Be careful next time. After leaving a sentence, Zankai left with a sullen face. Huang Zhangfei breathed a sigh of relief, and for some reason, he felt like crying with joy. Finally, as the monitor of class 8, he successfully stopped a dispute. He suddenly had a thought. I wish the alumni were always there. When Cuiyu saw Zankai leaving, a flash of anger flashed across his face. Zankai, you wait. After the class calmed down, Huang Zhangfei stopped everyone from choosing a movie. Who would have thought that choosing a movie would almost lead to a fight? He made the decision. Let's watch a science fiction movie. I have two good ones in my USB drive. One is 2012 and the other is A Day After Tomorrow. Shan Kaikwan said, let's watch 2012. I heard that the production is very impressive, and I heard that our country also participated in the production. Deng Qingfeng said with a sense of superiority, I have finished watching it. I watched it as soon as it came out. The pictures are quite shocking. I went to the cinema to watch it at that time. After hearing this, Shan Kaikwan did not speak. He came from the town. The towns and villages in Anhui province are not as developed as the coastal areas. There is no cinema in his town. If you want to watch a movie, you can only take a bus to the county or the city to watch it. However, a movie ticket of dozens of yuan is enough for his food money for a few days. How can he bear to watch it? Shan Kaikwan is 16 years old and has never been to a cinema. Ma Shiqing in the back row shouted, let's watch The Day After Tomorrow. The 2012 movie is too long, and we can't finish it during evening self-study. Huang Zhangfei decided, okay. Deng Qingfeng talked freely. The special effects in this movie are not bad. Anyway, with the level of our country, we can't produce such special effects in 20 years. Wang Yangle said, we don't have any science fiction movies at all. Look at the market. They are all rubbish art films, pretending to be profound. Anyway, I can't stand them. Deng Qingfeng, the technology is not good. They often advertise how much investment they have, but in the end they produce a bunch of crap. Anyway, I won't spend a penny on the works of these directors. Shan Kaikun was silent at first, but he suddenly said, I believe that in the future, there will definitely be truly big budget science fiction movies in China, because at that time, we will be the main force paying to watch movies, and I will be the audience. After hearing this, Deng Qingfeng couldn't help laughing. You will understand in the future. Things like movies and games can make money by making them randomly. Which producer would bother to do that? While chatting, Huang Zhangfei played the movie. The lights in the classroom went out, and it was dark. Only the curtain next to the blackboard in front flashed the movie prologue. Chen Kan put down his book, leaned against the back table, closed his eyes, and recalled the types of questions he had done, and in his mind, he changed the types of questions, and calculated the possible traps in the exam. Back row. Wang Lang looked at the screen and sighed. Brother Ma, I still like darkness. Ma Shichen was playing games, and playing games at this time was an extreme enjoyment. Jiuo Kanon took a photo of the classroom and sent it to Zhu Yan from class 11. We are watching a movie. Grin. Zhu Yan never replied to his message. Jiuo Kanon. Hahaha. The science fiction movie we watched was really exciting. Grin. He sent a message to himself. Have you been to the cinema? I haven't been, but I plan to go see it after a while. Let's be fashionable. Grin. No one replied to the message. Jiuo Kanon never gets tired of sharing his life. Zhu Yuantang lay down for a while, then suddenly poked Jiang Ning and whispered, Are you hungry? Jiang Ning, I'm not hungry, but I guess you must be hungry. Zhu Yuantang, I'm not hungry, I have a cookie, and I want to share half of it with you. She took out a transparent cookie from her pocket. The cookie was very small, only enough for 2 bites. Although she was very hungry, Zhu Yuantang was very righteous. As the saying goes, the big sister has a bite to eat, so she won't let the little brother suffer. Isn't Jiang Ning her little brother? Since Jiang Ning didn't want to eat, Zhu Yuantang ate the cookie in one bite in front of him. The cookie was very dry, and Zhu Yuantang picked up the cup to drink water, with her cheeks bulging. After eating the cookie, she smiled happily. In the flickering light, Zhu Yuantang's smile was innocent, like the wind in late April, carrying the fragrance of spring and the warmth of summer. The cookie was very small, and couldn't hold hunger. Zhu Yuantang was hungry again soon, and the smile on her little face disappeared, and then she became listless. She thought of her most loyal subordinate, Jiang Ning. I'm hungry, Zhu Yuantang said. The long-term dependence made her ask for help without shame. Jiang Ning, wait until the get out of class is over. Yeah, okay. She nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. In the second class, during the big break, the movie continued to play. Even during the break, the classroom was still very quiet, and everyone looked at the scene of the disaster in the movie. The expression was nervous. Cuiu's expression changed. He couldn't wait any longer. Those who provoke him will suffer his terrible revenge. For example, Miao Zhe, such as Pang Jiao. Zhang Kai now can't escape his clutches. As for the friendship between classmates, Cuiu always strikes hard. He touched the back row. Ma Shichen was still playing the game. The character he controlled stood in front of the opposite pool and killed the girl on the opposite side. Every time the other party showed up, he killed her. It's no wonder that Ma Shichen was cruel. The rich girl he recently cooperated with was a well-known internet celebrity in the game bar, and the girl on the opposite side was the enemy of the rich girl. Today, there was a car accident. The little rich woman said that Ma Shichen would be rewarded 100 yuan for each kill. Ma Shichen was short of money, so he turned into the fangs of capital. Cuiu squatted on the ground and asked, Brother Ma, can you Photoshop the balance of your bank card? Ma Shichen didn't look back. He continued to abuse the fountain. Yes, why are you doing this? Cuiu, Brother Ma, can you Photoshop one for me? Ma Shichen said, if you want to use it, go to Tiba to find one. Why bother to Photoshop? Cuiu thought it made sense. He asked again, Brother Ma, do you have any pictures of your fitness body? I want the same person. Ma Shichen, go to Tiba, find a fitness forum, flip through the boutique posts, you will find the photos you want everywhere. Cuiu continued to inquire, then are there any photos of married women? I want down to earth, real, and complete. Hu Jun next door cast a concerned look. He really wanted to ask, Could it be that CUIU and he were like-minded? Ma Shicheng said, then you can go to the forums for married women or yoga, it's easy to find. After CUIU asked clearly, he left with satisfaction. Everything was ready, and his plan could be implemented. CUIU's questions account had been maintained for a while, and it was already at the level of a moon. He spent some time to find the abdominal muscle picture posted by the brother in the forum. CUIU, a man, was envious when he saw it, so he decisively sent the picture. Among the featured posts, there were also pictures of meals for fat loss, which CUIU also took away. Then, CUIU posted them on his secondary account to decorate his personal image and create the image of a self-disciplined fitness youth. Then he clicked on the people nearby and specifically selected those middle-aged women over 40 years old to chat privately and say hello. The uglier, greasy, and heavy-tasting they were, the more CUIU liked to chat privately. Then, he went to a place similar to a married woman bar and found some photos of women in their early 30s with sad temperaments. CUIU took out his other secondary account and posted some complaints about life to create the image of a resentful woman. Hahaha, lonely, rich, beautiful young woman. I just want to ask, can Zankai bear it? He entered Zankai's questions number and applied for a friend. His plan was simple. He hooked up with middle-aged women as a fitness youth. Then, he hooked up with Zankai as a resentful rich woman. When the time was right, he would match them up to meet at a hotel. I believe that at that time, Zankai would definitely understand what despair is. CUIU laughed wildly in his heart. In ancient times, there was Sukin who united the vertical and horizontal forces, and now there is me, CUIU, with 1,000 faces and 100 appearances. Just before class, Jiang Ning turned off the screen of his mobile phone. Xiao Shuangshan had already prepared the food he asked for, all of which were freshly made by the company's chef. Jiang Ning left the classroom under Zhu Yuantang's expectant gaze. He walked downstairs, found a place without cameras, and cast a stealth spell. The spirit boat took off, and behind it were the towering teaching buildings and classrooms, which were like stacked matchboxes with flashing lights. The spirit boat drew an arc in the dark blue night sky, like a brocade thread thrown by the weaver girl, fleeting. The night is beautiful tonight, with stars dotted the sky. Jiang Ning took the initiative to attenuate the magic circle. His thin shirt blew with the night wind, and he didn't feel cold at all. Although Jiang Ning deliberately slowed down, he still arrived at Hukishan Villa after a few dozen seconds. Hukishan Villa district, surrounded by mountains and rivers, is still the highest end project in Yuzhou. Many people have been mediocre all their lives and cannot afford a house here. Here, it is a symbol of status. Jiang Ning seldom comes here. Most of his formations and materials have been moved to the spiritual formation of Huki Mountain. That is the place that truly belongs to him for cultivation. Jiang Ning stood in the air. In his consciousness, a business car slowly drove out of the villa area. This was the chef arranged by Xiao Shuangshan. He was specially brought to the villa to cook and then sent back after the meal. The reason for doing this is that Xiao Shuangshan knew that Jiang Ning did not like to go to the company to pick up meals. It seems that the time control is very good. Jiang Ning drove the flying boat without landing. He pinched the magic spell with both hands, and a stream of green light condensed from his palms. Go. The green light seemed to have intelligence and swam towards the kitchen of the villa. When it appeared again, exquisite lunchboxes flew into the sky in an orderly manner under the guidance of the green light. Jiang Ning pointed his fingertips and cast another spell to cover the lunchboxes. The flying boat instantly rushed to the sky. Occasionally, Jiang Ning fantasized that it would be very interesting if he delivered to Kiert. The customer's takeaway software showed a distance of 10 kilometers in the previous minute, and maybe a minute later, he had already knocked on the other party's door. But it was just a thought. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to deliver to Kiert. Arriving at number 4 middle school, Jiang Ning went up the stairs. The lights in experimental class 1 were also off, and their class was also watching a movie. Jiang Ning entered class 8, and the class was still dark. He returned to his seat, and heard Zhu Yuantang say in surprise, Jiang Ning, you brought me to Kiert. Yeah. Jiang Ning is very cold. Zhu Yuantang rubbed her hands, not caring whether he was cold or not. Her pair of dark eyes blended with the darkness, as if she could see through Jiang Ning's lunchbox. Jiang Ning put the lunchbox on the desk and opened the formation to cover the fragrance in a small area. Otherwise, the fragrance would overflow, and wouldn't it make the classmates suffer? Jiang Ning opened the lunchboxes one by one, and there was a big bowl of taro ball ice jelly with a lot of ingredients, including chopped watermelon, mango, and dragon fruit, and then added honey beans, raisins, crushed peanuts, etc., with colorful colors. Eat cold clams, and prepare spicy salad sauce. The mixed clams are fragrant. Grilled pork ribs are placed on vegetable leaves. Each piece is not too big or too small, and the surface is sprinkled with tempting spices. A box of berry mochi, a milky white dessert with only a slight sweetness, paired with sour berries. Tastes excellent and not greasy. Finally, there was a large box of chopped fruit salad, including apples, pears, green plums, etc., with some sour plums and rock sugar. There were 5 kinds in total, no delicacies from land and sea, and they seemed to be just ordinary snacks, but they were made by Xiao Shuangshan with the best ingredients and a high-paid chef. Xiao Shuangshan knew that Jiang Ning loved delicious food, so she was never stingy in this regard. The company's employee diet was also based on the standards of top foreign companies. With the profitability of Changqing liquid, this benefit was just a drizzle. After all, in many companies of the same size, a senior executive could even spend tens of millions or more. Zhu Yuantang smelled the fragrance and felt refreshed. She couldn't close her mouth. I thought you were just buying some. Then, she complained again. It's too much. How much should I spend? Do you think I can finish it? In order not to waste, I'll work harder. Zhu Yuantang exuded an air of no one else can do it better than me. She scooped a mouthful of ice jelly with a spoon, her mouth full of fruit, icy and smooth. She pierced a piece of small ribs with a bamboo stick, and took a bite. She was even happier watching the movie on the screen in front of the classroom. Jiang Ning looked at the lunchbox on the desk. He estimated that Zhu Yuantang should be able to finish it, but she would definitely be full. He thought about it, opened the formation, and led a fragrance to the front row. Bei Yuxia was watching a movie. It was the last class of evening self-study. She was a little hungry. She smelled the smell, and her plain face changed immediately. Chen Saiking reacted faster than her. Chen Saiking turned around and saw a table full of things. Although the environment was not bright enough, the fragrance from her nose made her recognize the food. Chen Saiking was confused. Tong Tong, where did you get it? She was watching a movie just now, and for some reason, she didn't notice the changes later. Zhu Yuantang boasted, Jiang Ning bought it for me. He is very nice to me. I'll treat you. She gave a bamboo stick to Chen Saiking and Bei Yuxia. Chen Saiking was not polite. Her reserve was so vulnerable in front of delicious food. She pinched the bamboo stick and reservedly inserted a piece of fruit. It's delicious. Chen Saiking was surprised. The fruit tasted especially good. She just thought it was because of the environment. Bei Yuxia was different. Her family allowed her to be exposed to more fruits. She tasted that the quality of this fruit was better than the highest quality in ordinary supermarkets. Before eating each time, Chen Saiking silently said the last time, because too many times was not good. As a result, she couldn't help it every time. Chen Saiking was a good sister. She thought of her younger sister. Today, her younger sister switched classes with her, so she ate the food by mistake. But it didn't matter. They were sisters and she ate for her younger sister. Chen Saiking sent a message to her younger sister. Jiang Ning is delicious. There was a classroom upstairs. Chen Xiao was scared and replied quickly, what, you ate Jiang Ning? She often went online and instantly thought of countless scenes. It was too dirty. No, Jiang Ning brought a lot of food. Chen Saiking explained, I'm enjoying it for you. Chen Xiao threatened, sister, you don't want to be bullied by me at night, do you? Chen Saiking went out halfway, and when she came back, she seemed to have a second spring, and continued to eat fruit. Jiang Ning was speechless. The two sisters even brought a replacement, which was really interesting. Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the berry mochi, and his cute brows were puzzled. Why does this taste the same as my mother's? Jiang Ning thought to himself, because this is made by your mother herself. Chapter 336 Cheer for her. April 30th was the last day of the sports meeting of Yuzhou No. 4 Middle School. The sun rose in the east, shining on the playground, and the breeze blew. On the bright red track, some students were eager to try and do warm-up exercises. The double iron gates of the playground were completely open, and students carrying desks and benches entered in a line under the leadership of the class monitors. The first event in the morning is 1500 meters. Exciting. Jiuo Kanan said excitedly. Shan Kaikun, brother Nan, are you wrong? Jiuo Kanan took a deep breath and replied, women's 1500, Zhu Yan will participate. I plan to cheer for her and go to the podium. Shan Kaikun was surprised. Brother Nan is amazing. He didn't expect that brother Nan would have such courage. Ma Shicheng said, not good, too high profile. The last person who cheered like this was Dan Qingfeng from their class. He shouted many cheering scripts for Yang Sheng on the podium, but he was no match for Jiang Ning's flag grabbing and the cooperation with Yang Sheng. It was a waste of effort. Besides, Jiuo Kanan and Zhu Yan were not in the same class, so their relationship was not that good, which was a bit abrupt. Shan Kaikun, brother Ma, you don't understand, you just want to be high profile. He talked about some love experiences, and he was very knowledgeable. Jiuo Kanan nodded constantly. Ma Shicheng left quietly, and he couldn't communicate with the two. He went under the awning, found a bench, sat down and played games. Wang Lang took 2 glasses of water, put them on the desk, and also brought a bag of melon seeds. Wang Lang ate melon seeds, looked at the wide playground, looked at the students and teachers, and shook his folding fan. Life is so happy. Jiuo Kanan strolled over. Brother Long, I know you are talented. Can you cooperate with me? Wang Lang, brother Nan, just tell me if you have anything. Jiuo Kanan talked about his ideas to cheer Zhu Yan up, and after listening, Wang Lang said, I will definitely help you. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were together. After the long distance run, it was the men's 100 finals. Zhu Yuantang wanted to see him show his prowess. Chen Xiao asked, Jiang Ning, are you sure about the 100 meters? Bai Yuxia looked over. Jiang Ning had already broken 2 records, the high jump and the 800 meters, which was terrifying. They hoped that Jiang Ning would break it again. But the reality is that there is not much hope. After all, Jiang Ning's 100 meter result that day was far behind that of the sports students in the 2nd and 3rd year of high school. Facing the concern of the female classmates, Jiang Ning said, I will try my best. He said it easily, without showing much desire to win. Chen Xiao comforted him, saying, it's amazing to get first place in 2 events. You have become famous in the whole 1st year of high school. Shan Kaikun hovered on the side for a while, and he couldn't help but brag, leave the 100 meter record to me. I will fight those students in the 2nd and 3rd year of high school. Shan Kaikun said it with great righteousness, as if he was the savior of class 8 of the 1st year of high school. Chen Xiao said, come on, Shan Kaikun, there are only you and Jiang Ning in the 100 meter finals in our class. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei encouraged, Kaikun, after you win, I will ask the class teacher for some benefits. As the seeded player in the class, everyone has high hopes for him, and Shan Kaikun can feel the heavy pressure on his shoulders. Bai Yuxia nodded slightly, with a white face and quiet eyes. Shan Kaikun was encouraged and raised his fighting spirit. At this moment, he was no longer himself. He was the community of destiny of the entire class 8 of grade 1. They would prosper together and suffer together. After gaining strength, Shan Kaikun did not stop. He continued to warm up. Who jumped through a bottle of Red Bull? Kaikun, this 100 meters depends on your performance. You have better results than Jiang Ning. Try hard. After hearing this, Yuan said, Shan Kaikun, try your best. She had a good impression of Shan Kaikun and did not have much hatred. Before the game started, Shan Kaikun was the only one in the limelight. Dan Qingfeng saw Shan Kaikun becoming the object of everyone's attention, and he was not convinced. He said sarcastically, take it easy. Shan Kaikun said lightly, don't bother with you. Outside the noisy crowd, there was a quiet place. There were 2 boys sitting on the table tennis table. Wang Lang Lang tapped the table with his fingers. Brother Nan, don't you go and say hello? Jiuo Kanan shook his head. There is no place for me next to her. I'm satisfied to be able to see her from a distance. Wang Lang Lang praised. Brother Nan, you are awesome. In the crowd were the 1500 meters women's group players, and the competition was about to begin. A voice came from the campus radio loudspeaker. To the women's 1500 meter players, run and chase. In this vast arena, you are like a steed and an arrow. Run and chase. You are more fierce than a tiger and a leopard with the signal gun. A group of female athletes ran out of the starting line. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang sat on the double bars to watch. Zhu Yuantang couldn't get on the parallel bars, and Jiang Ning helped her succeed. She held the bar, swung her calves happily, and was in a very good mood. Yang Sheng leaned on a high horizontal bar. This horizontal bar was very high, not just ordinary high. Many senior high school students couldn't catch it when they jumped. But Zhu Yuantang could. She caught it easily just now, because she had help. Yang Sheng observed the runners on the track, and noticed Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan had an outstanding appearance, and was the monitor of class 11. She was very famous in the grade and many students knew her. At this time, Zhu Yan ranked last among the runners. She ran very hard, and was surpassed by one runner after another. Yang Sheng concluded, she is not right. Her face is pale. Is she sick? Zhu Yan likes roller skates. Her graceful figure can occasionally be seen on campus. Logically, her health should not be too bad, but she ran last. Jiang Ning looked up, and his spiritual sense swept her, and immediately understood her reason. Running track. With every step Zhu Yan took, she felt pain, as if her lower abdomen was being cut by a knife. She had her period. She could actually explain the situation, and not participate in the competition, but as a class monitor, she should lead by example. So she forced herself to compete, but once she got on the field, she was affected, and couldn't run at all. Zhu Yan's own strength was not bad, but now, she could only fall behind. At the end of the first lap, Zhu Yan successfully ranked last. When the boys in class 11 saw that their beautiful monitor was lagging behind, Gute and Luo Jun took the lead in shouting out overwhelming cheers of encouragement. Not only that, some boys even followed her on the inside of the track just to cheer her on. Awning of class 8. Yuan said sarcastically, it's great to be good looking. For such a small competition, a lot of people work like slaves. Ping pong table. Seeing his beloved woman falling behind, Jiuo Kanan stood up and said to Wang Lang Lang, Brother Long, the situation is worse than I thought, but it doesn't matter, I will take action. Wang Lang Lang, Brother Nan, is the line a bit awkward? Jiuo Kanan, just listen to me. The two went up to the podium together. Zhu Yan's condition became worse and worse as she ran, and she was left behind by the first place by a full lap. The applause was thunderous. Well, not for Zhu Yan, but for the first place contestant. Zhu Yan sat firmly on the last place throne. Time passed by, and Zhu Yan almost gave up the race. Suddenly, a voice came from the podium loudspeaker. Classmates, look, the person at the end of the track. Zhu Yan was speechless. Do you have a grudge against me? She was so embarrassed, and he exposed her in front of the whole school. Didn't he see that the boys in their class had stopped running with her? Wang Lang Lang, although she is the last one, everyone, look, she is still moving forward step by step. What kind of spirit is this? Jiuo Kanan, Zhu Yan, you are the brightest star on the entire track. In my eyes, you are the first. Zhu Yan's heart. Jiuo Kanan encouraged all the students in the school. Come on, let's cheer for her. Wang Lang Lang shouted heroically. Come on. Jiuo Kanan mustered up his confidence. Come on. Students from the whole school, who came to join in the fun, come on. Wherever Zhu Yan ran, there were cheers. Gute, a student from class 11, was really confused. Which grandson is on the stage? Bohan said, a student from class 8. Gute, you are sick in the brain. Until the end, the other contestants had finished the race, leaving only Zhu Yan. Jiuo Kanan and Wang Lang Lang were still shouting on the stage. Facing the eyes of all the students in the school, Zhu Yan finally ran the whole course awkwardly and half dead. She was almost exhausted. Jiuo Kanan, let's give our applause to classmate Zhu Yan. Pa pa pa. Wang Lang Lang clapped his hands vigorously. Afterwards, Jiuo Kunan came down from the stage with great satisfaction. He smiled. Brother Ma, did I perform well? Ma Shiching, I won't comment. After Jiuo Kunan left, Wang Lang Lang said, I won't cooperate with Brother Nan in the future. It will damage my reputation. The women's 1500 meters ended, followed by the 100 meter final. Shan Kaikun finished his warm-up, and he stood in front of the students in class 8, with his back to the students, full of energy. He has never been as confident as he is today. In this battle, Shan Kaikun is determined to show his momentum, and live up to the reputation of class 8. This is the closest he has ever been to Bayuxia. Jiang Ning heard the campus loudspeaker shouting. He fell from the parallel bars, and said as usual, I'm going to the competition, and will be back later. Yang Sheng raised his head, his short hair was flamboyant, and his unique eyebrows seemed to be smiling. Jiang Ning, show your skills. Chapter 337 Men's and Women's 100 meter finals. Men's 100 meter runners, please go to the starting line for registration. Please go to the starting line, as soon as possible. The campus loudspeakers sounded repeatedly, reminding the contestants. It's time to go. Shan Kaikun stood there and murmured. His confused eyes suddenly became firm. Jiuo Kunan put his hand on Kaikun's shoulder and said, Kaikun, I have done what I should do, and I hope you can keep up with me. Recalling the time when school just started, one day after evening self-study, he and Kaikun went to the snack street outside the school, to buy some slag cakes to eat. They used to be ignorant freshmen who had just entered high school. They imagined the future together, talked about the girls they liked, and worked hard for their dreams together. Now, more than half a year has passed, and things have changed. Jiuo Kunan faced the girl he liked, and took a brave step towards her. A good start is half the success. He has already succeeded halfway. He hopes that his good brother Kaikun can take a good step like him, which is half the success. Shan Kaikun heard the meaning behind Jiuo Kunan's words. He clenched his fists and said solemnly, I will. The 100 meter race was the honor of the class, and more importantly, the trump card he used to express his love to Bayuxia. Brother Nan, in a few minutes, you will see the birth of a miracle. Shan Kaikun was full of determination. Jiuo Kunan nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll wait. Shan Kaikun took a big step and walked towards the starting line of the 100 meter track. There were many students around the starting line, which tightly surrounded the venue. As a contestant, Shan Kaikun had his number strip attached to his chest. The onlookers recognized his identity and made way for Shan Kaikun. Shan Kaikun walked all the way in and stood at the starting line. With just one glance, Shan Kaikun found that the athletes present had a strong aura. Tao Nan from the second year sports team, Wu Xianyu from the third year sports team, Zhuang Jianhu from class 1, Bohan from class 7, and the boy in white sportswear who scored a perfect score of 11.3 seconds in the third year physical exam. There are so many strong competitors. Compared with the previous result of 11.9 seconds, Jiang Ning can only be said to be average. Shan Kaikun couldn't suppress his nervousness. The stronger the opponent, the more excited I am. I want to defeat them and win the championship. Such a championship is a real deal. Outside the venue, the crowd of onlookers was huge. The popularity of the men's 100 meter final was quite high. Tang Fu, who stood out from the crowd in class 7, shouted, Beihan, come on. Beihan was originally quite good in the high jump event, but he didn't expect that there were so many strong competitors in number 4 middle school, and Beihan failed to win the award. And now, the 100 meter is the last chance. I hope they can make a name for their class 7. Jianhu, run well. Tao Nan, crush them. The cheers of encouragement from each class resounded in all directions, and Shan Kaikun heard the condolences from class 8. There were class monitors, good brothers, and female classmate Jiang Ning also standing in the arena. He could feel the tension of the players around him. After all, if he won this game, he could get a lot of honor and bonuses. However, Jiang Ning didn't feel much, and his consciousness extended to the parallel bars in the southwest. Zhu Yuantang was still sitting on the bars. She could jump down by herself, but she didn't want to get off. It was not easy to get up once. If she went down, she couldn't climb up again by herself, so she cherished it especially. She wanted to have a good time at once. The position of the parallel bars is close to the finish line of the 100-meter race, with an outstanding field of vision. Zhu Yuantang can see the details of the 100-meter track. She is short, and if she stands on the side of the track, she needs to tiptoe to watch, which is quite strenuous. In order to see more clearly, Yang Sheng moved closer. Li Shi from class 1 broke into the parallel bars area and was surprised to find that the temperature was comfortable and pleasant. Zhu Yuantang carefully took out a small piece of jelly from his pocket. The jelly had been placed in Jiang Ning's pocket before and was cool. Li Shi had planned to talk to Yang Sheng. After making a bet with Yang Sheng yesterday, Li Shi felt ashamed. Considering her family conditions, she actually danced in front of a group of male classmates. Li Shi's image collapsed. She went to Yang Sheng today to save face. At least let Yang Sheng dance once in front of their class, so that she could be mentally balanced. Li Shi found Zhu Yuantang sitting on the bar, and found it funny. She looked at Zhu Yuantang's short legs. How did you get up there? She knew that Zhu Yuantang was the first in the first year of high school, and the first in the whole city. He was very impressive. Ordinary students may have some kind of admiration for such students with good grades. However, there are many college graduates in the research laboratory of Li Shi's family company, so she didn't think it was a big deal. Zhu Yuantang was not familiar with her. She picked up the jelly. I plan to eat the jelly. Li Shi's eyes moved to Zhu Yuantang's hand. The jelly was simply packaged. Li Shi guessed that it should be an ordinary jelly on the market and not worth much. Li Shi said, "Jelly, there's nothing delicious about it. It's better to cut some fresh fruits. The lychees in this season are good, and they taste better when chilled." She belittled the jelly and told her habit by the way. Thinking of this, she was even ready to ask someone to send her some lychees. Well, it would be better to ask Qian Heng for this. In order to enjoy himself, he specially asked his father to find someone to deliver meals to him, which was outrageous. Zhu Yuantang listened to her, but she still pinched the jelly, and she didn't dislike it or get angry. She took out another jelly from her pocket. "Do you want to eat jelly?" Huh? Li Shi was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhu Yuantang would be willing to share the jelly with her. Immediately, she stretched out her hand. "Have one." While Zhu Yuantang was eating jelly, the 100-meter race was about to begin. Shan Kaikun had prepared everything, and he looked at Bai Yuxia at the finish line. If a person runs in the direction of love, how can his speed be slow? The anxiety disappeared, leaving only calmness. The athlete's starting posture was adjusted. Everyone held their breath. The physical education teacher held the starting gun and shouted, "Ready, bang." The athlete ran towards the finish line like a tiger. "Come on. Run." The cheers and shouts merged into one, and the students on both sides shouted excitedly, wishing they could become athletes. Shan Kaikun rushed straight to the finish line. The wind passed through his ears, and the runway flowed backwards. He clenched his teeth, swung his arms, and used all the muscles in his body to the extreme. He seemed to be ahead. Suddenly, several figures appeared around him, especially the one in the middle, which was getting faster and faster, as if there was wind under his feet. "Oh my god." Deng Qingfeng from class 8 shouted. Chen Xiao was very excited. Jiang Ning runs like flying. On the 100-meter track, Jiang Ning was far ahead at just 30 meters. As his figure moved forward, the lead of the people behind him increased further. The first and second place behind him were left 10 meters away by him. This was a 100-meter race, the limit speed of human beings. The extremely short race course could make the gap more obvious. Jiuo Kunan was shocked and couldn't believe it. "This is fucking flying. Too fast, too fast." All the students who saw the competition had this thought in their minds. They had never thought that humans could run so fast. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Ning crossed the finish line with absolute first place. 10.86 seconds. 10.86 seconds. The physical education teacher shouted out this number excitedly. He has been a physical education teacher for many years and has never seen a student run so fast. A freshman in high school, without any training, ran within 11 seconds. This is a miracle of mankind. The campus loudspeaker announced, "Congratulations to Jiang Ning from Class 8 of Grade 1 for setting a new men's 100 meters record at number 4 middle school, 10.86 seconds." After the announcement, the announcer said with emotion, 10.86 seconds. "This is a record that will go down in history at number 4 middle school." His tone was full of personal emotion, and it was not as routine as before. I believe that students who have paid attention should be familiar with the name of Jiang Ning from Class 8 of Grade 1. He not only ran 10.86 seconds in the 100 meters, but he also ran 1 minute and 53 seconds in the men's 800 meters, and achieved a good result of 2.05 meters in the men's high jump. Each of these broke the records of number 4 middle school and became a new record holder. This is the student with the best comprehensive physical quality in the history of number 4 middle school. Students from all over the campus stopped and listened to the explanations coming from the loudspeaker. A confused student asked his companions beside him, "Is 10.86 seconds amazing?" The knowledgeable student immediately explained, "More than amazing. This is a result that countless athletes cannot achieve after training for a lifetime." Discussions about Jiang Ning were heard from all over. Jiang Ning's name spread at a very fast speed. Shan Kaikwan was in a corner. He learned that his result was 11.9 seconds, which was a little worse than the preliminaries a day before yesterday. He didn't understand. Why was Jiang Ning not as good as him in the preliminaries, but broke the school record today and ran an inhuman result? This is not in line with common sense. He looked at Jiang Ning, who was surrounded by physical education teachers, grade group leaders and other school leaders. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. Did God play a joke on him? Jiuo Kunan came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Kaikwan, don't be sad, just do your best." Shan Kaikwan recalled the scene in the finals. He tried his best and thought he had adjusted his condition to the extreme. For today's game, he went to bed before 10 o'clock last night. However, it ended like this. Jiuo Kunan did not speak again, quietly waiting for his good brother to digest. Shan Kaikwan was melancholy and depressed, as if all his efforts had no meaning. He stood there for a long time, his face changing, and finally sighed, and said with relief, "At least I tried." Jiuo Kunan looked at him with admiration. "Kaikwan, you adjust your state very quickly." It was almost catching up with his self-healing speed. Shan Kaikwan regained his fighting spirit, and he said proudly, "These difficulties and setbacks can't defeat me, they will only make me stronger. I have only trained for a few months to achieve the current good results. If I train for another year, my results will definitely break Jiang Ning's record." Shan Kaikwan said, "Don't fight for a short time, you must fight for a lifetime." Jiuo Kunan praised, "Well said." Jiang Ning and the school leaders took a group photo, and the students of class 8 came forward to congratulate him. He enjoyed the treatment of a champion. Then he walked towards Zhu Yuantang's position. Yang Sheng didn't join in the fun before, and she retracted her legs on the parallel bars. "Very good, much better than me," she said. This result is something she could not achieve, even if she trained for her whole life. Due to the difference in physical fitness between men and women, if she can run 10.86 seconds, she will be able to participate in the Olympics and even win the championship. "You are not bad either." Jiang Ning responded kindly. Yang Sheng said, "It will be the women's 100 meters soon." Jiang Ning, "I will watch it." Yang Sheng left. Zhu Yuantang on the parallel bars looked down at them. Li Shi had just finished eating jelly and took the opportunity to leave. Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms and said proudly, "You are worthy of being a person who eats our Zhu family's food. You are as good as me." Jiang Ning jumped onto the bars. "Is it not embarrassing for you?" "Not bad. I will give you a reward when I go home at noon," Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning checked her physical condition. "Do you want to come down?" Zhu Yuantang stayed on the bars for a while. "Okay, you have been in heaven for a long time, and it's time to have fun with the people." She slowly opened her arms and signaled Jiang Ning not to dawdle. Jiang Ning lifted her up. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was on the bar 1 second and flew into the clouds the next, but her mind was still stuck in the past, with a sense of confusion. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was still in her eyes. They went to watch the women's 100-meter race together. Yang Sheng was one of the finalists. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei led the classmates, Yuan, Jiang Ning, and Lu Kiki to cheer for Yang Sheng. What is it like to cheer for your enemy? Yuan now experienced it. Unhappy, very unhappy, she forced a smile. But in front of the class monitor, she couldn't show disgust. Yuan imagined that the class monitor's future lover must have a sense of the overall situation, not a narrow-minded jealous woman. Jiang Ning had a little fame because of his good results before, and he took Zhu Yuantang to easily occupy a good position. Zhu Yuantang suddenly found that there was a girl not far away who looked at her from time to time. She was a good-looking girl, but cold. Zhu Yuantang didn't know her and didn't care. She was simple-minded and didn't care about material things. Pei Yujing from class 3 was in a slightly complicated mood. The day before yesterday, she participated in a competition and nearly fell while running. In the end, she was helped up by Jiang Ning. She didn't like to owe favors to others, so the next day, she bought a very expensive drink to thank Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning accepted the drink, and Pei Yujing felt that they didn't owe each other anything. However, when she watched the 100-meter race just now, Jiang Ning won the championship. She subconsciously wanted to say hello, but suddenly remembered that they didn't know each other. Pei Yujing was embarrassed and didn't know what was wrong with her. The women's 100-meter race was gone in a flash. Yuan stamped her feet in pain and cried in her heart. 12.6 seconds. 12.6 seconds. How can she run so fast? Yang Sheng won the women's 100-meter championship with a score of 12.6 seconds, but failed to break the record of number 4 middle school. The school leaders in the crowd shouted, Yang Sheng, Yang Sheng, the champion of the women's 100-meter group, come here. After shouting several times in a row, no one responded. The students nearby were all looking for Yang Sheng. Bei Yuxia touched her and said, go quickly, the leader is calling you. She saw Yang Sheng looking in the direction of the school leader, and she must have heard it, but she ignored it. After Bei Yuxia's urging, Yang Sheng slowly went to the position of the school leader. When Yang Sheng walked in front of the school leaders, the school leader asked, are you too tired after running? Or did you not hear clearly just now? Yang Sheng's eyebrows were full of excitement. No, I was worried that other students didn't hear clearly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Turn into Light. It's time for tug-of-war, right? Jiuo Kunan watched the grand occasion of the women's 100-meter race. Yang Sheng was so handsome and glorious. Hu Jun, the life committee member, knew everything. He glanced at the schedule. There is also the men's 3000-meter race. When Jiuo Kunan heard about the long-distance race, he thought of the feat he had done for Zuyan. After doing such a refreshing thing, he overcame his cowardice and became bolder. He became more and more rounded. If a person has the courage to love, then what else is there to fear in the world? Jiuo Kunan's heart was sublimated. Who in our class is participating? 3000 meters is very tiring. Deng Qingfeng asked. He would definitely not participate in such a thankless competition. Whoever participates is a fool. Hu Jun said. Huang Yazhu. Cuiu. Wow, Yazhu is really strong. Hu Jun looked helpless. There is no other way. Someone has to sign up for the 3000-meter race. Others don't want to go, so he has to go. Wang Longlong, who was listening nearby, said, Yazhu is a nice guy. He doesn't talk much, but he really helps others when they have problems. Deng Qingfeng said, this is the workhorse of our class. Cuiu, last time, you went scolded Yazhu. Damn it. If I were the class monitor, I would let you run long distances. Deng Qingfeng didn't respond. Wang Longlong, ahem. 3000-meter runners, gather at the starting line. There were a bunch of people at the starting line. Cuiu was surprised and said, damn, so many people. At a glance, there were at least 30 or 40 runners, gathering at the starting line like a class. Hu Jun explained, the teacher said that we should finish the race in one go to save time. Jiuo Kunan thought for a moment, I have a question. Didn't they say that we should play tug-of-war after the long distance run? How can we play tug-of-war when we have just finished the run and haven't recovered yet? CUIU, each class is short of one person anyway, isn't it the same? The sun has been shining brightly in recent days, not much cooler than in the summer, and the temperature remains at 30 degrees. Running 3000 meters in this weather is quite exciting. However, it can't crush the enthusiasm of high school students at all. A group of contestants are exercising at the starting line, where Easyuan from the experimental class watched coldly, still warming up. You will suffer later. Luo Jun from class 11 is already ready. The reason why he ran 3000 meters is to exercise vigorously, cleanse his soul, and drive away those painful and dirty memories. The pain of being artificially respirated by two women, in turn surrounded him like a nightmare, making him unable to sleep at night. Luo Jun once heard that every 7 years, the cells in the human body will be completely replaced, and then he can become a brand new self. No longer have their marks. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang changed places to enjoy the cool. They found a big tree with lush branches and leaves. Zhu Yuantang looked at the runway in the distance and suddenly asked, Jiang Ning, where are we going to play during the May Day holiday? Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, do you want to travel to another city? Zhu Yuantang was immediately moved. She had never been out of Yuzhou City since she was a child. She was both yearning for the outside world and inexplicably afraid of it. Mayday. Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning had no objection. Okay. Zhu Yuantang was scared again. There must be a lot of people on May Day. I heard that every time there is a holiday, people are crowded. Jiang Ning, indeed. Then, let's not go. She lowered her head timidly. Zhu Yuantang doesn't like crowded places. For example, at this moment, she didn't stay under the sunshade of class 8, but chose to stay under a remote tree. There are still many places in the city that I haven't played. Zhu Yuantang made an excuse. Jiang Ning said, let's go to the park for a boat ride. He looked up at the sky and judged that the weather tomorrow would not be as hot as today, which would be a good time for a trip. When it came to boat rides, Zhu Yuantang was immediately tempted. The last time she took a boat ride was when she was very short, and the experience of taking a boat ride that time was not good. It was very scary. This time with Jiang Ning by her side, she would definitely not be afraid. Which park is it? Is it very expensive to take a boat ride? She heard on the internet that boat rides are super expensive, and it costs dozens of yuan for a short ride. Jiang Ning leaned against the tree, stretched his legs, and thought about the boat that Xiao Shuangshang had arranged for him. The prices announced by those boats seemed to be, it's about 200 yuan for half a day. Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened in surprise. So expensive. It's enough for us to have 2 hot pot meals. Let's go later, when we have money. Jiang Ning, why don't you say that eating is expensive? Zhu Yuantang said confidently, it's worth it, if you eat it. 200 is not expensive, and it also comes with a fruit plate and drinks. Jiang Ning remedied. The fruit plate is not worth much. Zhu Yuantang is very smart. Jiang Ning said, I have a bonus for the sports meeting. 200 yuan is not much. Zhu Yuantang, you can't waste money. Jiang Ning decided to lower the price. I suddenly remembered that I have a coupon and won 10% off when I scratched the lottery. Zhu Yuantang replied immediately, then it's only 20 yuan. Let's go tomorrow. I'll treat you. Jiang Ning, okay. He turned around and asked Xiao Shuangshang to print a few coupons for him. After confirming, Zhu Yuantang was radiant and her eyes were bright. She began to imagine, Jiang Ning, should I bring a paddle with me tomorrow? No need. What if I accidentally fall into the river? I can swim. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang kept asking, what if there are big fish in the lake? Jiang Ning, are you scared? Oh, I would be scared. Just watch me eat fish. Zhu Yuantang said immediately. Don't think of looking down on him. The two discussed the details of the cruise, and Zhu Yuantang did most of the talking. She asked questions and tried not to let Jiang Ning see that she was unfamiliar with the first time. Jiang Ning's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that Shen Qinsh had sent a message. They separated from their uncle's house last week, and this was the first time Shen Qinj had chatted with him. My sister and her friends are going on a trip on May Day, and auntie asked if you would like to join them. Jiang Ning was stunned for half a second when he saw the message. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, he lived in his uncle's house, and every holiday, his cousin and his wife, as well as Jiang Junlong and Shen Qinj went on a trip together. Jiang Ning's family was poor, and the travel fare alone was a heavy burden, not to mention the expenses during the trip. At that time, when others went out to travel, he stayed at home. Jiang Junlong mentioned that he would go with him, but the one who really made the decision was his aunt. But his aunt never said anything. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Ning has heard about mountains, rivers, lakes and seas from their conversations. Who would have thought that he would have the honor of being invited today? Jiang Ning typed, "No, I have other things to do during the holidays." Shen Qinj received the message and did not reply. Zhu Yuantang was still happy, and she contacted her good sister Chachu. Chachu is as unsophisticated as she is. With Chachu around, she is not the most unsophisticated person. The men's 3,000 meter long distance race is at the end. The girls from class 8 come to the side of the track one after another to cheer for Huang Yazhu. But relatively speaking, they don't have the same momentum as when they cheer for the class leader. Wei Ziyuan from class 1 is far ahead. The 3,000 meter race is too long. It is pure suffering to run. Almost no sports students participate. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king. Wei Ziyuan is the monkey king among the weak 3,000 is very tiring. The body is exhausted. The weather is particularly hot, but Wei Ziyuan is not tired at all. In the last lap, he passed the area of class 1 and saw a group of female classmates standing at the edge of the track. He passed by and raised his hand and clapped with the girls in the class one by one. Among them was Dan Jiai. For several times in a row, Wei Ziyuan was full of energy and rushed forward a long distance. Jiuo Kunan envied. The girls in class 1 are so awesome. Dong Qingfeng was jealous to the point of going crazy. If he participated in the competition, would the girls in his class, Jiang Yanan, Shen Qinj, Yang Sheng and others, also give him such encouragement? Running so many laps in 3,000 meters, he can touch the hands of beautiful girls in every lap. Their soft and cold hands gently slide over his hands, touch, and separated must be able to drive away the heat of summer, right? Luo Jun from class 11 is also a contestant in the 3,000 meters. Black-faced Gute is Luo Jun's good brother. They call themselves the Black and White Devils of number 4 middle school. They once set up a morning hall for the students of class 10 next door in the church. The friendship between him and Gute is indescribable in the world. It is a hell-level friendship. Class monitor, look at class 1. You should cheer up Luo Jun and let him surpass that grandson in class 1. Gute assisted. Zhu Yan hesitated after hearing this. Gute said anxiously, he is the last hope of our class. Zhu Yan thought about it and decided to agree. Anyway, clapping hands is no big deal. She organized the girls in the class. Everyone, cheer for Luo Jun like class 1. The girls in class 11 didn't have much objection when they heard it. Putting aside Luo Jun's personality, at least Luo Jun looked fair and clean, and a little handsome. So the girls didn't dislike him. It's like a girl is very bad, but she looks a little pretty, and the boys won't dislike her too much. Zhu Yan and the girls in the class stood by the track, in a row, stretched out their hands together, and cheered, Luo Jun, go, go. Luo Jun, you are the champion. The momentum was quite large, attracting the surrounding students to look at them. Luo Jun on the track. His legs were numb from running, and he almost lost his intuition, moving mechanically. He had only one thought in his mind, to finish the race and then drink a can of Red Bull. Those nightmares, those sad memories, all disappeared. It's great that Luo Jun was sweating profusely and lost his eyes. His vision was affected and blurred. He vaguely saw someone in front of him, squad leader Zhu Yang cheering him up. Luo Jun was slightly encouraged. He was not fighting alone. Go. In the last lap, Luo Jun planned to sprint. The girls in class 11 saw Luo Jun speeding up, and they couldn't help but feel very happy. Sure enough, their encouragement was very useful. At the class 8 station, Shan Kaikwon said, "Brother Nan, did you see it? Jiuo Kanan was stimulated. I saw it." He sighed and suddenly wanted to study in class 11 and become Zhu Yan's subordinate. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhu Yan. "I saw you guys cheering. Great. Grin." No reply was received. It's normal because Zhu Yan is busy. Jiuo Kanan is considerate. Luo Jan's eyes were full of sweat. He reached out and high-fived the girls on the side of the track. 1, 2, 3. The applause continued and strength surged in his heart. That was the most sincere trust of the classmates in the class. He recalled watching the last episode of Ultraman in front of the TV when he was a child. The powerful evil god petrified Ultraman, and people fell into despair. In the end, the children turned into light and resurrected Ultraman. And at this moment, isn't it just like that scene in childhood? The female classmates in the class gave Luo-jun, who was at his wit's end, the last encouragement. So, he was resurrected. There was only one lap left. Luo-jun kicked his feet and was about to take off. It's time to go out and fight monsters. Suddenly, another hand stretched out from the side. Haha, it's another late kid. Luo-jun felt warm in his heart. Thank you very much. He stretched out his hand to greet the kid. The next moment, in his blurred vision, the hands of the kid suddenly enlarged rapidly, much larger than any hand he had seen before. Pang Jiao yelled, "Luo-jun." Zhang Yifu's square face suddenly stretched out and approached closely. Aha! Pang Jiao's thick arm touched Luo-jun's palm. This palm penetrated the thunder, and this palm opened up the world. Luo-jun's mind was lost, as if struck by lightning. Countless nightmares roared, like a group of terrifying bats, with wings spread, circling to his most vulnerable heart. His inner defense was broken. His body was also broken. Pang Jiao's palm, with unparalleled power, hit him like a monster's heaven-shaking blow. Luo-jun's legs softened, and endless fatigue came over him, and he fell on the spot. The female students in class 11 covered their mouths and screamed. Zhu Yan and Gu Tei quickly ran forward and helped Luo-jun up. "Are you okay?" The teacher who was watching the game came over quickly and shouted, "Don't interfere with the game." Pang Jiao pouted, "Luo-jun and I are friends. I'm cheering for him." A general that Zhu Yan valued was devastated, and she said angrily, "Do you call that a friend?" Pang Jiao yelled, "Luo-jun and I are closer than you are." Zhu Yan was furious. Thinking about it carefully, it actually makes some sense. Cuiu from class 8 slammed the table and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Ma Shichen asked, "Cuiu, did you do it?" Cuiu waved his hands to deny. "I didn't." Damn, it really wasn't me. Although he is immoral, he is not immoral to this extent. Jiuo Kanan was surprised and happy. Luo-jun fell. Zhu Yan must be sad, but did he lose another invisible opponent? Jiuo Kanan took the opportunity to send a message to Zhu Yan. "I apologize to you on behalf of class 8. Seeing that Luo-jun from their class was gone, Zhu Yan completely lost hope of winning the prize, even under such an annoying situation. As someone who values the honor of the class so much, you can imagine how bad her mood was. At this time, she just received a message from Jiuo Kanan. She remembered that Jiuo Kanan was also from class 8, and remembered the weird things Jiuo Kanan had done when she was running long distances. Zhu Yan's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. She typed, "Jiuo Kanan, let's not contact each other anymore in the future. I'm afraid that my classmates will misunderstand." Bang! Jiuo Kanan's phone fell to the ground. His originally relieved expression turned into endless dullness in 0.1 seconds. Brother Nan, what's wrong with you?" Shan Kaikwon stretched out his hand in front of him. Ma Shichen flicked the phone on the ground and quickly guessed Jiuo Kanan's reason. Ma Shichen said meaningfully, "Brother Nan, pick up your phone first, at least it won't leave you." Hearing this, Jiuo Kanan picked up his phone and quickly sent a message. Wild goose, crying, recommend a book. After listening to advice, I became a top streamer. Introduction, entertainment plus daily plus relaxed plus refreshing article. Teacher Lin, you have just been voted as the most talented top stream artist of this century. From an amateur with a poor image to now, what is your biggest feeling? Lin Bei, I can have what I have today, mainly because I listen to people's advice and have a full meal. He is a genius lyricist and composer, a genius singer, a fairy screenwriter, or thousand-faced actor, and a devil director. And all of this started with the song King Ming Reign before King Ming Festival. Chapter 339 Tug of War. Jiang Ning begged in every possible way, but got no response. He put down his phone, sat dejectedly, his face as if covered with a layer of lime powder. It's over, it's over. Despair, powerlessness, paleness, losing everything, loneliness and emptiness enveloped him. He was like a car that had run out of gas and had broken down. Cuiu took Wang Lang away from the awning. He looked at Jiang Ning, who was sitting in a daze, and lowered his voice. Lang, do you think Ning looks like Jiang and Seo? Wang Lang said righteously, it's not good to laugh at others. Jiang Ning sat there for a long time and uttered, life is so boring. Shan Kaikwan, brother Nan, the meaning of life is to find meaning. Jiang Ning said unhappily, I've been searching for it, but in the end, it's all in vain. Ma Shichen looked at him and wanted to comfort him, but then he thought, forget it, brother Nan can recover on his own anyway. As his good brother, Shan Kaikwan wanted to watch the fun, but when he saw Nanja was depressed, he advised, think more about what you have, instead of just imagining what you don't have. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it to heart. Jiang Ning thought about the good side. Although Zhu Yan ignored him, at least Zhu Yan didn't delete him. In the past, Manman broke up and deleted him directly, but Zhu Yan didn't. Does it mean that there were just some minor conflicts between the two? Thinking so, Jiang Ning still had the last glimmer of hope. After the hope was magnified, it filled his heart. Jiang Ning was like a rusty robot, which was lubricated and could move again. As long as she didn't delete me, life was full of hope. The men's 3,000-meter long distance race was over, and the next one was the class tug of war. Everyone was excited about the assembly. Tug of war was the best competition to determine the winner between classes. Who is weak and who is strong? The difference is clear. Especially for male students, no one wants their class to lose badly and be called a rookie. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei pulled himself out of a group of female classmates and came to discuss tug of war with Hu Jun. We must have a strong man in the front and a fat man at the end to maximize our advantages. Cuiu said clearly. Hu Jun agreed. I suggest that Song Sheng be the last one and let him be the pillar of our class. Song Sheng had been injured before, but his size and strength made him a top player in class 8. Wang Lang expressed his opinion. Strategy is very important. Sun Tzu's Art of War says that the first attack is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. We resisted the opponent's 3 attacks in the front, and finally made a strong effort, and the victory will be ours. Everyone expressed their opinions. At this time, Zhao Jinliang from class 7 came over with a few boys. You are the class 8, right? Zhao Jinliang was quite asking for a beating. He waved his hand and the strong male classmates behind him stood up. Those male classmates were about 180 centimeters tall, strong, with powerful eyes and strong deterrence. Cuiu, what do you mean? If you look at this scene from the side, the red awning becomes a dividing line, dividing light and darkness. The group of people in class 8 are under the shade of the awning, while the few people in class 7 are in the light. Zhao Jinliang's expression is unruly. I said it long ago, your class will have a hard time in the tug of war competition. I will crush the faces of the people in your class on the ground. His words were powerful and full of arrogance, and his eyes swept over the boys in class 8 one by one. Zhao Jinliang hated class 8. Because of the bet with Cuiu, the girl group came to their class to dance, which eventually led to a tragedy. Zhao Jinliang's reputation in class 7 plummeted, and someone was waiting for an opportunity to take over. Fortunately, Zhao Jinliang is quite strong. With his strong body and domineering courage, he overwhelmed the opposition. He is still one of the top 3 people in class 7 in terms of reputation. Thinking about him going to Cuiu to settle the score yesterday, these people dared to stop him. If you don't take revenge, you are not a man. Cuiu was not afraid. What are you so proud of? Haven't you seen enough dancing? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Jinliang's momentum immediately slipped a little. He left fiercely, not looking for a verbal dispute, just waiting for tug of war to get back on track. Wang Lang Lang sighed. He is not a good person. Shan Kaikun, it doesn't matter. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? CUIU, just do it, and it will be over. Wang Lang Lang was not optimistic. According to his observation, the boys in class 7 are strong. The few boys brought by Zhao Jinliang are good at sports. Ma Shicheng said, don't think too much. Let's line up the tug-of-war team. Hu Jun asked, the first position in tug-of-war is very important. Who should I give it to? Jiuo Kanan recommended, give it to brother Quan, he is very strong. Hu Jun glanced at Shan Kaikun. It can be good, but I always feel that something is missing. Wang Lang Lang looked at the Linup of class 9 next door. There was also a discussion there. Yan Xianpeng, who was 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear, became the focus, and others were circling around him. Brother Quan, are you sure you can handle the pressure from Yan Xianpeng? Wang Lang Lang asked. Shan Kaikun looked at Yan Xianpeng, then at himself. Shan Kaikun was silent. Although he was confident, he had not yet expanded to the point where he could compete with Yan Xianpeng in strength because of exercise. He was 1.9 meters tall and weighed more than 200 kilograms. Yan Xianpeng was immediately twice as heavy as Shan Kaikun. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Ma Shicheng pondered for a few seconds. Jiang Ning, how about it? Hearing this name, Hu Jun and others' eyes lit up. I think it's okay. Jiang Ning was not very tall, let alone strong, but everyone thought he was unfathomable, especially after breaking 3 records. His reputation in the class was unmatched. Jiang Ning, said Huang Zhongfei, the monitor, I've agreed with him before the game starts. Next door, Wei Ziyuan from class 1 shouted, as long as we all work together, we will be invincible. It's a must. Wang Lang Lang, it's so lively. CUIU, class 1 is full of good students. I don't think it's good to study hard every day without exercising. The campus loudspeaker, students from all classes, please gather at the tug-of-war point. Zhu Yuantang stretched her arms and legs under the tree. Jiang Ning, I'll show you my strength later. She had no event that could show her strength in the entire sports meeting. Now, it was finally her turn. Jiang Ning, I can't tell. Indeed, it is difficult to highlight personal strength in tug-of-war. Zhu Yuantang thought to herself, it's right that you can't see it. This is the effect we want. Jiang Ning, let's see who wins more beautifully, she said. Okay, no problem. Jiang Ning decided to win more beautifully. Jiang Ning walked to the messy tug-of-war venue, and Huang Zhongfei came up to him. Tug-of-war, you stand first. No problem. He didn't care where he stood. Class teacher Shan Qingrang arrived to maintain order in the class. Class 8's opponent in the first round was the class 7 that had just shouted. Class 7's class teacher was also instructing the students in the class. Physical education teacher Gu Wei, holding a loudspeaker, stood in the middle of the rope. He shouted, no student is allowed to wrap around the rope. Remember, you are not allowed to wrap the rope around your body, and you are not allowed to wrap the rope around your wrist. Tug-of-war is dangerous, and as a teacher, you must avoid dangerous situations. Gu Wei shouted over and over again, and the students present almost memorized it. Class teacher Shan Qingrang helped tie the red rope, and the students from both classes held the thick hemp rope, and the game was about to begin. This was a men's tug-of-war, and the girls from both classes stood on both sides, acting as cheerleaders. This was also the first game of the first year tug-of-war competition area, including the 3 experimental classes. Other classes were all watching, with hundreds of people paying attention. Students slightly outside could not squeeze in at all. Jiang Ning was bathed in the gazes of his classmates, unusually calm. Opposite him was class 7. Zhao Jinliang was very strong. At this time, he was staring at the people of class 8, quite domineering. Tang Fu, the sports committee member of class 7, was wearing shorts, and the thighs exposed underneath were long and white. Tang Fu won the championship at number 4 middle school in the long jump event, which shows the power of this pair of beautiful and slender white legs. Tang Fu, watch carefully, I will avenge you, Zhao Jinliang said. CUIU stuck his head out, we have prepared the tactics, look at our positions. Wang Lang carefully arranged the positions according to the strength of the classmates in the class to ensure the best formation. Zhao Jinliang laughed. In the face of absolute power, all skills are futile. The classmates behind him laughed, and the students of class 7 were very confident, as if they had already won. Discussions were heard outside the field, and Wei Ziyuan carefully compared the strength of the two classes. Class 8 is a little weaker, there are not many fat people, and no one is particularly strong. Du Chuan commented, I don't think class 8 is good. Shen Zhu from class 9 said to Yan Xianpeng, class 7 can barely fight with our class. As for class 8, he shook his head slowly. To be honest, the strength of a class depends on how many people in their class usually fight. In their class 9, when the class is over, the students often play behind the class, fighting in various ways, and their strength has been trained long ago. As for class 8, Shenzhou often passed by class 8 during get out of class time, and never saw anyone fighting. The only time they had a fight was when Shenzhou had a fight with Mao Zhe from class 8. Thinking of that time, Shenzhou couldn't help but get angry. He used to be a big shot in junior high school, but he almost didn't beat the skinny Mao Zhe. Class 2, Class 3, and Class 10 also discussed about Class 7 and Class 8. After all, it was their turn to compete next. The physical education teacher was explaining the rules and the game was about to start. Bei Yuxia, Chen Xiaoyu, Shen Qinj and others, under the instructions of the class monitor, cheered for the boys in their class. Zhao Jinliang's eyes turned green when he saw so many beautiful girls. Damn, why did their class have so many beautiful girls? Zhao Jinliang roared, it's useless to be clever. In the face of absolute power, you can't stand a blow. The noise around was too loud, so he could only roar. Jiang Ning slowly said, it's a coincidence. I think so too. His voice was not loud, but deep and powerful, and all the students present heard it. Teacher Gu Wei raised his hand, and with his action, the students of the two classes held the rope again. Zhao Jinliang's eyes widened with anger. Tang Fu, the sports committee member of class 7, watched the scene. As the core figure of class 7, Tang Fu knew very well that Zhao Jinliang looked reckless and seemed to have only the courage of a reckless man, but in fact he was quite scheming. Before the game, Tang Fu discussed the strategy with Zhao Jinliang and determined 2 points in total. First, to exert force first, and exert force at the moment the game started. In a tug-of-war competition of this level, whoever exerts force first will have the advantage. Second, to ensure the rhythm, the force will move in a rhythm, and whoever controls the rhythm will have the advantage. With the guarantee of double advantages, plus the apparent difference in strength, how can their class lose? Thinking of this, Tang Fu looked at Jiang Sheng from class 8. In the women's long jump competition, she and Yang Sheng were in the same group of players, and made it to the finals at the same time. However, in the end, she relied on her huge advantage in height to surpass Yang Sheng, and won the championship, but in the 100-meter race, she lost to Yang Sheng again. Ready? The physical education teacher shouted. The whistle blew. Swish. Suddenly, the overwhelming cheering drowned the venue. Come on, class 8. Come on, class 8. Zhao Jinliang and his classmates from class 7 exerted their strength together. They leaned back and tugged on the hemp rope. They instantly grabbed the point and took advantage. As they exerted their strength crazily, the faces of the students were full of ferocity and madness. On the other hand, class 8 also desperately pulled the rope. Shan Keiquan, Wang Langlong, and Cuiyu stepped on the red track desperately, trying to reverse the decline. However, overall, they were obviously not as good as class 7. The students were dragged in the direction of class 7. Wei Ziyuan said, it's not good. Du Chuan looked at the red rope that was about to decide the winner and shook his head. It's over. No, look at him. He's so calm. Someone pointed at the students from class 8. So everyone saw Jiang Ning, who had a calm face among the leaning back players. I recognize him. Jiang Ning, who broke 3 sports records in a row. A classmate pointed out. Pei Yujing and the crowd had a blank expression on her face and focused on watching the game. Seeing that class 8 was in a state of decline, it was already irreversible. Suddenly, Jiang Ning loosened the hemp rope. He spread his hands. He decided to win beautifully. Did he give up? After noticing, the onlookers subconsciously thought that after all, according to the current situation, there was almost no possibility of a comeback. Bayuxia was a little confused. Logically speaking, Jiang Ning was not a person who gave up easily. Zhenglu gently waved the small flag. She firmly believed that the game was not over yet. Zhu Yuantang was outside the crowd, looking at the densely packed students in front of her. Her small figure seemed particularly small. She jumped twice on the spot, while no one was paying attention, but still couldn't see. As Jiang Ning loosened his hands, Class 8 was at a greater disadvantage, and the students were dragged away. Wang Lang howled, "Brother Ma, I can't hold it anymore." Cuiyu shouted with all his strength, "We can't lose." Songsheng, who was the last one on the hemp rope, even used the leg with the steel plate slightly to block the disadvantage. All the students fought hard for the glory of the class. Zhao Jinliang grinned at the sky. "Give up, ha ha ha. So what if he broke the campus record? So what if there are pretty girls cheering for them? They still can't be stopped." At this time, Jiang Ning smiled. He moved his wrists, took a big step forward, and grabbed the hemp rope again with both hands. Tang Fu, who was watching, was confident of victory, and she had a smile on her face. "It's too late now. The rhythm is already ours." Jiang Ning exerted a little force, and the originally dragged Class 8 gradually stopped. He pulled again, and the situation began to reverse. The people of Class 7 began to move towards Class 8. In less than 2 seconds, Zhao Jinliang watched the red rope cross the winning and losing line. They are lost. Tang Fu was still saying, "The rhythm is already ours of Class 7, you." Her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Yang Sheng turned his head to look at her. "Why don't you say anything?" Tang Fu opened her mouth. "Jiang Ning, it's impossible. Jiang Ning won Class 8 by himself." Tang Fu just felt ridiculous. Class 8 was so disadvantaged before. Was it acting? The first tug-of-war game was over. Cuiyu and the others celebrated enthusiastically. They won. They won. Zhao Jinliang was dejected. Tang Fu was puzzled. "We had all the advantages. Why did we lose?" Zhao Jinliang was even more puzzled than her, and said indignantly, "I don't know. He just pulled us over." Chapter 340. I just want to give it a warm home. I've heard of Jiang Ning. Rumor has it that he twisted the iron railing at the back door of the playground to save someone recently. Tang Fu said with a solemn look in her eyes. It was a bit scary to twist iron. Zhao Jinliang was even more unwilling to accept it. "I know the iron railing. It's not that thick. A strong sports student can do it. Yan Qianpeng from Class 9 can do it. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be?" Tug of war tests the strength of the group. Individual strength cannot play a decisive role in a group. Can he decide the outcome alone? Zhao Jinliang didn't understand. It was too weird. Tang Fu pondered for a moment and suddenly guessed, is it possible that their class used a strategy and just showed weakness at the beginning? After listening to it, Zhao Jinliang thought about it, and it seemed possible. The grandsons in Class 8 were not stupid, especially Cuiyu, who had deceived him before. Zhao Jinliang asked himself, his wisdom was definitely like a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick in the first year of high school. Cuiyu may not be as smart as him, but his cunningness should not be underestimated. Class 8 is too despicable. They are obviously powerful, but they still insult us like this. Zhao Jinliang cursed. "I will take revenge." He was furious. Tang Fu was helpless. "Be more careful next time." Unfortunately, the tug-of-war competition was eliminated in one round, and they would not have a next time. When Zhu Yuantang entered the crowd, the tug-of-war competition between Class 8 and Class 7 had ended. She quickly looked at her classmates and judged the outcome from the expressions on their faces. She walked around to Jiang Ning. "You performed well and won beautifully." "Jiang Ning, did you see it?" "Huh, I saw it clearly." Zhu Yuantang's face was proud. Jiang Ning thought to himself, "Your ability to brag is definitely first class." Class 8 advanced to the second round of the tug-of-war competition and got a break. The other students stayed at the scene to watch the competition of other classes. Jiang Ning had no intention of watching, so he returned to the awning. There were few people under the shed, and some benches were outside the awning, scorching hot from the sun. During this period, Jiang Ning participated in tug-of-war competitions. Finally, in the semi-finals, He stopped trying hard and class 8 was eliminated. After a while, the loudspeaker announced the women's tug-of-war competition, and Zhu Yuantang was about to set off. Jiang Ning, just watch and see if I win more beautifully than you. Before leaving, Zhu Yuantang said this. The girls in the class were competing, and the boys were particularly active, and followed them in a swarm. At the tug-of-war scene, physical education teacher Guwei disappeared for something, leaving grade director Yan to preside over the overall situation. The two sides of this duel were the women's group of class 8 and the women's group of class 2. Shan Kaikwan stood by, looking at Bayuxia's profile affectionately. Just now you cheered me up, now it's time for me to pay for you. Give me a plum, give me a peach in return. Shan Kaikwan only regretted that he could not go on the court himself and win the championship. The first place in class 8 was Pang Jiao. The girls from other classes who were observing the enemy were shocked by Pang Jiao's appearance. Her burly figure, messy hairstyle, and vicissitudes of life stubble all showed her strong demeanor. Pang Jiao held the hemp rope and opened her eyes in anger. Not to mention the girls in class 2, even the boys around her felt the evil spirit. The momentum was suppressed. Shikan muttered in his mouth, why do the girls in class 8 look a bit extreme? To be honest, there are so many beautiful girls in class 8, such as Bayuxia, Shenkinj, Yangsheng, etc. But the ugly girls are also quite unique. Director Yan, as a referee, treats everyone equally. The girls on both sides of the red rope stood in place. Director Yan stepped on the rope, with a trumpet in his left hand and a small flag in his right hand. His serious face was full of justice. Director Yan pulled his voice. Ready, he waved the flag violently. Go. Pang Jiao's strong arms pulled the rope vigorously, and the girls in class 2 were no exception. The hemp rope that Director Yan had stepped on was pulled by two classes and suddenly straightened upwards. Director Yan was still standing on it, and his whole body was crushed by the huge force, and his body flew up. Cuiu looked up and screamed, oh my god, the teacher is going to heaven. Director Yan took off vertically more than 1 meter high, and was very conspicuous among the standing students, like a rocket launch. Director Yan was so scared that his heart was numb. Seeing that he was falling, and about to fall, Wang Lang suddenly stepped forward, and hugged Director Yan steadily. Director Yan landed steadily, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If he had fallen hard just now, it would definitely not be light. He turned his head and noticed that Wang Lang had saved him and nodded deeply. Wang Lang showed an ignorant smile of a student. Zhang Kai, who was a little further away, was annoyed. Is Wang Lang sick? Why did you save him? Zhang Kai's cell phone was once taken away by Director Yan, and it was taken away for a semester, so Zhang Kai hated Director Yan very much, and he only hated Director Yan for falling and becoming paralyzed. Director Yan took off, but the women's competition continued. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the winner was decided, and the women's group of class 8 won. At noon, the sun was shining in the sky, and I was feverish. Jiang Ning rode a bike to take Zhu Yuantang home. There was no one on the river dam. The black asphalt road was shining in the sunlight, and the grass on the roadside was almost dried up by the sun. Tug of war, as the last event of the sports meeting, has been successfully completed. The women's group of class 8 won the championship of the senior year group. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei made great contributions, especially in the last 2 rounds of the game. The opponents were very tenacious and stalemated for a long time. At this time, Pang Jiao and others would roar wildly, like thunder from the ground, exploding in all directions and shocking the enemy. Of course, the victory of class 8 also came at a price. Li Shengnan was too excited during the tug of war and stepped on Yuwen's toes and swollen them. Yuwen screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but it was a blessing in disguise, and Huang Zhangfei carried her to the school clinic. Yuwen experienced the treatment of the heroine of an idol drama. Jiang Ning, the bonus will be distributed this afternoon. Zhu Yuantang said. Well, it should be quite a lot. Jiang Ning remembered that the reward was indeed generous. The champion seemed to get 200 yuan, and another 100 yuan for breaking the record. He broke 3 records, and the lowest was 900 yuan, but because of the emergence of Changqing Liquid Company, the school received a large donation, and the reward would only be more. Chatting all the way, Jiang Ning rode his bike home. Aunt Gu was busy at the company, and only Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning were at home. The two of them had long been accustomed to it. Zhu Yuantang cooked, and Jiang Ning went to the kitchen to watch her cook and help her. After lunch, Jiang Ning cleaned up the dishes, and Zhu Yuantang went out with a flower pot. There were several flower pots on the windowsill of Jiang Ning's bedroom, with cacti and spider plants growing vigorously, adding a bit of vitality to the room, full of greenery, and making the air fresher. The flower pot held by Zhu Yuantang contained green ivy, which looked emerald green, and had smooth leaves, which looked very comfortable. While Jiang Ning was washing dishes, he used his spiritual sense to observe Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang had basically arranged all the items in his room, including the drying of the quilts, which she also took charge of. She placed the flower pots there one by one. Zhu Yuantang put a pot of green ivy on the windowsill, moved it with her hands twice, and after confirming that the position was pleasing to the eye, she was in a good mood. She gently touched the leaves of the green ivy, looked at the flower pots next to it, and said earnestly, "The new friend is a green ivy. You should get along well in the future. I will beat up anyone who dares to cause trouble." As she said that, she showed her white little fist as a threat. There was only silence in response to Zhu Yuantang, and it was still silence. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied, and she had joy in her eyes. "Since you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." Jiang Ning, who was washing dishes, was speechless. She was so stupid. After Jiang Ning finished washing the dishes, Zhu Yuantang arranged the green ivy, and the two went to the door to enjoy the cool air. Zhu Yuantang's delicate little feet were bare. She seemed to be worried, not as lively as usual. She played with her mobile phone for a while, then glanced at Jiang Ning, looking absent-minded. "Jiang Ning, what are you looking at?" Zhu Yuantang retracted her gaze and whispered, "I'm not looking." She continued to play with her mobile phone. The class group was very lively. Cuiyu and Yuan were arguing. Yuan was stepped on by Li Shengnan during the tug-of-war. The moment of pain on her face was captured by Cuiyu. He circulated the photos in the group, and Yuan almost blew up the group. Jiang Ning didn't play with his mobile phone. He sat in the shade, looking at the fields in the distance, enjoying the rare comfort. In the sports meeting in recent days, he followed his heart and did not keep a low profile, but indulged himself a little. He used to be eager for sports meetings, but he was not strong enough, so he could only be a foil every time. When did he dream back to the past? He had thought that if possible, he would perform well at the sports meeting. The atmosphere of the sports meeting of Yuzhou No. 4 Middle School was very good. Although the sun was scorching, the youthful blood was still burning. For the honor of the class, for the stunning figure on the playground, and for the hard training on weekdays, the students worked hard. Jiang Ning liked this atmosphere very much. Later, he went to college and held a sports meeting again, but he couldn't find that feeling because the concept of class had long disappeared at that time. Not to mention the contestants, there were very few students watching. Sweat, no one shouted for you. Get glory, no one was proud of you, and more people only paid attention to themselves. Is it selfish? No, everyone just grew up. Jiang Ning thought about the past, and Zhu Yuantang next to him was restless. She put down her mobile phone, isolated from the hysterical quarrel between Yuan and Cuiyu, and returned to the normal world. "Jiang Ning, don't you want to eat popsicles?" she asked tentatively, and the mung bean popsicles were still in the refrigerator. Jiang Ning looked at her. Zhu Yuantang made a lot of mung bean popsicles. He also brought them to school and shared them with his classmates. Everyone praised them, proving that Zhu Yuantang's cooking skills were very good. Yesterday, Zhu Yuantang ate several popsicles in a row. Aunt Gu was afraid that she would get sick, so she quarreled with her. Zhu Yuantang was so bold that she talked back. She also swore on the spot that she would not eat popsicles in the future, and all the remaining popsicles in the refrigerator would be left for Jiang Ning. When she swore, Zhu Yuantang was very confident and shouted loudly. It was cool, but now she regretted it as expected. She wanted to eat popsicles, but she thought of the tough oath she swore in front of Jiang Ning yesterday. She didn't have the face to ask for it. Unless Jiang Ning asked her to eat it, and then she accepted it reluctantly, it would seem that she did not break her oath. Humph, this is what you ask me to eat. I really can't do anything about you. For your sake, I'll eat a few bites. Zhu Yuantang had already imagined this scene. After hearing her words, Jiang Ning also thought of the scene yesterday. He said, I don't want to eat. How can you not want to eat? Mung bean popsicles are so delicious. Zhu Yuantang tried hard to seduce Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning appreciated her performance. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. I just finished my meal, and I'm a little full. Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised and asked back, aren't you full? How could Zhu Yuantang expose the truth of her greed in front of Jiang Ning? Humph, I'm so full. Zhu Yuantang ignored him. Damn, he didn't fall for it. Blame me for feeding him too much. She even wanted to cook less for the next meal and torture him severely. Zhu Yuantang tried many times, but couldn't find Jiang Ning's weakness, so she had to pick up her phone and continue playing. She wanted to eat popsicles. It would be wonderful to have a popsicle while enjoying the cool air. Zhu Yuantang felt uncomfortable. In the class group, Cuiyu and Yuan were banned by the monitor because they quarreled too fiercely. They are now quarreling by texting. One line per text, a real quarrel. Wang Lang acted as a spy, obtained first-hand screenshots of the quarrel from Cuiyu, and broadcast it live in the class group. Everyone was very excited and made comments from many aspects, thinking that the quarrel should be this way or that way. Zhu Yuantang scrolled through her phone aimlessly for a while and suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. She asked, Jiang Ning, are you very loving? It's okay. Jiang Ning is not a saint, nor is he heartless. If he encounters injustice, he will help as much as he can, and without paying much price, so that he can feel better. Zhu Yuantang was laughing in his heart. He was fooled. She immediately said, look at how pitiful those popsicles are. They have been living in the cold refrigerator. I really want to give them a warm home. She blinked mischievously. Don't you think they are pitiful? Jiang Ning was amused by her, and he said with a smile, indeed. Zhu Yuantang nodded his head quickly, his lips like a quiet crescent moon, and he couldn't agree more. Hehe, he was about to be fooled. As long as the popsicles were moved out of the refrigerator, she would carry out the next plan. Could they still escape from her little mouth? How many popsicles do you want to have a warm home? Jiang Ning asked playfully. Zhu Yuantang silently calculated the number. She ate 2 herself, and gave 1 to Jiang Ning, a total of 3. Well, one should not be greedy. She should stop when she is ahead. She reluctantly reduced 1. Then she said happily, 2. 2 will be enough. Jiang Ning, oh then. Jiang Ning turned and went back to the house. Zhu Yuantang looked at his back and almost jumped up with joy. Great, she can eat popsicles. Her saliva is about to come out. Soon, Jiang Ning went out with a plate. On the smooth and white porcelain plate, there were 2 dark green mung bean ice creams, with white frost condensed on the surface. She wanted Zhu Yuantang to pamper them well. Zhu Yuantang's cheeks were flushed. Jiang Ning, I'll tell you where the warm home is. Of course it's her little belly. Jiang Ning said, I know. Then, he put the plate outside under the scorching sun. It's warm enough here. So this afternoon, Zhu Yuantang watched the mung bean popsicles melt little by little in the sun. Chapter 341 Gift. Jiang Ning played a trick on Zhu Yuantang and felt quite relieved. Zhu Yuantang returned to the room sadly. Jiang Ning has changed. Jiang Ning had a nice nap. When she woke up, Zhu Yuantang had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the afternoon. She sat on the back of the mountain bike and chatted to Jiang Ning about the award ceremony in the afternoon and the exam next week. As soon as she arrived at the door of the classroom, Jiang Ning heard Pang Zhao's roar. Why cancel my dance? Zhang Yifu's square face was burning with anger. Who did it? Li Shengnan and Wang Yanan were also denouncing the injustice. The whole classroom was filled with the smell of fire and could explode at any time. At the back of the classroom, Wu Zhaoqi was holding a ball and watching the excitement. He was secretly glad that he had played basketball at noon and came back now, otherwise he would definitely be drowned by the anger of several people. He touched the basketball. It's my lucky baby. Wang Yanan opened her arms, pretended to play a musical instrument, and recited affectionately, my sister Pang Zhao. She gave artificial respiration twice, saved 2 classmates, and was rewarded by the campus. Such a helpful and positive role model. Why should she bear injustice? The classmates around her were embarrassed by her. Shen Qinch looked through her phone and said, the school issued a notice that someone complained that your dance was too. She paused. The dance was too unique, and I was worried that it would affect the school spirit. It turned out that someone had reported it. Ma Shiqing subconsciously looked at Cuiu, and Cuiu showed a sinister smile. He attacked Pang Jiao. Ma Shiqing had this idea. This is indeed Cuiu's style. In terms of cunningness, Cuiu's level is definitely not low. There was still no class in the afternoon. Everyone moved small stools to the playground to enjoy the closing ceremony of the award ceremony. The weather was very hot, and the students' hearts were hot, but Jiuo Kunnen's heart was both hot and cold. Every time this happened, he would turn his head and look at his good brother Keikwon. Since the end of the sports meeting in the morning, Keikwon has fallen into silence. He didn't say a word during lunch, as if a storm was brewing. Jiuo Kunnen suddenly thought that before he was struggling to confess his identity to Manman, he was in the same state with Shan Keikwon. Could it be he wants to? Jiuo Kunnen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is Shan Keikwon ready to charge for love? He obviously didn't win the championship in the sports meeting. Isn't he afraid of failure? Jiuo Kunnen patted him. Be reasonable. Shan Keikwon understood. He smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. There were so many people and eyes. Jiuo Kunnen didn't make a loud noise. He planned to wait until the school celebration was over and then preach to Keikwon and teach him some wisdom and experience. Solemn music sounded from the podium and the listeners were in awe. Please invite the top 3 men's 100-meter event to come on stage to receive the award. The principal spoke with a microphone. Jiang Ning stood up, and under the gaze of all the students in the school, he walked a short distance, walked up the stairs, climbed up the podium, and then stepped onto the pyramid-shaped podium. On both sides were beautiful sophomores in dresses holding trays. The principal took the flowers from the sophomores and gave them to the top 3 in the 100-meter race and personally hung medals on them. When Jiang Ning returned to the square formation, he was immediately greeted with a wave of congratulations. Zheng Lu, who was beside him, had a chubby face and looked lively and happy. Jiang Ning, can I touch your medal? You can touch it as you like. He naturally had no objection and pretended to take the medal off his neck. Zheng Lu quickly waved her hand. No need to take it. I'll just touch it like this. She took this opportunity to get closer and admire Jiang Ning's medal up close, and the hot air became cooler. Bei Yuxia joked, Jiang Ning, what does it feel like to win the championship? Jiang Ning recalled the award ceremony just now and said, the podium is not stable enough. Bei Yuxia, huh? Zheng Lu was playing with Jiang Ning's medal, and a voice came from the stage again. Please invite the top 3 men's 800 meters to the stage to present the awards. Jiang Ning took off the medal, patted Zheng Lu's white and tender palm, and put the flowers in Bei Yuxia's arms. I'll be back soon. He went on stage again to present the awards. Shan Keikwon saw the flowers in Bei Yuxia's arms, and his face was painful. If he worked harder and won the championship, Bei Yuxia would be holding his flowers at this time. Jiang Ning once again won the championship under the gaze of all the students in the school, holding flowers in his hands and wearing a medal. The principal sighed. Jiang Ning is very good, winning 2 championships in a row and breaking the school record. Bei Yuxia held flowers in her hands, and her slightly pink face and the bright flowers complemented each other, making her even more moving. Chen Siqing sat next to Bei Yuxia. This afternoon, she defeated her sister and won the right to come to class 8. She looked at Bei Yuxia, then at the flowers, and suddenly exclaimed, Yuxia, there is a red envelope in the flowers. Bei Yuxia also noticed it. She was also a little curious about the prize money for the champion. Jiang Ning returned to the square with flowers. Tang Fu from the next class couldn't help but look over and look at the flowers in his hand. Cuiu waved his hand in front of her in a mean way. Zhao Jinliang scolded, keep your claws away. Cuiu said contemptuously, a defeated general. After a while, the prize money for high jump was distributed. Jiang Ning put the flowers in Zheng Lu's hand and gave the medal to Chen Siqing. He went on stage to receive the award again. The principal was stunned. Why was he here again? The students watching below were also like this. Everyone had heard Jiang Ning's name on the loudspeaker before, but didn't pay much attention to it. Now it was his turn to go on stage to receive the award, and they realized how showy it was. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the square, he took off the medal and gave it to Zhu Yuantang along with the flowers. Zhu Yuantang sat in the first row, holding a bouquet, with a pair of sparkling eyes. She didn't participate in the competition, but she also got flowers and medals. Zheng Lu played with the prize for a while, then returned it to him, smiling. Jiang Ning, you are the champion. The award ceremony went on as planned, and finally it was time for the group awards. Please invite the female tug-of-war champions of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade to come on stage. The award-giving representative of Class 8 was none other than Yuan. She was injured in the tug-of-war, and everyone was considerate and gave her the opportunity to shine. Yuan put down her iced milk tea and smiled confidently and calmly. After a whole afternoon of recuperation, her feet recovered a lot, and she could walk normally. Kinch, Yanan, Kiki, class monitor, I'm going. Yuan passed by the square formations of each class, and thunderous applause sent her off. Her smile was almost deformed, and her face was even slightly stiff. Yuan had never experienced such a scene in reality, but in her fantasy, she was already a popular person. She walked onto the stage with great enthusiasm, smiling from beginning to end. She even fantasized about whether she could improvise and introduce herself on the spot. Oh, wow. It would definitely shock all the students. And she, Yuan, was a celebrity who combined beauty, elegance, and nobility. Hello, please go to the highest seat. The senior sister in the formal dress gestured gently, like a spring breeze. After hearing this, Yuan looked at the densely packed audience below the stage. The crowd was full of people, and they all looked at her in unison, including the handsome class monitor. At this moment, it seemed as if she was the only one in the world. She was so beautiful. She raised her left foot and stepped onto the podium, imitating the elegance of an international model. Going on stage had to be done in one go, so Yuan raised her right foot elegantly and calmly, taking a pretentious step. She climbed to the middle of the air, and the podium swayed slightly. Yuan's body was unstable, and suddenly her feet slipped, and she fell backwards. She screamed miserably. Ah! Her scream was so powerful and the tone was so sudden that the senior sister in the dress trembled, and the tray in her hand fell to the ground. The flowers and medals fell, as if they fell into Yuan's mind, messing up her brain. She sat on the red carpet blankly, and the whole audience was silent. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing ceremony of the school anniversary was over, and the classmates followed the crowd back to class. Yuan was dazed throughout the whole process. She had forgotten the process of coming down from the podium. Shen Qinj and Jiang Yanan had complicated expressions. If they were in this embarrassing situation, they would probably want to die. Jiang Yanan signaled Shen Qinj with his eyes to find a way to comfort Yuan. Although Shen Qinj didn't want to admit it, she was sure of one thing: Yuan probably didn't need comfort. It wasn't the first time that Yuan made a fool of herself. Although the scene was a bit bigger today, her strong heart should be able to recover soon. Let's pick up the trash. Wang Lang picked up the trash can and held up the broom. After the school celebration, there was garbage on the playground that needed to be cleaned up, and the senior students who were the first to go on holiday were responsible for it. Ma Shicheng had nothing to do, so he planned to go to UK Internet Cafe to play 2 games. After cleaning with Lang, the whole playground was bathed in the sunset, like a scene in an oil painting. In the basketball court in the northeast, Wu Zhaoqi was playing basketball alone, his shadow dancing on the concrete ground, and the basketball was also dancing. It is now time to go home from school. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday. All the facilities in the playground have been removed, and the red carpet on the podium has been removed. The sun is no longer strong, and a breeze is blowing. Groups of students are strolling or sitting somewhere, enjoying the time before sunset. In such tranquility, Wang Lang slowly dealt with the garbage, including packaging bags, plastic bottles, and melon seed shells. Class 8 is responsible for the area including the podium. There are 2 girls sitting next to the podium. The girl with the ponytail is playing games. While playing games, she is cursing excitedly. Wang Lang glanced at her and knew she was a rookie. Game masters like Moje are always calm when playing games, and everything is under control. The girl playing games was busy clicking the screen. She was so excited that she accidentally hit the bottle next to her elbow. The plastic bottle rolled from the cement platform to the ground, and the bottle was empty. After being knocked down, the girl ignored it and continued to indulge in the game. As the captain of the cleaning team, Wang Lang didn't see any garbage. He walked forward, shook the broom and dustpan, and the bottle easily fell into the trash can in Marge's hand. Wang Lang did a good thing, was in a good mood, and left in a cool manner. He took a few steps, and the girl next to the game girl said, Kian, he helped you pick up the garbage. He is a very nice person. Can you say thank you? Wang Lang's mouth curled up. He was in the dark, but his heart was towards the light, and he longed for the recognition of his classmates. Unexpectedly, when Ling didn't even look at it, she was still pressing the screen frantically and said impatiently, did I ask him to help me pick it up? You are so nosy. I haven't blamed him for affecting my operation yet. Wang Lang, who had not walked a few steps, heard it clearly. His happy mood was gone in an instant. Damn, he was scolded for doing a good thing. But Wang Lang is an honest man, and rarely confronts others head on. Ma Shiqing, who was carrying a trash can, frowned. He turned back, took out a plastic bottle from the trash can, and put it next to the girl. If you are a dish, practice more. Don't blame others. At the door of class 2, Qianheng stood in the corridor, looking at Jiang Ning in the distance. He slowly retracted his gaze until her back disappeared from his sight. Xiaofeng, what do you think of my little star stacking? Qianheng invited comments. Tell the truth. Brother Xian stacked it well for the first time. Xiaofeng replied. Qianheng took out one and looked at it carefully. He always felt that it was not perfect and something was missing. He said, did you get the person I asked you to contact? Xiaofeng nodded. Brother Xian, he's waiting in the classroom. After that, the two went upstairs together. There were only a few students left in class 8. Chen Kan was studying, and Shan Zhao was studying classics to improve his moral cultivation. Miro Zhe in the last row was playing with his mobile phone. Miro Zhe had good learning ability. He could not only maintain the top 10 grades in the highly competitive class 8, but also find time to have an online romance with Yan Ni. When Qianheng arrived at class 8, the first thing he looked at was Yang Sheng's seat. It was empty there. Yang Sheng had just left school, and Qianheng personally sent him out of the school gate. Well, watched him go. How about this little star stacking? Qianheng took out a few little stars. Miro Zhe didn't look at it, but asked, are the little stars you gave? Qianheng didn't react, and blurted out, of course it's the little stars. Miro Zhe stared at him, his eyes shining, and he said in a firm tone, what you gave is not the little stars, but the thousands of stars in your heart. Xiaofeng didn't understand, but was shocked. But Qianheng understood. His expression was confused at first, then thoughtful, and then enlightened. High, really high. He never thought that Miro Zhe's pattern was so high. What should I do? Qianheng said modestly, like a seeker on the road. Miro Zhe, according to your ideas, do it boldly. Qianheng understood that what he gave was not only the 999 little stars he folded by hand, but also his hard work day and night. During the 3 days of the sports meeting, he folded the little stars in the classroom for 3 days, and his fingers were blistered. No one knew how hard he worked. He originally planned to give it to Yang Sheng this afternoon, but he hesitated in his heart, and he was a step late. It doesn't matter, as the saying goes, good food is never too late. He will take action after the short holiday, during which he can prepare more fully. Xiaofeng, remember to go to Ansheng during the holidays. Qianheng instructed that the gift he gave not only included little stars representing his hard work, but also a lady's watch. Xiaofeng's face was full of joy. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I will definitely prepare it for you. During the 2 days of vacation, he helped Qianheng buy gifts, and all expenses were paid by the other party, which was equivalent to a public travel. While the two were talking, Shan Zhao went to the back to throw away the garbage. He heard it, a gift. On Shanzairo's honest face, his eyes flashed with wisdom. Outside the school gate, at the crossroads with cars coming and going, Jiuo-kun stood on the side of the road. He took a big sip of ice cola. Brother Quan, have you really decided? Shan Kei-kun replied, some things should be done. Jiuo-kun understood what he was going to do. Kei-kun planned to confess his love after the short holiday. He sighed, why not wait until next year's sports meet? You can train for another year and be more fully prepared. Shan Kei-kun shook his head slowly. Year after year, I will graduate soon. Thinking of Bayuksha's beautiful face, her every frown and smile, Shan Kei-kun's love burst out. Can love wait? Obviously, it can't. His face was firm. I have a hunch that now is the best time. Jiuo-kun didn't say anything. When he confessed his identity to Manman, he also thought that was the best time. But he lost, and lost miserably. Jiuo-kun said solemnly, now that things have come to this, I won't persuade you anymore. I will witness your confession. Chapter 340 to Cruise. May 1st, holiday. Choo-choo is coming soon. Zhu Yuantang was packing. Jiang Ning sat on the small stool at the door, leisurely and comfortable. It was cloudy today, and the temperature dropped sharply to just 20 degrees. He held two small white cards between his fingers, with pictures of cruise ships printed on them. The silver paint scratch area in the lower right corner was marked with a 10% discount. They planned to go boating in the park today. Don't bring water? Jiang Ning saw her fill a large bottle of purified water. Zhu Yuantang pinched her waist and looked very knowledgeable. The water in the park is a rip-off. Several yuan a bottle. Last time during the Qingming outing, Wu Zioki from our class bought a drink in the park, a small bottle for 7 yuan. She would not be ripped off by the park. Jiang Ning was speechless for a moment when she saw that she was making sense. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ning showed the card. Look carefully. This is not an ordinary discount card. This is a supreme discount card. Zhu Yuantang took the card and saw the supreme logo. The supreme discount card not only comes with a fruit plate, but also a drink. Jiang Ning explained. Is it true? Zhu Yuantang was skeptical. How come you can draw such a good card? Jiang Ning, haha, I'm lucky. Zhu Yuantang thought for a moment and said, yeah, as good as me. Last time I went to the snack street, I won 500 yuan from the scratch card. Indeed, we are very similar. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang was very happy to hear that. She and Jiang Ning are very similar. Doesn't that mean that she is as good as Jiang Ning? Although she didn't admit it, deep down in her heart, Zhu Yuantang had long regarded Jiang Ning as the most powerful person in the world. After learning that she was delivering water by boat, Zhu Yuantang put down the water bottle and continued to organize other things. Jiang Ning looked at her busy figure, shook his head and laughed. Look at her little achievement. She went out for more than 10 kilometers and looked like she wanted to take everything with her. If she went out to travel, she would probably empty the whole house. It doesn't matter. He has a storage ring. Jiang Ning decided to take her out to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland during the summer vacation in 2 months. Zhu Yuantang packed a bunch of things, causing Jiang Ning's mountain bike to be like a mule, with a bunch of miscellaneous items on the handlebars and handrails. Zhu Yuantang held a bamboo pole and stood up straight. The bamboo pole was much taller than her. There was an iron ring at one end of the bamboo pole and a net attached to the iron ring. This was a scoop net, which could be used to catch fish. Zhu Yuantang knew her own limitations. She had fished many times, but always returned empty-handed. People should know how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, so Zhu Yuantang secretly made a scoop net by herself. It was easy to use and convenient for catching fish, which was most suitable for her. Look at me catching fish on a boat today and have an extra meal at noon. Jiang Ning, can this net catch fish? He seriously doubted it. Jiang Ning used to catch fish with a scoop net, and she thought it was very simple. When she got the hang of it, she realized that it was very difficult, much more difficult than fishing, and it was impossible for non-experts to master it. Zhu Yuantang was very proud, with intelligence and wisdom in her eyes. She held the scoop net with both hands, as if she was holding a spear. HMPH, I just scooped it lightly, and the fish went into the net. She made a waving motion. Wait and eat the fish. Jiang Ning thought, I'm afraid only the immortals who practice fasting can wait patiently for you to catch the fish. There was a sound from the land at the door. Zhu Chuchu pressed the brake, and the black electric car stopped. She was holding a bag of white tofu in her hand. Tong tong, I bought it. While walking, Zhu Chuchu gently lifted her hair and put the messy hair behind her ears. A faint smile appeared on her cold face. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied. Chuchu, you are great. She lived in Hebei. If she wanted to buy tofu, she had to go to the vegetable market in the city, which was quite troublesome. Chuchu happened to bring it along. Jiang Ning thought, tofu stewed with fish? Yes, yes. Zhu Yuantang thought so. Jiang Ning questioned, the fish is still not there? Zhu Yuantang shook her scoop net. With a sharp weapon in hand, the fish was destined not to escape. Chuchu, do you believe me? Zhu Yuantang sought external support. Zhu Chuchu didn't believe it, but she was Tang Tang's good friend, and she should support her. Believe it. Zhu Chuchu coaxed the child. She knew that Tang Tang was sometimes stupid. Zhu Yuantang closed the door, and it was time to set off. Tang Tang, do you want to take my car? Zhu Chuchu invited. Her electric car had a large seat, and could carry several Tang Tangs. Zhu Yuantang was running towards her exclusive throne. When she heard Chuchu's words, she turned her head and said loudly, I'll take the electric car. Jiang Ning, I abandon you. Tang Tang got on Chuchu's car, like a heartless woman. In fact, it was not that Zhu Yuantang liked Chuchu's car, but that the journey was more than 10 kilometers, and Jiang Ning's bicycle was full of things. If she got on it again, it would definitely be a burden for Jiang Ning. And Chuchu's electric car did not require manpower. It was the May Day holiday, and there were many pedestrians on the river dam, and cars passed by from time to time. The river dam with beautiful scenery and fresh air naturally became the first choice for people to relax. What's more, there is a wide plain nearby, which is perfect for camping. A dozen kilometers is not far. Zhu Chuchu's electric car has great horsepower, and arrived at the park in less than half an hour. Looking down from the river dam, the park is built along the lake and covers a large area. There is a large archway in front of the park. The top of the door is a building similar to the ancient eaves, with brightly colored bricks and tiles. Zhu Chuchu stood at the door and looked at the various trees planted inside the park. She didn't know where to go. In comparison, Zhu Yuantang had come here for an outing and was a familiar customer. Like her predecessor, she said to the newcomer Chuchu, park the car there. There is a parking lot on the left side of the park entrance. After parking the car, Zhu Chuchu took her things and left with peace of mind. She didn't worry about someone stealing the car because her electric car was too old and thieves didn't care about it at all. Jiang Ning put a spiritual mark on the mountain bike. Tourists came and went in the park. The elderly, parents with children, and young boys and girls in pairs shuttled through the park. Recently, some buildings have been built in the park, and it has become very busy. Zhu Yuantang didn't go straight to the lake. She walked around the park and came to the river. She pointed at the bridge and told Chuchu about the incident of Cuiu from their class falling into the river. It caused a huge disturbance. Many students jumped into the river to save him. Everyone was very anxious. Finally, the wise Zhu Yuantang came on stage and pointed out the depth of the river with one word, saving the students in dire straits. Zhu Chuchu was a little stunned when she heard it, and she always felt that this story was a bit far-fetched. Jiang Ning next to her watched quietly. Zhu Yuantang had no guilt at all. She knew Jiang Ning's character. Jiang Ning didn't like to show off, so his merits should be praised by her. After the story was finished, Zhu Yuantang was still unsatisfied and only regretted that Jiang Ning had too few feats. The three of them strolled in the park and looked at the rockery built with large stones. Zhu Yuantang climbed up. When she climbed the last large stone, her calves were shaking and she couldn't stand steadily. They also went to the newly built suspension bridge, which was shaking greatly. The river under the bridge was clear, and the little lotus flowers with pointed corners just revealed were as tender as Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang walked a third of the way tremblingly and was finally taken back by Chuchu. After this incident, Zhu Yuantang found several excuses to try to save her tall face. Zhu Chuchu smiled but said nothing. Finally, they walked to the lake, and Zhu Yuantang's mood recovered. He stood on the shore and looked. The sun was hidden behind the clouds, casting a not so dazzling light. The breeze blew, and the clouds moved slowly in the sky. There were 2 small boats floating on the lake with ripples, as if they were shuttling above the clouds. In the huge lake, the 2 small boats seemed to be lonely. Looking carefully, I found that there were people on the boats, couples, and families, enjoying a rare quiet time. The style of the cruise ship was different from the last time Zhu Yuantang came to the park. The current cruise ship was more ancient, and there was a light blocking wooden roof on the back half of the hull. The boats are beautiful, Zhu Chuchu praised. There were 3 cruise ships parked at the ferry. Isn't it expensive? She asked again. Jiang Ning showed the Supreme card in his hand. I have the Supreme VIP, and I enjoy a 10% discount. As he said that, he walked into a building by the lake, which was responsible for operating the cruise ships. The store area was 30 to 40 square meters, with white floors, refrigerators, freezers, and fruit shelves, which were quite complete. There was a woman in her early 30s, who was cutting fruit. There was also a middle-aged uncle, who was strong and slightly dark-skinned. His surname was Li. He was recommended to work here. The salary and benefits were very good, and there was also a commission. Usually, he was mainly responsible for operating the cruise ships, plus selling fruits, braised food, drinks, etc. When Boss Lee saw the person coming, he immediately asked, "Do you have a reservation?" Jiang Ning put the Supreme card on the counter. When Boss Lee saw it, his attitude suddenly changed. He was told in advance that at any time, he must keep a boat to serve customers with Supreme cards. Boss Lee smiled and said to the woman in the store, "Xiao Dai, give me a fruit platter, a braised food platter, and a drink combination, each of which is the Supreme edition." He introduced. Usually, the price for renting a cruise ship is 200 for 4 hours. Today is May Day, it's a bit more expensive, 300 for 4 hours. You have a Supreme 10% discount card, so it's 30 yuan. Jiang Ning took out a 50 yuan note and said, "And prepare a set of cooking utensils for me." Boss Lee immediately agreed that cooking was not allowed on the boat, but since she was a Supreme card customer, he had no control over it. As for cooking utensils, he had already prepared them. "Do you need fishing gear?" "Boss Lee has a fishing rod here. I brought it," Jiang Ning said. After chatting for a while, Boss Lee picked up the key and took Jiang Ning to choose a boat. Before boarding the boat, the woman named Xiaodi came forward with a foam box. "Hello, here are the fruit cuts for free." Jiang Ning's consciousness passed through the foam box and checked the fruit cuts: grapes, cantaloupe, watermelon, bananas, etc. Calculating their weight, it would cost hundreds of yuan to buy fruit alone. Now that she was about to board the boat, Zhu Yuantang clasped her hands tightly. Her nervous little face turned pale. She was afraid of the boat. She whispered, "Chuchu, are you afraid?" "Ah, what are you afraid of?" Zhu Chuchu was puzzled. Boarding a boat, how scary? Oh, Zhu Yuantang's heart choked. Chuchu was not afraid at all. Without Chuchu as a backup, she was even less confident. Zhu Chuchu whispered, "Tong Tong, Jiang Ning is watching you. There are others around. You have to cheer up. Be tough." Zhu Yuantang's expression changed. They started to board the boat. Jiang Ning stepped onto the bow first. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth, rushed forward and jumped, almost falling into the lake. Fortunately, Jiang Ning caught her. Zhu Chuchu carried the scoop net and moved onto the boat. Jiang Ning paddled, and the boat floated away from the shore. The dam. A black luxury car stopped by the roadside, and Linsider opened the door. Several people got out of the car one after another, including Zhuang Jianhu, Li Shi, and Wang Yang from Class 8. "We were here last time." Li Shi looked around the surrounding scenery. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with denim hot pants. She was 175 centimeters tall, and had snow-white and slender thighs, which was quite eye-catching. Wang Yang, with his bag on his back, said with a smile, "Last time I came here for an outing, the cruise ship had not yet opened. Now there is a new merchant, and the boat they use is different from the usual wind-watching boat. In this weather, it's interesting to eat some fruits, prepare some stewed food, and enjoy the lake view." He is a native of Yazhou. He is not very old, but he knows a lot about local food, drink, and entertainment. Last time, he took Lindsay and others to a farmhouse, hidden in the suburbs, to eat roasted whole lamb, which attracted the other party's praises. This May Day, he learned that Lindsay did not return to Ansheng, or go out for a trip, so he specially invited him to come and play. Wang Yang grew up in the compound, and understood some worldly ways. He originally could not come into contact with people like Lindsay, but because they were in the same school and the class next door, he got in touch with this person. Lindsay was a little moved when he heard this. He was playing games at home, but later his aunt Lin Han warned him not to stay at home, so he was forced to go out. Wang Yang led the way. This way. He led a few people all the way to the lakeside of the park, spent 300 yuan to rent a boat, and gritted his teeth, and ordered a large portion of supreme fruit cut, which cost 250 yuan. Wang Yang felt distressed. His family was well off, but he really felt bad to spend hundreds of dollars. Li Shi glanced at the fruit cut, a little disdainful. Is there anything better? Boss Li smiled. The price of renting a boat was not cheap, and most customers who could afford it were not short of money. Do you want durian? More than 300 yuan each? He pointed to a pile of durian in the corner. Imported. The taste is amazing. Wang Yang's wallet was screaming. Lindsay couldn't stand the smell. No, no. Li Shi gave up. Boss Li asked again. Do you want a braised platter? 188 yuan per portion. Our leading enterprise in Yazhou, Changqing Company, produces braised food in the back kitchen. When he mentioned Changqing, he straightened his back, prepared for face, and was proud. Wang Yang's heart was bleeding. I want a supreme edition. When paying, Wang Yang took out his wallet generously. Lindsay stopped him and laughed. You paid last time, let me pay this time. He didn't need to take advantage of this little advantage. Jiang Ning was fishing, Zhu Yuantang was fishing, and Zhu Chachu was paddling. They were all doing their own jobs, and were in harmony. Don't fall in. Zhu Chachu was worried. Tang Tang was half out of the boat, which was very dangerous. She was afraid at the beginning, but now she is arrogant, and not afraid of water at all. Zhu Yuantang fished for more than 10 minutes, but didn't catch a fish. Jiang Ning had already caught 2 grass carps. Zhu Yuantang was exhausted physically and mentally. She found a place to sit down, and took out her mobile phone. There was a message reminder just now. Someone at her in the group, but there were so many messages in the group that she couldn't see who at her. During the May Day holiday, everyone was idle and had nothing to do, so they chatted in the group. Shan Kaiquan and An Qingfeng were tit for tat, discussing car companies in various countries, using this to lead to an analysis of the international situation, and they were talking very well. Yuan and Wang Lang occasionally popped up, which was very lively. At this time, Lu Kiki suddenly sent several messages in a row. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Yuan was concerned about her sister. Kiki, what's wrong with you? Lu Kiki sent a long string of messages, which roughly meant that during the May Day holiday, she and her boyfriend, who was in the second year of high school, had dinner outside. The other party only prepared one meal, and her expectations were dashed, and she was very dissatisfied. Yuan wanted to send a message to support her, but the class monitor was in the group, and she was afraid of damaging her image. She didn't take action, and Pang Jiao jumped out, and the class group shook 3 times. If it was my boyfriend, I would throw the meal on his face. It can be seen that Pang Jiao was very angry. Cuiu laughed. You have to have a boyfriend first. Pang Jiao, Cuiu, do you want to die? Cuiu has been arrogant recently, and doesn't care about her at all. Jiang Yanan and others supported Lu Kiki a few words, and for a while, the group was full of words to comfort her, and belittle the boy. The male classmates in the class were silent, and no one came out to offend. Lu Kiki was still angry. He doesn't take holidays seriously. I'm so mad. Suddenly, Ma Shicheng said, is it because you wanted to give your boyfriend a gift during the holiday, but he didn't accept it, so you are angry? As soon as this was said, the group changed color. Yuan, Ma Shicheng, we girls are talking. What does it have to do with you? Yang Sheng, is it because your boyfriend didn't go to work on May 1st Labor Day, so you are angry? Chapter 343 Confession. Jiang Ning was fishing on the lake. He always caught fish, never empty-handed. Zhu Chuchu stared at him. This scene was simply amazing. Jiang Ning had a natural beauty when fishing. He sat on the boat, as if he had integrated into the surrounding ecology. He was born to be a fisherman. As time passed, 2 more cruise ships appeared on the lake. They were far apart, and did not interfere with each other. There were more, and more fish in Jiang Ning's bucket. Zhu Yuantang gave up the landing net. She crossed her legs, and prayed for Jiang Ning, trying to share some of the credit, and prove that she was not a waste. Zhu Chuchu rowed gently. She had been eating well recently, and her nutrition was sufficient. Her physical strength was better than before. In the distance, Li Shi, Lin Zida, Wang Yang and others were sitting on another boat. The 4 of them had just enough people to play cards. They ate fruit slices and played cards, which was quite fun. Li Shi saw Jiang Ning and his group in the distance, and she was surprised. They are here too? Wang Yang is a student in class 8. He has just started his first year of high school and has inquired about Jiang Ning's information for Lin Zida, so he pays extra attention to Jiang Ning. He said, they live in Heba, so it's normal for them to know this place. Li Shi thought of something, and the surprise on her face turned into understanding. She smiled and said, a cruise is not cheap. He has finally won the sports competition bonus, and I'm afraid he will spend it all. There is a sense of superiority in her words. Zhuang Jian, who on the boat, listened quietly with a calm expression. They were born in Ancheng, and their families have industries all over the country. They don't have to worry about material things. Such a favorable environment is not available to 99% of the people in the world. In this environment, the mentality is naturally superior to others. Although they rarely show it, their occasional behavior will inevitably reveal a little. In fact, this is the real society after leaving school. After listening to this, Wang Yang wanted to say that it is not what you think. Jiang Ning's family is well off. The headphones and pens that Jiang Ning used before were expensive, and he could also donate Red Bull at the sports meeting. But seeing the expressions of Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu, he didn't say it. In terms of dealing with people, Wang Yang is more mature than Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu. There is no way. He does not have the conditions of Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu, so he can only make up for it in this aspect. Lin Zida and Jiang Ning have a lot of contact, and often talk about various console games. People who can afford to buy genuine console games these days must have a few hundred yuan for rowing. He sighed and said, Jiang Ning's prize money is really not small, enough to buy several games. When the sports meeting was just held, some people made up stories and claimed that the champion prize was thousands of yuan. At the end of the award ceremony, although it was not as much as said, Jiang Ning's 3 championships, plus the record, were almost the same. Lin Zida saw Jiang Ning fishing, and was quite tempted. He wanted to have a couple of casts. Wang Yang, let's go and have a chat, Lin Zida said. Li Shi felt that her status had dropped. Why should they take the initiative to go over? With her personality of calling people here and there, people of the same age should take the initiative to come to see her. But at this moment, Lin Zida was in charge, and she was reserved. The performance of the boat was very good. Lin Zida and Wang Yang rowed, and quickly approached Jiang Ning's boat. Zhu Chuchu was surprised. The boats on the lake were all doing their own things. Why did someone suddenly approach? She held the oars tightly. Jiang Ning greeted Lin Zida after seeing him. What a coincidence. Wang Yang was from class 8. He asked, Jiang Ning, how was your catch? Not bad, enough to eat. As he spoke, he calmly raised the fishing rod. In the air, a crucian carp the size of a palm swung its silver white tail, and transparent water droplets splashed. Jiang Ning skillfully took off the crucian carp and threw it into the bucket. Wang Yang and the others were envious. It was too cool. A fish was not worth much. The key was the sense of accomplishment of catching a fish, which was joyful. Lin Zida's hands were itching, but he couldn't try his luck now. Do you have fishing tools? Lin Zida asked. Yes. Jiang Ning picked up the scoop net on the boat and said, do you want it? Lin Zida looked at the scoop net. It seemed that fishing with the scoop net was very simple. Just scoop it lightly, and the fish would enter the net. In fact, he knew very well that the speed of manipulating the scoop net in the water was very slow, far slower than the speed of the fish. Fishing with a scoop net was too difficult, unless it was electrified, but that would be electrofishing. Lin Zida shook his head. What a joke. You can't catch fish with this. Zhu Yuantang was a little angry at first, and then a little happy. Look, others don't even have the courage to use it, but she dared to try. Needless to say, her image in Jiang Ning's heart must have become taller. Seeing Lin Zida's refusal, Jiang Ning said, the owner of the cruise ship has a fishing rod. You can rent one. Lin Zida accepted the suggestion, and rowed the boat closer to the shore. Jiang Ning continued fishing. Zhu Yuantang looked at the fish in the bucket and said, enough, enough, I've made my money back. These fish were almost worth the cruise ticket price. The owner also gave away fruit slices and braised food. It was simply a loss-making business. We've processed the fish. Zhu Chachu has been independent since childhood, and she is no worse at housework than Tang Tang. Jiang Ning rowed ashore to the boat shop to process the fish. Zhu Chachu was worried that the boss would not like it, so after asking Jiang Ning, she sent a few fish to Boss Li. When the crucian carp was processed, Zhu Yuantang prepared the ingredients and cut the tofu. They moved the stove on board. This was a fireproof stove, so there would be no accidental burning of the boat. The sun at noon was still not strong, the temperature was suitable, and the breeze was blowing. In such weather, it was a good experience to enjoy the scenery on the boat with two 15 or 16-year-old girls as company, drink cold drinks, and eat stewed fish. Zhu Yuantang took out a deck of playing cards, and the three of them played landlord. Lin Zida was still fishing. He smelled the smell of stewed fish on Jiang Ning's boat. It was so fragrant that he was intoxicated by the aroma, and the cold stewed taste lost its soul. Wang Yang, come fishing together, let's stew fish too. Lin Zida set a goal. Wang Yang was relatively calm. He suddenly thought, who among the 4 people on the boat can cook? He can't, and the other 3 can't either. Forget it, it's still unclear whether we can catch fish. Wang Yang put aside the idea. Because they were fishing, there was no one to play cards, so Li Shi and Zhuang Jianu chatted. After a while, Lin Zida really caught a fish, and Zhuang Jian who also joined the fishing. Li Shi was completely bored, and when people are bored, they tend to have wild thoughts. Li Shi suddenly said, Wang Yang, do you know Yang Sheng? Wang Yang was stunned, and he subconsciously said, Sister Shi, I'm sorry for what happened that day, I should have stopped them. Li Shi and Yang Sheng made a bet, but he didn't know in advance. Later, Li Shi came to dance. Wang Yang thought he had some strength, but facing those classmates in the class, he was not sure, so he didn't make a move, and watched Li Shi dance. Well, Sister Shi's dance is really good. It opened Wang Yang's eyes. When Li Shi heard what Wang Yang said, she didn't involve Wang Yang. It's not your fault. Tell me about Yang Sheng. She must get back this place. Yang Sheng hates evil, and is very evil. I remember it most clearly, but I have never seen her on duty. Wang Yang belongs to the front row of class 8. He is very close to Yang Sheng, and has a certain understanding of her. As Wang Yang talked, Li Shi opened her eyes wide. You mean, she has never lost a bet? Wang Yang said, to be precise, she lost once. The only time she lost was when she played table tennis with Zhu Yuantang. Li Shi glanced at the boat in the distance. Oh, Zhu Yuantang, that little one, right? The 3-day holiday passed quietly, and the school day arrived. During the evening self-study, the sky was overcast and dark, the air was dull, and heavy rain could fall at any time, and the students' mood was overshadowed. Huang Yazhu, who was in the middle row of the classroom, brought 3 umbrellas today, to prevent students from borrowing umbrellas, and not having enough. The back row seemed peaceful on the surface, but there was actually an undercurrent. 3 days, 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Shan Kaikun was wearing new clothes. He shook Jiuo Kunnen's shoulder, and was very excited. Tonight, he was about to welcome a big event in his life. Jiuo Kunnen's eyes were complicated. He couldn't help. He just rushed to the dormitory in the afternoon, and rummaged through the wine in the box under the bed several times. There were 2 bottles of wine in total. He brought them from home, and prepared them for Kaikun for a long time. Tonight, it might be ready. However, he still hoped that Kaikun would succeed. Shan Kaikun was very excited and kept shaking, which led to Jiuo Kunnen shaking, and then the table shaking. Ma Shichen looked at Shan Kaikun, and felt an abnormal tremor. He moved away from the desk, and continued to play games. Wang Lang Lang changed his position and continued to watch. At this time, Wu Zhaoqi shot the ball into the goal. Bang bang bang. Wu Zhaoqi played. The noise made Shan Keiquan's head hurt. He was at a critical crossroads in his life. How could he tolerate Wu Zhaoqi? Besides, after Wu Zhaoqi came to class 8, his prestige dropped greatly, while Shan Keiquan's strength increased greatly. After a few rounds, he said bluntly, "Go play over there, don't you see everyone is quiet?" Shan Keiquan showed an expression of disgust. Wu Zhaoqi kept jumping. "I'm not playing basketball, I'm cleaning." Dust was flying on the cement floor, which was his witness. Shan Keiquan, what nonsense. Cuiu next to him saw that Wu Zhaoqi had learned his lesson, and he said sinisterly, "Wu Zhaoqi, let me tell you, your sister Jiao likes boys who play basketball the most." When Wu Zhaoqi heard this, he was so scared that he couldn't hold the basketball firmly, and it slipped out of his hand. His face was uncertain. Don't joke around. Fortunately, his heart to play basketball was so firm that nothing in the world could defeat him. Even if he was broken into pieces, it could not stop his will to play basketball. Pang Jiao couldn't do it, and Zhang Yifei couldn't do it either. Wu Zhaoqi picked up the basketball and stopped playing for the time being. Cuiu was quite satisfied. He was becoming more and more like a military strategist. With one word, the storm was settled. In the future, won't class 8 let him fly freely? Class 2 downstairs. Qi Xianheng looked at the 999 little stars that he had stacked by himself. The little stars were placed in a glass bottle. The glass bottle was a custom-made bottle with a transparent light line inside. When the switch was turned on, the light reflected the colorful little stars, emitting light, which was exquisite and beautiful. Above the pile of little stars, a watch was suspended in the air. To be precise, it was a star pocket watch. The dial was a beautiful starry sky, which contrasted with the little stars below. Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't help but praise, "Brother Shan, it's really beautiful." Qi Xianheng smiled with satisfaction. "You did a good job. Not only did you buy a watch for me, but you also got the bottle." Zhao Xiaofeng didn't dare to take credit. "It's mainly because Brother Shan understands art." Qi Xianheng was very happy to hear this. He was uneducated, but he also followed his family, attended concerts, visited exhibitions of great artists, and his taste was cultivated. It's not just about taste. In fact, this bottle has another meaning. The pure little stars represent his truest love, and the beautiful pocket watch just makes up for the cheapness of pure love and adds a bit of preciousness to it. Qi Xianheng was so considerate. "Brother Shan, are you going to confess tonight?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked. If Brother Shan confessed, he would immediately arrange for people to clear the place. Qi Xianheng looked at the gloomy weather outside and said in a cultured way, "The weather is not good. Tomorrow, wait until the rain stops and the sky clears up." Zhao Xiaofeng flattered him. Brother Shan is still very particular. Qi Xianheng smiled. "Of course I'm a particular person." As he said that, he carefully put the glass bottle into the hole of the table. "Zhao Yangsheng, wait for me." During the break between evening self-study classes, Jiao Kunan pulled Shan Keiquan to the small garden downstairs. In the quiet space, they sat on a bench. Jiao Kunan finally asked, "Brother Quan, are you really ready?" It was obviously a brother's confession, but Jiao Kunan was actually nervous. Shan Keiquan was in the dim small garden, looking up at the teaching building with lights on. That was building 3, where his beloved lived. His heart suddenly calmed down, and he felt more fulfilled than ever before. Yeah. Jiao Kunan heard determination in his words. He knew that no one in the world could stop Shan Keiquan's actions. He sighed inexplicably. "What are you going to do after you confess? Go back to the dormitory, or stay in the class for a while?" Shan Keiquan smiled. "Stay in the class for a while, and then go back to the dormitory. There is a long way to go. I'm only in the first year of high school, and there are many days to go with Bayuxia in the future." His words were full of sunshine and expectation, dispelling the restlessness of the cloudy day. "I will confess after the evening self-study. Get out of class. Brother Nan, you go back first, and remember to get me a bottle of hot water." Jiao Kunan nodded. "Okay." The small garden was quiet for a while. Jiao Kunan suddenly said, Keikwon, you didn't win the championship in the sports meet. Why did you confess? To be honest, it's different from what I thought. Shan Keikwon smiled even more, and he got up from the bench, feeling more relaxed and relieved than ever before. Brother Nan, do you know that people will experience 3 growths in their lives? The first time is when you find out that you are not the center of the world. The second time is when you find out that no matter how hard you try, there are still some things you can't do. The third time is when you know that there may be some things you can't do, but you still try your best to fight for them. Jiuo Kanan silently listened. The biggest benefit of studying and exercising is not that my grades have improved, not that my physical fitness has improved, but that I have more confidence in myself. Do you still remember? At the beginning of the school year, I had a conflict with Song Sheng. I never beat him, which made me quite afraid of him. It's embarrassing. Later, Wu Zioki transferred to our class and played basketball at the back of the classroom, making me covered in dust. I didn't dare to play with him. Deng Qingfeng used to mock me. He had better grades than me and was richer than me. I felt inferior to him. And Bei Yuxia, the first time I heard that her family had a car, I felt so uncomfortable. Why was her family so rich? But now, whether it's fear or inferiority, with my efforts and my father's efforts, all of them have disappeared. Shan Keikwon tells his mental journey. I don't want to wait any longer. It's been a year. Everything has to have a result. Whether it's success or failure, I can accept it calmly. Shan Keikwon gently pounded his chest. Jiuo Kanan stared at his good brother blankly. He suddenly realized that Keikwon had grown so much without him realizing it. It was completely beyond his imagination. Immediately, Jiuo Kanan was relieved again. Fortunately, he had been constantly reshaping his Tao heart and growing day by day. At that time, he was afraid that Brother Quan could not keep up with his pace. Now it seems that the two are making progress together. Jiuo Kanan patted Keikwon on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, come on. 10 minutes before the last class of the evening self-study, it rained. It was raining heavily, and thunder roared outside the glass window, and lightning flashed. Jiang Ning, how are we going to go home? I brought a raincoat. Zhu Yuantang said naively, well, I'll get into your raincoat. As the bell rang, the students who had already packed up rushed to the classroom door. Chen Xiaoyu took the umbrella. Bei, we are leaving well, see you tomorrow. Bei Yuxia said goodbye. She would be a little late, and her mother would drive her home. Jiuo Kanan glanced at Shan Keikwon, and as the classmates left the classroom, he walked farther and farther. A few minutes later, there were only a few students left in the classroom. Chen Qian was still reading, not caring whether it was sunny or cloudy outside. Shan Zhao was also reading, and he sometimes left very late. In this case, Shan Keikwon waited for another 2 minutes. He looked around, suddenly mustered up his courage, crossed the river, and came to Bei Yuxia. He squeezed out what he thought was the most handsome smile, used the most magnetic accent, the most humorous brain, and the most skillful mouth, and said, Bei Yuxia, it's raining today. Did you find that rainy days are very close to you? Hearing this, Bei Yuxia raised her eyebrows, her bright eyes full of doubts. Ha ha ha, your name is Yuxia, isn't it raining outside now? Shan Keikwon explained humorously. Oh, it's fate. Bei Yuxia smiled. Shan Keikwon saw her smile, thinking that she was touched by his humor. He no longer hesitated and decisively invited, Bei Yuxia, I have something to tell you. Can we go out and talk? Bei Yuxia had a vague guess. Her fair face seemed to have an unseen tranquility as deep as the ocean. Sure. The rain suddenly came down, pouring down, and a large area of water accumulated on the ground of the campus. A pair of hurried footsteps stepped on the ground, and the accumulated water rushed into the shoe holes. Shan Keikwon walked on the road in a daze, being poured by the heavy rain, and he didn't care. Not long after he walked, his clothes were soaked, the rain was too heavy. He kept walking, walked into the gate of the playground, walked to the middle of the playground, and finally, he stopped. He opened his arms, and felt the heavy rain. He cried. The water splashed on his head, mixed with tears, and rolled down, followed by more rain. Shan Keikwon's confession failed, completely. His heart ached, as if he had lost something important. The psychological support he had for the past year had completely collapsed. This feeling was too uncomfortable, and it made him not want to live anymore. Shan Kaikwun held his head with both hands. He had never thought that he would lose so miserably. Boom. Thunder suddenly appeared, and lightning was like a dragon, shattering the darkness. The pain, grievance, despair, and frustration accumulated in Shan Kaikwun's chest were twisted into a huge negative energy at this moment. In the playground with heavy rain, he was the only one in the dark. His clothes were already soaked, and the cold rain kept washing over him. He stood there, like a cold stone, for a long time. It was as if he had fallen into eternal silence, forever and ever. The fierceness of the rainstorm and the silence of Shan Kaikwun, along with the thunder and lightning, formed a scene. Shan Kaikwun couldn't bear it any longer. He raised his head and let the rainstorm wash over him. His whole body turned into a raging burning fire, which would never die in this life. He opened his mouth and shouted angrily into the darkness, breaking through the pouring rain and rushing straight into the sky. Bayuksha, whose love do you think you are accepting? You are accepting the love of me, Dan Kaikwun. Chapter 344 Takeoff. After Jiang Ning returned to the dormitory, he kept waiting for his good brother. He waited until 11:30 p.m., but still did not get any news from Kaikwun. He really couldn't wait any longer, so he sat up from the bed and went out in the dark with an umbrella. It was raining heavily outside, the air was filled with moisture, the wind was howling, and Jiang Ning was shivering in the corridor. With his strong desire for knowledge, he overcame the idea of lying back in bed. Jiang Ning broke into the rainy night and sneaked out from the small iron door next to the dormitory gate. He was wearing sandals, his trouser legs rolled up to his knees, and stepped on the concrete floor of the campus. A large area of stagnant water flowed through his feet, which made him lose his sleepiness. Jiang Ning was afraid of being discovered by the security department, so he didn't dare to turn on the flashlight, and could only move forward with the dim light at night. Where is Kaikwun? Jiang Ning stood between the teaching buildings. He thought to himself that, if Kaikwun's confession was successful, he would definitely congratulate him. However, after more than an hour, he had not received any news from Kaikwun. There was only one answer: Brother Kwan failed. Jiang Ning turned to the playground. Walking forward, he saw a figure in the rain. The figure stood on the ground with his head down, letting the heavy rain wash over him, looking extremely sad and miserable. Jiang Ning said nothing. He walked silently to Kaikwun's side, held up a black umbrella, and blocked the heavy rain for him. There was no speech for a long time. Shan Kaikwun said hoarsely, Brother Nan, I don't want to live anymore. He was so uncomfortable. He liked Bayuksha for so long. All his efforts, all his struggles, and all his motivation came from Bayuksha. He insisted on exercising countless times, insisted on doing questions countless times, and he had the idea of giving up countless times. He could live easily. Why was he so tired? But every time before giving up, he would always think of Bayuksha's smile, and everything was worth it. However, tonight, the happiness he had imagined in his mind completely collapsed. He had nothing. That huge emptiness overwhelmed his faith. He was like a crazy spinning top before, never stopping, but now he has no motivation, and can't turn anymore. Life is so boring. Jiang Ning could hear his despair. He sighed. He was an experienced person, and had several broken hearts. He was quite experienced. Seeing Kaikwun's current desolation, he couldn't bear it. He patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, Brother Kwan, it's time to go back. You have classes tomorrow. Even if you ask for leave, at most you can ask for a morning self-study class. Otherwise, the head teacher will notify your parents. Dan Kaikwun was in even more pain. Even though it was like this, he still had to go to class. Why was life so difficult? Brother Nan, do you think that, if I were better Bayuksha would not reject me? He still had a fluke mentality. Jiang Ning persuaded, you are already very good. Shan Kaikwun, then why doesn't she like me? Jiang Ning understood deeply, love is unreasonable. Shan Kaikwun hugged his head again, revealing his most vulnerable side, and he choked and said, Brother Nan, I want to cry. I think I can cry now. Headache, I can't stand it. I will never like her again in the future. Shan Kaikun swore with tears in his eyes that he had never felt so uncomfortable as today since he grew up. Jiuo Kanan certainly supported his good brother, and he praised, Kaikun, people live for a breath. You should perform well in the future. Prove to her, let Bei Yuxia know, that she is just an ordinary woman. Shan Kaikun, she is not ordinary. Jiuo Kanan was confused. In the end, Shan Kaikun still left the playground. After returning to the dormitory, Jiuo Kanan turned on the flashlight and made him 2 bags of Isatis root. Shan Kaikun drank the Isatis root and fell asleep. The next morning, it's time for morning self-study. Hu Jun got up from the bed. After Jiuo Kanan got up, he asked his good brother, are you okay? Shan Kaikun was caught in heavy rain for more than an hour yesterday, but he was not sick, just lost his soul. He went to the classroom in a daze and looked at Bei Yuxia's position as usual. Bei Yuxia had already arrived. She was wearing a white coat, spotless. Shan Kaikun wanted to say hello, but he had no qualifications. Shan Kaikun was sad. Yes, she rejected me. What does she have to do with me? He stopped looking at Bei Yuxia. The back row of the classroom. Wang Lang found something unusual and asked, Brother Quan is not in a good state today. Jiuo Kanan shook his head and said nothing. Cuiu staggered into the classroom. He walked with the wind and shouted, keep playing the music and dancing. People's pessimism is not the same. Shan Kaikun was so uncomfortable that he was about to die, but Cuiu was in a very good mood. Last night, he turned into a trumpet and chatted with the aunt he added nearby on questions until late at night. Although it was painful, he was one step closer to torturing Zhang Kai. A little sacrifice for a great plan is nothing. Men are like wine. The more they are brewed, the more mellow they are. Ma Shichen looked at Jiuo Kanan. Did you fail? Jiuo Kanan was stunned, and then he understood what Ma Jie was talking about. Failed. He sighed. Cuiu saw Jiuo Kanan's miserable look as soon as he entered the door. He said nonsense. What's wrong? Did you break up? Jiuo Kanan was shocked. How could Cuiu know? Fortunately, Cuiu didn't ask in detail. Morning self-study began. The classmates in the class were reading in the morning, reciting classical Chinese, reciting history books, and memorizing words. All kinds of sounds were mixed together. In the past, Shan Kaikun was also the one who recited books, but now, he is not. He couldn't read the books at all, and he couldn't study at all. Pain and emptiness surrounded him. Shan Kaikun used great willpower to restrain himself from looking at Bei Yuxia. He lowered his head, and whenever he wanted to look at Bei Yuxia, he bit the meat in his mouth hard. The pain from the deepest part of the heart was amplified throughout the body. Shan Kaikun silently put on his Bluetooth headset and played a sad love song. Let his pain dissipate. Listening to love songs after breaking up, the more he listened, the sadder he felt. He held the Chinese textbook, immersed in the sad mood, and gradually ignored the reading sounds around him. Those noises could no longer disturb him. He was the only one in the whole world. It was great, so that he could lick his wounds alone. He heard a classic old song. When he listened to it in the past, he didn't understand it, but felt hypocritical. Now listening to it again, Shan Kaikun finally understood the meaning of the lyrics. He was moved by the lyrics and couldn't help but sing along with the song, to experience that state of mind. At first, his voice was not loud, and the classmates around him were reciting, so no one could hear him. Shan Kaikun was immersed in the song, and he thought of Bei Yuxia again, and the scene brought back his emotions. The scenes of the past played in his mind again. He liked someone who was out of reach. In order to be worthy of her, he tried his best to make himself constantly evolve, just to be worthy of her. In his heart, she was no longer just a girl he liked, but also his spiritual sustenance. Shan Kaikun was extremely devoted, and sang with great affection. He even sang himself to tears. The song in the headphones came to the most heartbreaking lyrics of love songs. Shan Kaikun felt the same way, and couldn't help but sob loudly. Do you know how many regrets and expectations I have? I love you so clearly, and with such a strong belief. His singing overwhelmed everything, and suppressed all the sounds of reading. The classmates around were all dumbfounded. They shut their mouths, and looked at Shan Kaikun in horror. Then, there were countless crazy laughs. The morning self-study class was barely back to normal under the adjustment of the class monitor Huang Zhongfei. During the break, everyone went out to have breakfast. Cuiu came back from lunch, but there was still some time before class, so he didn't go back to his seat, but stayed in the back row to chat with a few people. Wu Zhaoqi came in from the back door with the ball, but he didn't go back to his seat either. He squatted on the ground with the ball, then kicked his legs and his whole body took off. Cuiu was very disdainful. Zhaoqi, you are practicing frog jumps again. In order to become a great player, Wu Zhaoqi insisted on doing 200 frog jumps every day to exercise his jumping ability. While Wu Zhaoqi was jumping, electronic music sounded on his mobile phone. Smartphones were just beginning to become popular these days, and many students had just come into contact with the internet. They had heard enough of the current pop music, and in order to reflect their exclusive taste, some students went into the field of electronic music. Wu Zhaoqi had good taste, and the electronic music he played was ethereal and powerful. The sound quality of his mobile phone was excellent, and the electronic music was very contagious. Cuiu was shaking his legs while listening, and he suddenly remembered the comment he had seen before. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. After I die, the world will be at peace. If foreign invaders come, play this music on my grave, and I will break out of the ground and fight for my country. If young people are not passionate, can they still be called young people? Unconsciously, Cuiu was on fire. His blood was gushing, and he was full of infinite power. He suddenly ran to the back door of the classroom, stretched out his hands, clasped his fingers on the edge of the door frame above his head, and started to do pull-ups. 1, 2, 3 times. So a strange scene appeared at the back of the classroom. One kept jumping his legs, and the other kept pulling his arms, and the whole class looked at them like they were fools. But the two parties were immersed in that atmosphere, and felt that they were so handsome. Wu Zhaoqi has divergent thinking. When he was practicing street dance, he thought of combining street dance and basketball, and finally created basketball dance. But now, he is not willing to just do frog jumps. He wants to create a new way of exercise. Suddenly, he realized it. Wu Zhaoqi stopped the last jump. Cuiu, I will teach you how to do pull-ups. Wu Zhaoqi said loudly. Now he has a much different opinion of Cuiu. He most admires people who can keep up with his pace. Shan Zhao was in front and Cuiu was behind. Cuiu did 10 pull-ups crazily. He was thin and light, and his pull-ups were not standard. With the stimulation of electronic music, he was not tired. Zhaoqi, what are you going to do? Cuiu fell from the door. Wu Zhaoqi flicked the basketball lightly, and the ball drew a curve, and fell into Cuiu's arms. Get out of the way first, he said. Cuiu walked away from the door to see what he was doing. Wu Zhaoqi stood at the northernmost end of the back row, 5 or 6 meters away from the back door. He raised his head and looked at the door edge above. He was going to perform a flying door edge with his hands clasping the door edge and his body hanging up. This action is quite handsome if done well. Wu Zhaoqi held his breath, took a step, and ran up. His figure rushed out in an instant. Wang Lang clapped his hands. Fast, too fast. Wu Zhaoqi, who was moving at high speed, heard the whistling wind, and in just 1 second, he turned into light. He stared at the door frame with his eyes. He knew that in the next moment, he would hold the door frame, just like the strongest gorilla in the Amazon forest holding the horizontal trunk of a giant tree, and soaring into the sky. He would be crowned king in that posture, shocking the whole audience, and despising all living beings. When Wu Zhaoqi approached the door, he kicked his legs and flew up. His jumping ability was so outstanding that it even exceeded his own imagination. Wu Zhaoqi was like a hard brick, as if he was thrown away. He flew high. He flew too high, and his head was at the same level as the door lintel. He couldn't grab the door frame with his hands. His excellent motor nerves did not have time to react. Wu Zhaoqi, gliding in the air, hit the door lintel above the back door with his head, and a bang sounded. Wu Zhaoqi was hit hard, and his flying body stopped instantly. He fell to the ground on his back, like a falling star. He closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The air was suddenly quiet. Wang Lang shouted, "Damn it, Brother Qi had a car accident." The students in the front row heard the noise, and turned around to look. Chen Xiaoyu stood up to watch the excitement. There was a person lying at the back of the classroom with blood on his forehead. Someone asked what happened. Wang Lang Lang replied, he hit his head on the door frame. Chen Xiaoyu, can the door frame hit someone so badly? The class was in an uproar. Wang Lang Lang and Jiuo Kunan and others rushed forward. Wu Zhaoqi was lying on the ground, motionless. Cuiyu stretched out his foot and kicked twice, but he still didn't move. Cuiyu shouted, please ask the black and white impermanence of class 11 to come over. It was just in time to help Wu Zhaoqi pass away. Wang Lang Lang said quickly, don't mess around, go find the infirmary. He was not as heartless as Cuiyu. They were all in the same class. Although Wu Zhaoqi was usually a bitch, it was not to the extent that everyone wanted him to die. Huang Yasu rushed out of the classroom, I'll go call the doctor, you guys keep an eye on him. A bunch of people gathered in the back row of the classroom, standing around Wu Zhaoqi and observing him. Damn, Zhaoqi will be okay, right? Jiuo Kunan was worried. Huang Zhangfei came over in a hurry, and seeing Wu Zhaoqi's miserable condition, he had a headache. Deng Qingfeng suddenly said, Pang Jiao, don't you know how to perform artificial respiration? Blow Zhaoqi twice. Try to see if you can wake him up. Everyone looked at Deng Qingfeng together. His eyes seemed to say, how big is the hatred between you and Wu Zhaoqi? Cuiyu froze. Damn it, I would rather die than be blown by Pang Jiao. He felt a chill. Cuiyu had made up his mind this time. He told his good brother Meng Jiuyi in advance that no matter what, he must not let Pang Jiao blow him off. Deng Qingfeng made a good suggestion. Although the classmates complained about it, they all looked at Pang Jiao, waiting for her to save people. Pang Jiao's face was stern. I can't use artificial respiration today. She only saves pretty boys and handsome guys. Wu Zhaoqi is so mean that she doesn't deserve her help. Everyone was a little confused. Is he being rejected? Pang Jiao refused. Her sisters Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan also refused. They let Wu Zhaoqi lie down and waited for the doctor from the school clinic to come to rescue. Chen Xiao was worried. Jiang Ning, Wu Zhaoqi won't be in trouble, right? If something really happened, she would definitely be traumatized. Bei Yuxia also stood up. Her mother is a doctor. She knows a little about first aid methods, but she is not familiar with them. Jiang Ning observed Wu Zhaoqi's condition with his spiritual sense. He said calmly, it's not a big problem. His brain was concussed. Ah, really? Chen Xiao was relieved. Bei Yuxia had a different view. The sound of the collision was a bit loud. I'm afraid it's not simple. Chen Xiao's heart was lifted again. She was in a state of confusion between Jiang Ning and Bei Yuxia. Seeing this, Jiang Ning secretly sent out a spiritual power and silently tapped Wu Zhaoqi's forehead. Wu Zhaoqi was like being electrocuted. He jumped up on the spot and stuck to Pang Jiao. Ah. The corpse is resurrected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Desire to Perform. Wu Zhaoqi's awakening and fainting were so quick and powerful that it was shocking. He could have made a gorgeous resurrection with a somersault, but the angle and position of his jump were a bit awkward. He changed from lying to standing, but unfortunately, Pang Jiao was like a wall, blocking his way. The two of them were face to face like the hero and heroine in a costume drama. Wu Zhaoqi could see the pock marks on Pang Jiao's face, and could clearly feel Pang Jiao's heavy breathing and her majestic eyes, which reminded him of the beasts on the Eurasian steppe. He was so frightened that he actually became quiet. It was like a human encountering a beast. The absolute size difference made humans forget about wealth and status, leaving only the most primitive fear and awe. Wu Zhaoqi held his breath and dared not make a sound. The whole class could hear a pin drop. Wang Lang Lang couldn't suppress his restless heart. He explained, she was only 0.01 centimeters away from me at that time, but 10 seconds later, she would kill me. Pang Jiao yelled, Wu Zhaoqi, I'm going to kill you. Wu Zhaoqi was bombarded with stinking saliva all over his face. He recalled the last time he quarreled with Pang Jiao and suffered the same price. Cuiyu was on the side of the two people. He was closest and saw clearly that Wu Zhaoke's blood was splashed on Pang Jiao's face and Pang Jiao's saliva was splashed on Wu Zhaoke's face. He screamed, "Wow." They completed the exchange of liquids. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Zhaoke closed his eyes and lay back. He fell asleep again. Pang Jiao was furious when she heard Cuiyu's words. "Cuiyu, do you want to die?" Seeing that a riot was about to happen, Huang Yazu shouted anxiously in the corridor, Doctor, this is our class." Outside the school, the bell for the first class in the morning was about to ring. There were not many students left at the snack street in front of the school. The few who were left ate while walking. Once the class started, the gate of number 4 middle school was closed, and only those who registered could enter the school. At this time, a luxury car slowly drove over and finally stopped at the school gate. Most students found that this car was different from the cars on the street. The body of the car was obviously longer. Only the students who were interested in cars said to the students next to them carefully, "This is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, more than 1 million. After hearing this, the students only felt that it was expensive, but they didn't have much concept of this number. 10,000 and 1 million, in their eyes, are both big numbers. "Mr. Qi, we are here," the middle-aged man reminded him, and he got out of the car and opened the door for Qi Xianheng. He was Qi Xianheng's assistant. When the weather was bad, he would pick him up and drop him off at school and deliver 3 meals a day. Oh. Qi Xianheng then looked away from the tablet. "Mr. Qi, take care." "Yeah." Qi Xianheng, dressed in a trendy brand, stepped into the number 4 middle school campus facing the clear sky. The soft sunlight, projected from the branches on both sides of the main road of the campus, made Qi Xianheng feel comfortable all over, and the slight fatigue caused by the car ride was completely eliminated. He looked up and saw a few birds playing in the trees. It's a good day after the rain. Qi Xianheng claimed to be a cultural person and an artist. In this scene, he couldn't help but recite a poem, but unfortunately, he had nothing in his stomach and couldn't recite it. Qi Xianheng's family was very good. He was born at the end of others. His studies were just icing on the cake. He went to study abroad on the other side of the ocean. He almost didn't go to morning self-study, and the teacher couldn't control him at all. Because he was destined to be different from the students of this school, others studied hard for more than 10 years, and finally worked for him. Qi Xianheng had a sense of superiority, but he couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't understand what the poor classmates lived for. On the contrary, Qi Xianheng's life was for enjoyment. He was in a very good mood, because today was the day he confessed to Yang Sheng. When he thought of the 999 little stars that he had worked so hard for many days, a smile appeared on Qi Xianheng's lips. Qi Xianheng walked at a leisurely pace, just like an old man taking a walk, and there was a sense of urgency hidden in the leisure, just like an old man going to the square to find the most beautiful old lady next door to dance. The road was not long, and Qi Xianheng quickly arrived at class 2 of grade 1. As soon as he entered the door, his steps became more urgent. As soon as he got to his seat, he was no longer leisurely as before, and he hurriedly touched the hole in the table. As a result, he touched nothing. Qi Xianheng's face changed slightly, and he was unhappy. "Xiaofeng, what is going on with my glass bottle? You are so disrespectful." He raised his head and shouted, "Zhao Xiaofeng." His tone was a little unhappy. Zhao Xiaofeng was good at observing words and expressions, and he quickly came over. "Brother Shan, what's wrong? Where is my glass bottle?" Zhao Xiaofeng didn't understand. "Brother Shan, isn't it in your table hole? You didn't take it? Brother Shan, how dare I touch it?" Zhao Xiaofeng cried out in injustice. Qi Xianheng believed him. Zhao Xiaofeng had been with him for almost a year, so he knew Zhao Xiaofeng's character. Qi Xianheng felt something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, my bottle is gone." Zhao Xiaofeng's face also changed. He knew that Xianzhi's fingers were dry and blistered because of folding little stars. Zhao Xiaofeng helped to find it, but couldn't find it. He ran to the podium and asked his classmates, but the answer he got was that there was none. Thank you, Ayu said. I heard about something. She is the monitor of class 2, has good grades, and wears a pair of glasses, which makes people feel very comfortable. I heard from other classmates that we often lose things in the first year of high school, such as power banks, basketballs, headphones, etc. There are thieves in our school, although our class has never lost anything. Thank you, Ayu said. When Jiang heard this, he realized that his bottle might have been stolen. Jiang was spoiled and had never suffered such grievances. When he thought about the little stars that he had worked hard to fold day and night, he felt that the blood in his body was rushing to his brain. His eyes turned red and he cursed. Fuck you, thief. Are you still a human being? Why don't you die? He didn't even let little star go. In class 8, Shanzio showed a simple smile like an old farmer. Ever since he first met Jiang, Shanzio was shocked by his luxurious dress, and he gave up targeting class 2 of senior 1, just to relax their class's vigilance. There are clues everywhere, and today, they succeeded in one day. It's a pity that I can't hear Jiang's abuse, which makes it less fun. After school in the afternoon, the weather was unpredictable, and it started to drizzle outside again. Yuan was cursing the weather. She couldn't go out to buy milk tea, but fortunately, the careful Dongqing Feng helped. Brother Nan, run. Shan Keikun shouted. It's raining outside. Jiuo Kanan didn't want to go. Shan Keikun shouted. Rain is nothing. It was raining heavily last night, but I dared to run. When he spoke, he did not look sideways, and was determined not to look at Bayuxia, but he told her every word. Bayuxia, did you hear me? I was running in the rain. Did you see how I was falling into depravity? Is that enough? Is that enough? Shan Keikun felt a wave of self-abuse pleasure. Jiuo Kanan thought about his brother's recent breakup, and finally agreed. Today I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Shan Keikun shouted. The more it rains, the more I will run. I will run 20 laps. His voice passed through the entire class, ensuring that all the classmates could hear it clearly. Bayuxia, did you hear me? I want 20 laps. I will run 20 laps in the rain. As long as you say one word, I will stop running. He was heartbroken last night, and he wanted to stop locking his heart and love from now on. But all his determination was instantly broken after seeing Bayuxia's beautiful profile. However, Bayuxia was still quietly doing her homework. Before the evening self-study session began, the rain stopped. Shan Keikun's clothes were soaked with rain and sweat. He had plenty of time to change his clothes, but he didn't. Shan Keikun walked into the classroom step by step with dripping hair. He deliberately walked through the front door and greeted Shanzio. The greeting was very loud. He found Jiang Ning again and greeted him loudly. Jiang Ning saw that he was soaked like a drowned chicken and said, "Take care of yourself." Shan Keikun didn't care. "I haven't been sick for a long time." Chen Saiking was surprised. "Did you really run 20 laps? One lap of the playground is 400 meters, and 20 laps is a total of 8,000 meters. For Chen Saiking, this is a very terrifying distance." Shan Keikun looked up, and at this moment, his pride overcame his embarrassment. To be exact, it was 22 laps. "I'm not bragging, I can run another 22 laps," he boasted. Unfortunately, Bayuxia still didn't even look at him. Shan Keikun returned to his seat and suddenly felt very tired, more tired than running 22 laps. During the break between evening self-study classes, Shan Keikun sat for 2 classes with wet clothes, and his body was very uncomfortable. What was more serious was the pain in his heart. If he was stabbed in the heart yesterday, then now, his heart felt like it was scratched by a claw, tormenting and unbearable. The after effects were too strong, and he was suffocated and could not bear it anymore. He wanted to get drunk and forget all the memories. Shan Keikun ran to the back row. "Brother Nan, Brother Ma, Long Long, I'll treat you to barbecue." Jiuo Kanan thought to himself that they finally came, and my wine came in handy. Wang Long Long asked, "What's wrong with Brother Quan? You're not right." Jiuo Kanan helped to cover up. "If you have anything to say, talk at the table." Zhang Kai ran in from the back door. "What kind of table are you guys talking about? Are you drinking tonight?" Shan Keikun didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was a little annoyed, so he said, "I'll treat them to barbecue tonight." "Eat barbecue?" Zhang Kai immediately thought of the delicious barbecue stall. He failed in the sports meet and didn't get any prize money. Braised chicken was something he couldn't afford, not to mention barbecue that cost dozens or hundreds of yuan. Zhang Kai said shamelessly, "Are you still short of people?" Shan Kaikun wanted to drink with his brothers, and Zhang Kai was not his brother. No. Zhang Kai left unhappy. "Stupid Shan Kaikun, you invited Jiuo Kunan and the others, but not me. Sooner or later, I will make you look at me with new eyes." Jiang Ning leaned on the corridor and looked at the night sky. After the rain, the dust in the air disappeared, and the air became fresh again. There was no rain in the next few days. Tonight, Jiang Ning planned to go to Huqi Mountain to see his spiritual place for cultivation and refine some elixirs. Lin Zida was playing games next to him. Shan Zhao was watching, and Wang Yang was there too. The three of them occasionally chatted. Wang Yang looked at Jiang Ning and suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, do you know the girl who went boating on May Day?" Wang Yang remembered it very clearly. In addition to Zhu Yuantong, there was also a very beautiful girl on Jiang Ning's boat. According to his judgment, she was almost the same level as Ding Xuan. After he returned home, he originally planned to ask Jiang Ning about it, but later he held back and put it off until now. Zhu Yuantong's friend. Jiang Ning said lightly. With Zhu Chuchu's appearance, it is normal to attract other people's attention. If we push it back a few years, it might be a disaster for a poor girl to be too beautiful. She's not from number 4 middle school, right? Jiang Ning answered. No, 2 middle school. It's Tsinghua and Peking University class. Wang Yang didn't ask any more questions. Number 2 middle school. It's Tsinghua and Peking University class is the pride of the entire Yazhou city. It is 100% a key university, which is much higher than number 4 middle school. Lin Zida. Someone shouted at the stairs. Li Shi and Qi Xianheng appeared in the corridor together. Li Shi's words aroused Lin Zida's anger. Let me ask you something. Have you lost your game console before? Lin Zida was so angry that he almost threw the game console down from the upstairs. I lost it. Someone stole it. Qi Xianheng hurriedly asked. Did you find it later? Don't mention it. I asked someone to check the fingerprints on my desk, but they couldn't find it. Lin Zida was very annoyed. After hearing this, Qi Xianheng gave up the idea of asking someone to check fingerprints. Did you lose something? Lin Zida looked strange. Qi Xianheng was furious and started to curse. Damn it, my bottle was stolen. That thing is so important to me. Shan Zhao, who had been listening to them, suddenly said, how important is it? Qi Xianheng saw the honest looking student in front of him and inexplicably felt a good impression. The bottle contained the handmade product I worked hard to make, and it was gone. Shan Zhao was even angrier than him, and he was furious. The thief is so shameless. How could he trample on other people's feelings? Don't let me catch him. Otherwise I will definitely teach him a lesson. Qi Xianheng saw how angry he was, and he asked tentatively, you were also stolen? Shan Zhao, yes. Qi Xianheng was somewhat comforted, and liked Shan Zhao. They were in the same camp. After the evening self-study, Shan Kaikun invited his brothers to have barbecue and drink. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong took another road. Back at the dam, Zhu Yuantong saw from afar that in front of a room at the end of the bungalow, the lights were on, a large paper flower was placed vertically by the door, and several cars were parked at the door. An inexplicable atmosphere filled the air. Aunt Gu stood in front of the door and said, she passed away. Zhu Yuantong knew who her mother was talking about. In her memory, it was a thin old lady. When she was in junior high school, the old lady often steamed buns and occasionally sent them to her family. I heard that she was seriously ill some time ago, but I didn't expect that she would pass away now. Mom, should I go to see her? Zhu Yuantong said. Aunt Gu said, burn 2 pieces of paper, no need to kowtow. Okay. Zhu Yuantong walked towards the family and soon came back, but he was a little depressed. Jiang Ning was reading in his room. After Zhu Yuantong took a bath, she ran to his room. She stayed in Jiang Ning's room until 11 o'clock every night, before going back to bed. Zhu Yuantong didn't play games. She curled up on the sofa, hugged the pillow in a daze. On her snow white face, the eyes that used to be lively became soft and quiet. The river dam was very quiet at night, and everything was silent. Tonight, she heard a burst of noise coming from outside. Zhu Yuantang suddenly asked, Jiang Ning, will we all leave this world in the future? Chapter 346 I play for you. Will you leave this world in the future? Facing Zhu Yuantang's question, Jiang Ning put down the book in his hand and answered, I think so. Zhu Yuantang's leaving this world means death, but Jiang Ning's leaving means leaving this world. Hearing Jiang Ning's answer, Zhu Yuantang was very melancholy. She curled up on the sofa and had no strength. If she died, she would no longer be able to eat the food cooked by her mother, ride Jiang Ning's bicycle, or bask in the sun. It was so sad to think of that kind of nothingness. Jiang Ning saw her like that and couldn't help laughing. Why, are you afraid of death? Perhaps because of the death of the neighbor next door. Zhu Yuantang rarely talked back. Jiang Ning, can we be good to each other in the future? Yes, okay. Then don't go out at night, okay? Jiang Ning was surprised. How do you know I'm going out? You usually like to pour a cup of hot water when you get home, but when you go out, you don't pour water. Zhu Yuantang was very proud. She had excellent observation skills and judged Jiang Ning's itinerary through details. Jiang Ning stood up and poured a glass of water. Okay, I won't go out. He had enough pills, so it would be okay to refine them tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang's face was filled with joy. Okay. With Jiang Ning around, she was no longer afraid. Sister Ma's BBQ stall. It had just rained in the afternoon, and it was night, so there was still a chill in the air. There were outdoor tables in front of the store. In this kind of weather, eating barbecue was really a pleasure. What's more, she was still 15 or 16 years old, energetic, and able to eat. Pei Yujing, dressed in a school uniform, held a baking tray with 20 skewers of lamb on it. The surface was shiny and sprinkled with spices, which was extremely tempting. As soon as the skewers were served, the fragrance drilled into his nostrils. Jiuo Kanan didn't care about the heat and bit them quickly. The tender and spicy taste rolled in his mouth in an instant, and he seemed to be floating in the sky. Jiuo Kanan took another sip of the iced pineapple beer and heaved a sigh of relief. It's so cool. He took out his cell phone, took 2 photos of the barbecue on the table, and sent them to Zhu Yan. Eating barbecue outside with my good brother. Before the sports meeting, Zhu Yan asked the two to stop contacting each other. Jiuo Kanan was heartbroken at the time and wrote a small essay of more than 1,000 words to express that he was just kind-hearted. Zhu Yan reluctantly did not delete him as a friend. After sending the pictures, Jiuo Kanan felt satisfied. How lucky he was to have someone to share his life with. Unlike Jiuo Kanan's happiness, Shan Keikun ate 2 skewers of barbecue. The scene moved him, and his tone was a little choked. She didn't feel bad when she saw me being tortured. Jiuo Kanan patted Keikun and sighed. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Shan Keikun ate barbecue like a robot. The delicious barbecue in the past was covered by the pain in his heart and tasted like chewing wax. Jiuo Kanan took out his collection of wine and put it on the table. Drink, everything is in the wine. He personally poured a plastic cup for Keikun. Shan Keikun picked up the cup. He had never drunk white wine before. The hot and stimulating taste made him want to vomit. But compared with the pain, what did it matter? Bayuxia, I'll die for you to see. Shan Keikun roared in his heart. The pleasure of self-abuse instantly overwhelmed the stimulation of alcohol. The blood vessels on his forehead burst and he drank a glass of white wine in one gulp. Several people were stunned. This was too awesome. A fierce man. Jiuo Kanan, Brother Quan, are you okay? You don't have to be like this. There are many beautiful women in the world. Why do you have to love one flower? Shan Keikun roared. No, I only want her. Pei Yujing, who was delivering the skewers, was startled. She recognized these students. They were classmates of Jiang Ning. It was a pity that Jiang Ning didn't come, otherwise she would definitely give Jiang Ning a free meal to repay him for saving her. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shan Keikun used alcohol to numb his mind. What he didn't dare to say before, he blurted out at this moment. He lay on the table. Brother Nan, I still miss her a little bit. In fact, more than a little bit. Jiuo Kanan couldn't bear to see his good brother fall, so he tried to persuade him. Brother Quan, didn't you say that you didn't like her anymore? Shan Keikun, I always go back on my word when it comes to giving up Bayuxia. After Wang Lang learned the truth, he shook his head and said, Kequan, forget it, you don't have a chance. Shan Kequan took another sip of wine. It doesn't matter, she doesn't have to give me a chance. Anyway, I still have a life to waste. Jiao ate a bite of beef tendon. The boss's craftsmanship is very good. The roasted tendon is refreshing and chewy, with a long aftertaste. The more you eat, the more addictive it is. He used the scenery to express his emotions. Brother Quan, forget it. Liking someone can't be eaten. Shan Kequan, no, being liked by her can be eaten. No matter how several people persuaded him, Shan Kequan could always connect. His talent was great tonight, and he spoke wittily. Even Ma Shichen couldn't persuade him, and he couldn't be persuaded at all. Ma Shichen finally said, just stay with her. There were few guests tonight, so Pei Yujing found a stool and listened to the boy named Kequan's crazy behavior. She had a rare smile on her cold face. The next day, during the morning self-study class, Shan Kequan dragged his tired body to class. No matter how thrilling last night was, as long as the school didn't close down, he had to go to school. Zhang Kai was in high spirits. He picked his teeth while walking to the classroom. Jiang Ning had just returned to his seat when Chen Xiao at the table in front of him turned around and showed him her phone. Look, our school's nectarine tree. As Jiang Ning looked at her phone, his spiritual sense instantly spread out and touched several nectarine trees on campus. There was a sign next to the nectarine tree, which read, there is surveillance, and those who steal peaches will be punished. The nectarines were indeed not stolen, but the peaches on the tree were gnawed to the point that only the cores were left, still attached to the branches. Chen Xiao was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She swiped the screen to show Jiang Ning the comments on the post. At the same time, the news spread explosively in the classroom. How can our school have such a genius? Wang Lang sighed. Compared to our class, he is not much inferior. Jiao Kanan made a judgment. Hu Jun said, I wonder if he will be punished for this. Zhang Kai crossed his legs and picked his teeth, looking arrogant. I didn't break the rules. Why should I be punished? Suddenly, Director Yan appeared at the door and shouted, Zhang Kai, come out. Zhang Kai's face changed, and he forced himself to maintain his aura. Anyway, he didn't break the rules, so what could the school do to him? Zhang Kai left with Director Yan. The classmates looked at each other. Wang Lang's mind turned, and he guessed that it was almost right. He shouted, Zhang Kai's matter has been exposed. Morning self-study. In class 2, Qi Xianheng's glass bottle was stolen. The little stars and pocket watch in the bottle were all lost. He was very upset and couldn't sleep anyway, so this morning, he appeared in the classroom in an unusual way. Xiaofeng, what do you think I should do? Brother Shan, fold 999 more little stars. Xiaofeng could only resort to this last resort. Qi Xianheng said in a sad tone, little stars can be stacked slowly, but can cuteness wait? Xiaofeng did not dare to help him with ideas, for fear of affecting Brother Shan's judgment and finally taking the blame. Brother Shan, no matter what you do, I will definitely be your vanguard. Xiaofeng said flatteringly. Qi Xianheng took out a coin, and he wanted to take a gamble. At this time, the campus loudspeaker shouted, Zhang Kai, a student of our school, class 8, grade 1, stole nectarines planted by the school without authorization, and tried to bypass the punishment by finding loopholes. His behavior has caused a bad influence. After research, it has been decided to give Zhang Kai a warning. I hope other students will take it as a warning. The students in class 8 were stunned when they heard this. It turned out that the main culprit in the nectarine case that amazed everyone was actually around. Brother Shan, what do you think? Xiaofeng asked. Qi Xianheng and Zhang Kai were enemies. Seeing his enemy in trouble, he immediately put away the coins and said in surprise, auspicious. This is auspicious. He was a little hesitant. After losing the little star, he wondered whether he should go for it. Now it is an auspicious sign from heaven, a sign of great joy. How can he hesitate? Xiaofeng. Yes, Brother Shan. Qi Xianheng handed over a bank card. Please help me withdraw 8,000 yuan later. After that, he opened WeChat and contacted his assistant to ask him to customize a cake. During the break of morning self-study, Zhao Xiaofeng took 8,000 cash to teaching building number 2 and found the handsome man and beautiful woman who hosted the school celebration before. Zhao Xiaofeng called the two to the corner of the aisle. "You are Che Yichen and Yan Chuchen, right?" The handsome Che Yichen was puzzled. "Who are you?" Yan Chuchen was very generous, with a smile on her face, full of charm. Zhao Xiaofeng made his request. After hearing it, Che Yichen was full of impatience and said bluntly, "You have a problem. What do you think of the teacher? This is against the school rules. Do you know?" He scolded and made a move to leave. Yan Chuchen stood there, smiling but not saying anything. Zhao Xiaofeng took out a stack of red banknotes with a normal expression, raised his finger, and said lightly, 2,000 yuan. Che Yichen stopped abruptly, incredulous. "We split 2,000? Zhao Xiaofeng saw this scene, and a sense of pride flashed in his heart. He said in a normal tone, "No, 2,000 each. I'll pay you a deposit of 1,000 first." He slapped 1,000 yuan into Che Yichen's hand. Che Yichen wanted to refuse sternly, but the money was too much. Now 2,000 yuan in 2014. Enough for his living expenses for 2 months. If he used it to buy a mobile phone, the current flagship Android phone only costs 1999 yuan. All his impatience disappeared, and he said very patiently, "I think your friend is a good person. It is a very happy thing that the girl is liked by him. Let's not talk about money. It's just a matter of helping others. I did it for this reason." Che Yichen advised his partner, "Chuchen, listen to my advice. Just do good things, and don't ask about the future." Zhao Xiaofeng easily settled the matter, and added the two on WeChat. On the way back, his steps were light. Only now did he know how cool it was to use money to hit people. Che Yichen was the host of the school anniversary and often spoke in public at the school. He was a well-known figure in the whole school. The other party was arrogant at the beginning, but finally surrendered to the offensive of money. Zhao Xiaofeng felt a great sense of accomplishment and thought to himself, "Just a vulgar person." Immediately, he reflected, "I'm also a vulgar person." He made up his mind to hold Brother Xian's thigh tightly in the future. After Zhao Xiaofeng dealt with the two, he rushed to the 3rd grade of high school. He randomly found 2 classes at the back of the sequence and asked a few sports students to come out. In comparison, the value of sports students is incomparable. Zhao Xiaofeng hired 8 people at a cost of 200 yuan per person. Really cheap. Zhao Xiaofeng sighed. Sure enough, since ancient times, people who work hard are the least valuable. Zhao Xiaofeng ran around, making money to make Xianji's confession. Time came to the last class of the evening self-study class, and Huang Zhangfei sat on the podium to guard. Jiang Ning was explaining the questions to Chen Saiking. The physics test paper was extremely difficult. Chen Saiking couldn't do it no matter what. She felt itchy and had to ask Jiang Ning for help. Jiang Ning moved his hands to help her solve the problem, and Chen Saiking was no longer itchy. "Jiang Ning, you are too fast." Chen Saiking sighed. Bei Yuxia pursed her lips. "How fast?" Chen Saiking frowned and thought, "As fast as Jiang Ning explained the questions to you." While she was speaking, she saw a group of people appearing outside the glass window, and then the door of class 8 was pushed open. The whole class was shocked, and Huang Zhangfei looked sideways. Che Yichen and Yan Chuchen appeared together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, which attracted everyone's attention. Che Yichen was the host. He forced out an elegant smile, behaved gracefully, and said in a magnetic voice, "Good evening, classmates. Sorry to bother you for 5 minutes." Yan Chuchen, a senior student, then appeared and said awkwardly, "I have always heard that the class spirit of class 8 is very good. Today I came, and it is indeed well deserved." The two are the signature figures of number 4 middle school. Most of the students in class 8 know them. CUIU praised, "Senior sister, you are so beautiful." Yan Chuchen, "Thank you, you are also handsome." After a few times, the students in class 8 were not sure what their purpose was, so they did not drive them out. Che Yichen pulled the scene back in time. "Next, please invite our band to come on stage." As soon as the voice fell, those holding guitars and small drums appeared one after another. In an instant, the sound of guitars, drums, and singing echoed in the classroom. These people were specially invited by Zhao Ziaofeng to liven up the atmosphere. Real music, with an immersive feeling, is more likely to infect others. After a love song was sung, the cold atmosphere was broken. Che Yichen, next, please welcome our protagonist today, Yan Chuchen. Qi Xianheng is on stage. The guitarist plucked the strings, the drummer played the drums, and with the rhythm, the handsome Qi Xianheng, dressed in trendy brands, made a shining appearance. Behind him were 8 sports students, like a star surrounded by stars. The sports student held a cake, opened the box, and a particularly beautiful 3-layer cake appeared in front of everyone. Pang Jiao was stunned. Zhao Ziaofeng quickly took out a bunch of colorful candles, put on white gloves, and inserted them one by one on the cake, forming a heart shape. The strong sports student turned off the lights in the classroom, and another sports student illuminated Qi Xianheng alone. Jiao Kunan in the back row lowered his voice. Brother Ma, the situation is not good. Looking at this situation, it is obvious that students from other classes are trying to poach their class. Wang Lang reminded. Brother Ma, he is probably targeting Yang Sheng. Do you want to kill him? Jiao Kunan worriedly said. They are sports students. Ma Shicheng smiled but said nothing. Don't worry. Qi Xianheng's smile was full of nobility, which was the temperament cultivated by a long-term luxurious life, and it contained an extremely strong self-confidence. He took out a lighter worth thousands of yuan, flicked his thumb lightly, and made a click sound. He lit the candles on the cake, and the candlelight swayed gently in the darkness. Qi Xianheng personally held the cake forward, and the lighting in the hands of the sports student moved with Qi Xianheng's movement, keeping him under the light all the time. Finally, he walked to Yang Sheng's seat, and another light came on, illuminating Yang Sheng. Under the light, Yang Sheng's handsome face was like a crescent moon with a halo, and his short hair was not tied or tied. Yan Chuchen, a sophomore in high school, was amazed by this girl. It was hard to describe, but it was very unique. No wonder a rich boy like Qi Xianheng would like her. Dong Qingfeng was sitting not far from Yang Sheng. He now understood Qi Xianheng's plan, but a few covetous sports students made him shut up. Damn it, Yang Sheng, don't agree to it. In the only 2 lights in the venue, Qi Xianheng turned on the speaker he brought with him. From the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. The guitar and drum set sounded again, and the sports students began to make a noise. Qi Xianheng gestured and issued an order. The surroundings instantly quieted down. Qi Xianheng said affectionately, Yang Sheng, I want to tell you. The atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded from the back row. Selling candles, $1 each. Chapter 347. She searched for me all over the world. The confession atmosphere that Qi Xianheng painstakingly created completely collapsed with the word selling candles. Some people were expecting him to say those 3 crucial words, but now everyone was amused. Laughter from all directions filled the classroom. The sophomore host students, Che Yichen and Yan Chuchen, were embarrassed. After all, they were students, not old hands in society, and they couldn't do anything to save the situation. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Those laughs were like countless slaps, slapping Qi Xianheng's face, making a snapping sound. At such a crucial moment, he messed up. Qi Xianheng had lived in a wealthy environment since he was a child, and he had rarely been wronged in his life, so his temperament was not as good as his peers. The frustration of having his little star stolen before burst out all at once, and the gentleness when confessing was gone, and his face sank. Who did it? Who did it? No one admitted it at all. The atmosphere of the whole class gradually became solemn, and everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Especially Yan Chuchen. She had made friends with the second generation of rich people, and knew that this kind of people were really capable of revenge. Once the matter got out of hand, it would definitely not look good, and she would be implicated. But at this moment, Qi Xianheng had lost face. Would she dare to stop him? Who is it? Stand up. Qi Xianheng was completely furious. Suddenly, in the dark, another voice rang out. You can scream, and no one will tell you, even if you scream your throat out. Ahem. Jiang Ning could clearly hear that Bai Yuxia used a light cough to cover up her laughter. Zhao Ziaofeng quickly turned on the lights, and the classroom was instantly as bright as day. Qi Xianheng was furious. He was usually rampant and had never suffered such humiliation. He even forgot about confessing his feelings. He just wanted to find the murderer and beat him up to relieve his hatred. Qi Xianheng's eyes swept across the class, sharp and piercing, and many boys did not dare to look at him. He took out his bank card and offered a reward. You don't want to tell me, right? 10,000 yuan. Whoever gives me clues, I will give you 10,000 yuan without hesitation. I will give it to you now. After saying that, he showed a strong mockery. 10,000 is not enough, then 20,000. Let's play slowly. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the classmates changed. 20,000 yuan. What a huge sum of money. In the last row of the classroom, Zhang Kai was tempted. The previous hatred with Qi Xianheng was written off. He had a few suspects, but he was hesitating. He and Qi Xianheng had a grudge, and the other party might default on the debt. The atmosphere in the classroom became strange. Qi Xianheng held up 3 fingers. 30,000. The hired athletes were tempted and looked around. They were in their 3rd year of high school. It was May now, and there was still a month before the college entrance examination. If they had 30,000 yuan, they would not have to go out to work during the summer vacation and could enjoy the summer vacation. For a while, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Seeing this, the monitor Huang Zhangfei said, "Don't use this method. It hurts the harmony of the class too much. If there are students who really want money, then the unity of class 8 will definitely fall to the bottom." Qi Xianheng was furious. It's none of your business. He was angry, and someone dared to resist him at this time. Are they looking for death? He took 2 steps to Huang Zhangfei. In an instant, the wind and clouds rose, thunder roared, and several bodies wrapped in evil spirits stood up. Do you dare to touch him? Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan and others stepped forward. Seeing such a battle, Qi Xianheng subconsciously stepped back half a step. He had a vague feeling that, if he faced these people, his end would be extremely miserable. Seeing this, a sports student proposed an idea. The 2 people who spoke just now have different voices. They should be 2 boys. If we screen the voices of all the boys in the class, can't we find them out? This can also save money. I believe that the classmates will be willing to cooperate in order to clear their suspicions. The sports student had an expression of insight into the truth. After hearing this, Qi Xianheng said, "This method is good. Let's start with you." He tapped Chen Kan's desk. Chen Kan was doing a math test and ignored him. Qi Xianheng knocked on Chen Kan's desk hard. "Talk, didn't you hear me?" Several boys in the back row shouted, "Whatever you say, we do it." Shan Kaiquan turned around and found that Brother Nan was among them. He also cheered. At least it shouldn't be like this. Qi Xianheng brought a group of boys to their class to confess his love to a girl in a high-profile manner and treated the boys in class 8 as nothing. Everyone was already unhappy. Before, someone destroyed the atmosphere and everyone was happy to see it happen. Now he wants to search for boys in another class. What does he think of class 8? As Shan Kaiquan and others came forward, more boys stood up to cheer. Deng Qingfeng, Song Sheng, Mao Zhe, and Huang Yasu saw that the situation was about to explode. The head teacher Shan Qingrong appeared at the door of class 8. He was called by Wang Langlang. As soon as he entered the door of class 8, Shan Qingrong was stunned. What was going on? Guitar, drums, cake, and a bunch of strangers on the podium. If he hadn't seen Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong class. Shan Qingrong had been a teacher for many years after all, so he quickly calmed down and asked, "Which class are you from?" Yan Chuchen tried to smooth things over. "We were invited by the teacher to give everyone a general introduction to the vocal music exam." Che Yichen reacted and lied. "Okay, if you are interested in applying for the music exam in the future, please feel free to contact me." He thought to himself, what a loss, what a loss. Today's incident. Qi Xianheng had a gloomy face and ignored Shan Qingrong, but the teacher was here, and he was a student after all, and he couldn't go against the teacher. "Let's go." Qi Xianheng led a group of students away. Shan Qingrong did not stop him. After everyone left, he closed the classroom door and looked at Huang Zhangfei. "Tell me about it." Huang Zhangfei told him what happened just now and said, "Teacher Shan, it's a good thing you are here. Otherwise this matter would not end well. Shan Qingrong nodded after listening. Well done, you are brave, and did not embarrass our class. I will tell the grade director about this later. You should study hard. The next morning, during the break, the whole school reported Jiang Ning and warned him. The whole class was guessing who shouted last night. In fact, the students in the back row had guessed who shouted. The one selling candles was Cuiu, and the one behind was Wang Langlang. Although everyone guessed who it was, no one took the initiative to publicize it. Jiang Ning was not someone who was easy to mess with. Jiang Ning, have you finished your math test paper? Chen Xiao asked. Gao Hishui assigned the test paper yesterday. The next class started. Gao Hishui liked to randomly check everyone's test paper. If you didn't finish it, you would inevitably be ridiculed by him. Before Jiang Ning answered, Shan Kaikwan on the other side of the river said to himself, it's boring, I don't care. On the desk in front of him, there was a blank math test paper, with no questions answered. Chen Xiao was surprised. Shan Kaikwan, you used to finish the test paper in advance, why don't you do it now? Aren't you afraid of Gao Hishui? Shan Kaikwan was waiting for her to say this. He laughed bitterly, now I can't find the meaning of learning, so let it be, anyway I don't care. Chen Xiao comforted, come on, you are already in the top 10 in the class. Shan Kaikwan improvised, is it important? It doesn't matter anymore. He glanced at Bayuxia, wanting to see Bayuxia's evasive eyes, but unfortunately Bayuxia didn't look at him at all. Math class. Gao Hishui was lecturing in front of the podium. Shan Kaikwan was standing at the back of the classroom. He was not alone. Wu Zhaoqi kept him company. Wu Zhaoqi was not alone either. He had basketball to keep him company. Jiuo Kunan was heartbroken. Kaikwan is useless. While feeling sad, he suddenly felt that things were pretty good now. Before, Kaikwan was ranked in the top 10 in the class, so high up that he even felt a sense of distance. Now, it seems that they are back to the same level. Gao Hishui likes to ask questions when he is teaching. When he talked about a difficult question, he asked several students in a row. As a result, the question was too difficult and no one could do it. They all stood in their seats to listen to the class. Gao Hishui has a bad temper. He was furious and looked scary, which made the timid girls nervous. No student in the class dared to speak. In the classroom, only Gao Hishui was scolding. There were gaps between the voices. Gao Hishui would pause for a few seconds after finishing a sentence, and the classroom was silent. In such silence, a bell suddenly sounded, which was a whistle-like bell. Gao Hishui's anger solidified in an instant, like the calm before the storm. Jiang Yanan's face changed drastically. She forgot to turn off the ringtone of her mobile phone. Students are not allowed to bring mobile phones to number 4 middle school, but they are rarely checked, so many students bring them to school to play with. Most students remember to silence their phones, but Jiang Yanan forgot. She could almost imagine the consequences of being caught by Gao Hishui. Her cell phone was confiscated, or even smashed on the spot. She was almost desperate. She was finished. Deng Qingfeng's seat was near Jiang Yanan. He heard Jiang Yanan's ringtone, and saw the anger on Gao Hishui's face. The sky was falling. But how could he bear to see Jiang Yanan being punished? If Yanan was disappointed, he, Qingfeng, would have nowhere to go. Deng Qingfeng frantically searched for a solution, his eyes fixed on Gao Hishui. He saw that Gao Hishui was searching for the source of the ringtone. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, think of a way. Before Gao Hishui finds Jiang Yanan, come up with a brilliant idea. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Deng Qingfeng's brain was buzzing and vibrating, and brain cells were running at an unprecedented speed and high load. More than 10 billion neurons moved with him, just to save the girl he wanted to protect. God will not let down those who work hard, he thought of it. The next second, Deng Qingfeng took a deep breath, and he imitated Jiang Yanan's cell phone ringtone, and blew a whistle. The whistle was exactly the same. Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect flowers. Jiang Yanan, I'm willing to protect you with my body. Deng Qingfeng was in high spirits. He did it. The whole class looked at Deng Qingfeng in disbelief, only to see that he was fearless, facing the ferocious Gao Hishui. He blew the whistle calmly. Shen Qing and Yuan were also shocked. They knew that Jiang Yanen's cell phone rang, but they didn't expect that Dan Qingfeng could think of such a solution. They felt complicated. What's more, Jiang Yanen, the person involved, Dan Qingfeng's whistle was like a pair of strong arms that she grabbed before she fell off the cliff. Her eyes were slightly hot, and she was deeply moved. Not only the students in the front row, but also the students in the middle and back rows noticed the situation. Cuiu stared at Dan Qingfeng's back, and he was angry in his heart. Jiang Yanen was a woman he valued. My woman, it's not your turn to save her. Cuiu also blew a whistle, which was exactly the same as Jiang Yanen's cell phone ringtone. Class 8 seemed to come alive. Wu Zhaoqi whistled, Meng Jiui whistled, and many boys and even girls whistled. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. Jiang Yanen's ears were filled with whistles, just like stars lighting up in the darkness. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Gao Hishuo's eyes widened, and his hands trembled with anger. It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. He was not a fool. How could he be fooled? Gao Hishuo shouted. Whose ringtone was it just now? Dan Qingfeng, teacher, you heard it wrong. I was whistling just now. Gao Hishuo is not deaf and blind. Shut up. Yuan bravely covered for her good sister, Teacher Gao. It was my whistle. Many students in the class were annoyed with Gao Hishuo. How could they let him succeed? And they all stepped forward. Shan Keiquan followed suit. My whistle. Jiuo Kunan, mine. Wang Long, and me. The voices of recognition of ownership came one after another. Cuiu certainly wanted to be the most outstanding one. He suddenly had a brain twitch and said like a domineering president, don't compete with me. From now on, I, Cuiu, will be Jiang Yanen's ringtone. 10 minutes before the afternoon class, Jiang Yanen was crying in her seat. Her mobile phone was taken away by Gao Hishuo and handed over to Director Yan. She couldn't touch it again this semester. She couldn't watch her favorite Korean male stars dance video. Shenkin and Yuan comforted her. In the southwest corner of the classroom, there was peace and harmony. Bayuxia brought an exquisite paper box. She turned around and faced Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Her eyes were clear, and she said softly, I'll treat you to something. She had eaten Jiang Ning's snacks several times. She didn't want to take advantage of others all the time, so she often brought some food. Zhu Yuantang, wow. Chen Xiaoyu, huh. Bayuxia's scallion white fingers pinched the two sides of the paper box and gently tore it, and a cold air came out. Jiang Ning saw some dry ice bags for heat preservation in the box. Bayuxia took out 4 packed popsicles. Due to the good heat preservation effect, the popsicles were frozen very hard and did not melt at all. Try the popsicle with wine filling. This was a kind of popsicle that Bayuxia had eaten when she went on a trip with her parents before. It tasted very good, so she brought it to Jiang Ning and the others. Zhu Yuantang was given a piece of cherry-colored popsicle. She pinched the wooden handle and took a bite. Her little tongue tasted milk and chocolate. Delicious. She gave a high praise. Chen Xiao also thought it was delicious. Bayuxia smiled and listened to their comments. When Zhu Yuantang ate the popsicle, her 2 little feet were dangling in the air, and she felt very comfortable. She bit the wine filling in the popsicle, and the taste was even more mellow. She drank the wine, but Zhu Yuantang couldn't drink. She looked like she was drunk. Her little body was swaying from side to side. She leaned towards Jiang Ning, looking for support. Jiang Ning, I'm getting drunk. There's no liquor in the ice cream. It's rice wine sandwiched with crispy chocolate. I won't get drunk. Bayuxia smiled. There was a pair of small dimples on her beautiful and fair face. She rarely smiled like this, and it was very pretty. Zhu Yuantang looked at her, and her clever eyes showed mischief. She pretended to be drunk. It's your dimples that made me drunk. Bayuxia was startled, and 2 blushes floated on her plain cheeks, showing a little shyness. Jiang Ning, 6. Chen Xiaoyu blinked. It was sunny on this side, and desolate on the other side. Shan Keiquan noticed Bayuxia's smile from the corner of his eye, and he felt even more hurt. She turned a blind eye to my misery. He went to drink again at noon, staggering and a little drunk, listless, and his eyes were dull. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious blow. Can you bear to see me suffer like this? Don't you feel a little pain? Shan Kaikwun was intoxicated by the fantasy that no one in the world was more miserable than me. He seemed to be in the deepest and darkest sea, and seemed to be standing in a sea of people, but no one cared about him from beginning to end. His consciousness kept flowing, and those noisy crowds of people evolved into countless flashing movie pictures, standing in the void, with technological cities, dark apocalypse, and magic world. Shan Kaikwun shuttled through the pictures one by one. No matter which world, he saved Bayuxia, and then left silently like a hero, leaving her to search at a loss. Shan Kaikwun stood behind her, and saw her looking for him like crazy. Bayuxia, turn back. I'm behind you. He shouted, but because of the invisible rules and restrictions, Bayuxia couldn't hear him, so they will never meet, and will never have any intersection. Shan Kaikwun tortured himself, and there was a kind of pleasure in the pain. He was intoxicated in that emotion. At this time, Yuwen turned her head, pinched her nose and said disdainfully, Dan Kaikwun, your clothes are all smelly. Chapter 348 My Genius Plan. The clothes are rotten? Shan Kaikwun's wonderful fantasy world collapsed in an instant. Bayuxia disappeared, and his consciousness returned to reality in an instant. He lowered his head to sniff the clothes, and sure enough, a strange smell wafted out. Shan Kaikwun was embarrassed, because he wanted to play the victim so much, he ignored this point. He quickly looked at Bayuxia. Fortunately, she didn't pay attention to me. While there was still some time before class, Shan Kaikwun hurried back to the dormitory to change clothes. Yuwen persuaded Shan Kaikwun with one sentence, and she was quite satisfied. Jiang Ning next to him was still crying, and Yuwen and Shen Qinj took turns to comfort him, but the effect was not great. Damn Gao Pangzi, he was so cruel, he deserved his girlfriend to break up with him. Yuwen cursed viciously. He is so ugly, don't think about finding a girlfriend in the future, and he will be single for the rest of his life. Yanan, don't cry. Yuwen took out her mobile phone, found the Korean group star video downloaded in advance, and played it for Jiang Ning. The boy band on the screen twisted their bodies to the music, as if they had infinite magic. Jiang Ning was crying while watching the video. Her skin was fair and her crying was heartbreaking. Dong Qingfeng's heart was broken into pieces, falling on the cement floor of the classroom and being stepped on. He gave his all, took out his heart and liver, but he couldn't save Jiang Ning. Ma Shiqing used a cup to collect water. He heard the Korean song coming from afar. He glanced at it halfway and felt unhappy. He said happily, the eyes are not big to begin with, and when you cry, there is only a slit left. Jiang Ning was in a fragile state, and she was doubly sad when she heard it. Yuwen said angrily, Ma Shiqing, are you sick? Ma Shiqing, pea shooter, shut up. Yuwen was crazy. Ma Shiqing didn't fight with her, just said a few words and left. Yuwen was so angry that she found Shen Qinj privately. Qinj, it's not a good idea for Yanan to keep crying like this. Shen Qinj frowned. She was not good at comforting others. In the past, Yuwen had always recovered on her own when she got into trouble. Jiang Ning's mentality is not as good as Yuwen's. Now the Korean group video can't heal her unless she helps her get her phone back. But the phone is in Director Yan's hands. Who can do this? Yuwen values sisterhood. She tried her best to comfort Jiang Ning. She was so dry-mouthed that she didn't drink any water. She took out a box of cut hammy melon from the hole in the table. Hammy melons in this season are very sweet and not expensive. She likes to ask the boss to cut them, bring them to the class, and eat them slowly with bamboo sticks, which is very elegant. She generously gave bamboo sticks to Shen Qinj and Jiang Ning to share the deliciousness. Jiang Ning was unmoved and sad. When Yuwen was eating melon, Zhang Yifei, who was nearby, kept looking over here. Yuwen and Zhang Yifei are not in the same circle. Logically, they don't need to share. But during the last self-study class, Zhang Yifei brought melon seeds and poured her a handful. In return, Yuwen handed Zhang Yifei a bamboo stick. Zhang Yifei roared, Yuwen, you are so righteous. She grabbed the bamboo stick, inserted the largest piece of melon, and swallowed it in one gulp. Zhang Yifei has a big mouth and moves quickly. After a few sticks, Yuwen's melon was missing a part. Yuwen was so distressed. It was hard to persuade her. She wanted to taste the melon leisurely, but the situation did not allow it. If she was slower, her melon would be gone. In order not to be taken advantage of, Yuwen could not help but speed up. Seeing this, Shen Qinj silently put down the bamboo stick in her hand. She lived in her sister's house and had no shortage of fruits. She didn't have to fight for this little melon. So, Yuwen and Zhang Yifei started a fierce battle for a box of melons. Zhang Yifei was like an ancient warrior. When it came to eating melons, she was a first-class hero. Yuwen soon fell behind. Yuwen was unwilling to fall behind. She took another shortcut and poked the cantaloupe into her mouth, one on the left and one on the right. She was so skillful that she ate like a hamster. She stuffed the cantaloupe into her mouth, but didn't swallow it. Her cheeks gradually swelled into balls. She planned to wait until she had accumulated a certain amount before chewing it slowly. Yuwen omitted the chewing step and her melon eating speed instantly surpassed Zhang Yifei. Haha, Zhang Yifei is a reckless man. Is she worthy of being compared with Princess Wen? Yuwen stuffed the last piece of cantaloupe in the box into her mouth to end the battle. Her face was directly deformed. However, she successfully protected her cantaloupe. As expected of her, she will protect her favorite monitor in the future, just like she protects cantaloupe. Yuwen was in a very good mood. She wanted to bite the cantaloupe, but the space in her mouth was filled. The cantaloupe was a little hard, and she couldn't chew it at all. Yuwen was stunned. She couldn't move her mouth. She wanted to open her mouth and pick out the cantaloupe, but she couldn't get it out at all. The cantaloupe was stuck in her throat and couldn't move. She had difficulty breathing and her face changed. Yuwen couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't want to die. She patted Shen Qinj beside her and made a strange cry. Shen Qinj was looking at her phone and thought someone's pig was squealing. She turned her head subconsciously and saw a strange Yuwen. She almost laughed out loud, but she couldn't laugh. She couldn't laugh. Yuwen was her good sister. Yuwen waved desperately, asking Shen Qinj to save her life. Shen Qinj hurriedly patted Yuwen's back, but the effect was not good. Yuwen was almost choked to death, and she made a series of pig squeals. The classmates in the class looked over here. Huang Yazu had good eyesight, and he saw clearly that his classmates were in trouble. He immediately volunteered. Yuwen, hold on, I'll go to the school clinic to ask for a doctor. Huang Yazu ran out of the classroom quickly. Distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Yuwen was almost suffocated to death, and Shen Qinj was very anxious. All the surrounding students came to watch. Jiang Ning, who had been crying silently before, was now crying and laughing. Zhang Yifei ate Yuwen's melon and received a favor. Now that her benefactor was in trouble, she shouted, "I'll do it." After that, she was like Jiang Yu carrying a tripod in ancient times. She posed in a heroic posture, clasped the corner of Yuwen's mouth with her thick fingers, and dug it in vigorously. Wang Longlong, who was watching, took a half step back in shock. Damn, it's too brutal. Zhang Yifei had medical experience and possessed strength beyond that of ordinary boys. She directly took the cantaloupe out of Yuwen's mouth. Zhang Yifei did not care about her beauty and took it out wildly. Yuwen's tears flowed wantonly, and she was desperate and helpless. She seemed like a weak woman who could not resist and was experiencing the most brutal thing. It was like a scene of torture happening in front of the whole class. Yuwen was saved. Yuwen asked for leave to go home. Until the afternoon after school, she did not show up. Jiang Ning, I'm going out to eat. You stay here obediently. Zhu Yuantang repeatedly reminded Jiang Ning before leaving. A new spicy hot pot restaurant opened outside. Bai Yuxia and her friends claimed that it was delicious, spicy, and tasty. Zhu Yuantang was tempted and decided to try it with Bai Yuxia and her friends. So she told her mother in advance that she didn't have to cook this afternoon. Jiang Ning didn't join in the fun. He stayed in his seat to read. The students in the class left the classroom, leaving only a few scattered people. Zhu Yuantang took a long time to eat. Jiang Ning's consciousness spread out and finally observed Zhu Yuantang and her friends in the most extreme range. They had just finished queuing and sat down. At the back of the classroom, Zhenglu brought in a pizza, which was made by her mother. Zhenglu's hair was slightly wet. She went home to take a shower, took the pizza, and didn't have time to eat it. Lukiki, who was in the second to last row, was fiddling with her cosmetics and skincare products. Is this oil absorbing paper? Jianglu asked. Yes, I bought it online. It's very cost effective. Lukaki said, we are still in adolescence, and our faces are oily. Use this to absorb it. As she spoke, she picked up a rectangular, beige thin paper. She pressed it on her forehead and wiped it, then peeled it off. There were visible oil stains on the thin paper. It works well. Let me give it a try. Lukaki pinched out 2 pieces and gave them to her. Jianglu had never used oil absorbing paper before. She didn't wear makeup and rarely used skincare products. She didn't refuse. Instead, she took the oil absorbing paper in her hand, and a smart look flashed across her face. Thank you. Lukaki didn't care. You can use it. Jianglu held the pizza in one hand and the oil absorbing paper in the other. She returned to her seat, put down the pizza, and said to Jiang Ning at the table in front of her, Jiang Ning, what do you think this is? Oil absorbing paper. You know it? I've seen it on the internet before. Jiang Ning sat by the window. Jianglu saw that there was no one around him, so she simply sat at the same table with him and turned sideways to him. She smiled, her eyes full of tenderness, her rosy lips and soft voice. Jiang Ning, let me help you absorb it. As she spoke, she picked up the off-white thin paper and leaned close to it with her soft body. Jiang Ning smelled a faint fragrance after taking a shower. It smelled good. When Jiang Ning was analyzing the fragrance, the size of Jianglu's chest pressed down. Her white and soft arms appeared in Jiang Ning's field of vision, and then a thin piece of paper was gently placed on Jiang Ning's forehead. Jianglu suppressed her shame, maintained her posture, and gently wiped him. Jiang Ning felt a little comfortable. She only touched it a few times, and then moved it away, fearing that it would make Jiang Ning unhappy. Jianglu looked at the off-white paper, which was still the original color. Jiang Ning, it's very clean. Not bad. Jianglu calmed her violently beating heart and untied the paper box. My mom brought pizza. I can't finish it. Let's eat it together. Jiang Ning, okay. Outside the school, Zhang Kai has been unlucky recently. He was caught selling routers, failed to win prizes for participating in sports games, and was punished by the school for stealing nectarines. His life is bleak. As the saying goes, when you are at the end of your rope, you will find a way out. When Zhang Kai was at his loneliest and most hopeless time in life, a door opened beside him. He recently met a 28-year-old young woman on questions. She had a great figure and an interesting soul. They had too many common topics. The key is that the young woman is very rich. She is in the investment business. Any bank card she has a balance of 7 figures. The young woman said that her investment projects are never investment projects, but people she likes. The more Zhang Kai listened, the more he thought it made sense. He talked to the young woman about some investment concepts. He spoke at length and won the young woman's praise. The young woman showed appreciation and threatened to invest in him as a person. They not only talked about investment, but also about small things in daily life. The young woman often shared selfies with him. Zhang Kai was deeply attracted. Unfortunately, the young woman was busy with work during the day and could not talk to him. Zhang Kai felt vaguely that he had seized an opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity, he would change his life. He walked on the road, looked up, and saw a restaurant. He had heard of this restaurant. Ma Shicheng and others said that the restaurant food was good, but the price was a little expensive. Zhang Kai thought that he was about to rise to prominence, so what was this little money? He strode into the store, intending to spend 28 yuan to order a portion of braised spare ribs, but in the end Zhang Kai restrained himself and spent 16 yuan to order a large portion of stir-fried pork. It felt so good to spend money. Zhang Kai thought that he was already a high-class guest in the store. Who would have thought that there were 3 people sitting at the opposite table, a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, and 2 elderly people, a man and a woman. Zhang Kai guessed that they should be the boy's grandparents. There were a lot of dishes on their table, including the braised spare ribs and mouth-watering chicken that he had been thinking about. Fuck, he eats better than me. Zhang Kai's original slightly happy mentality disappeared immediately. So he paid special attention to the opposite table, where the little boy was standing on a stool to eat, looking lawless. Zhang Kai was unhappy, but he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. His large portion of stir-fried pork was served, and Zhang Kai quickly picked up the chopsticks and ate the meat in big mouthfuls. The dishes were indeed delicious, and the money was worth it. The little boy opposite was a little ancestor. The two old men added more dishes to his plate, persuaded him to eat, and poured water for him. Even so, the little boy seldom ate. He wanted to drink water, played with his mobile phone, and shook his stool, shouting and making noises, which made people upset. This affected Zankai's good mood for eating meat. He had no connection with the little boy, and he did not provoke him. Suddenly, without any warning, the little boy raised the ceramic spoon in his hand and threw it at Zankai's face. Zankai closed his eyes. Although the little boy was not very strong, the spoon was ceramic and it hurt when it hit his face. Zankai raised his head and saw that the little boy was still smiling, looking heartless. The two old men were also smiling, without any apology. The old man still looked at his grandson very dotingly. Zankai was furious. He dared to provoke him, and he was so bold. Fuck you. He wiped his face, and wiped off the vegetable juice on his face. Zankai dared to hit Qi Xianheng, let alone a little boy. He took 3 steps forward, grabbed the child's hair, and slapped him. Pa. The child fell to the ground, screaming. The smiles on the faces of the two old people disappeared, and their expressions changed at a very fast speed, especially the old grandfather. He glared and was about to take action in the next second. Zankai pointed at his face and cursed, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you too." Zankai is a freshman in high school, but he has an outstanding physique and is much stronger than ordinary senior high school students. Besides, if he really dares to take action, that kind of deterrence does not seem fake. The old man swallowed his words. Zankai left the restaurant with a gloomy face. Evening self-study is over. In the early summer night, the sky is flowing with blue stars. The river dam bungalow is glowing, but it is just an inconspicuous small window among the lights of thousands of houses. And it is such a tiny existence that carries the lives of many people. Zhu Yuantang fell from the back seat. She entered the bedroom, turned on the light in the room. The energy saving lamp flashed twice and went out. She pressed it again. No response. The light is broken? Zhu Yuantang pouted. Every time the light was broken, she had to spend money to buy a new bulb, find a chair, stack stools on the chair, and then ask her mother to install the bulb. It was very troublesome. Every time she was worried that the stool was unstable and her mother would fall, she thought of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning would definitely be able to do it easily. He only needed to step on the chair and no need to stack stools. No, Jiang Ning is broken. He might even laugh at me. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and finally came up with a good idea. She turned the light switch to off and then turned on the desk lamp. The light of the desk lamp only covered the area near the desk. She hid the eraser under the pillow and then ran to Jiang Ning's room with her legs spread out. A crisp voice rang out. Jiang Ning, my eraser is lost. Help me find it." She grabbed Jiang Ning's arm and dragged him to her home. She hid her eraser secretly. Jiang Ning had to turn on the light to find it. Then he found that the light was broken. He must have thought that he broke it. In this case, Jiang Ning should help her change the light bulb. Zhu Yuantang, I'm really a genius. Jiang Ning walked into her room. Zhu Yuantang screamed in his heart, press the switch quickly, fall into my trap. Jiang Ning swept his mind and all the items in the room were reflected in his mind. He lifted the pillow, found the eraser, put it in front of Zhu Yuantang, and shook it. Here it is. Zhu Yuantang was completely defeated. Damn it. Jiang Ning, you know nothing about my power. Chapter 349. From today on, I'm the new me. The first year high school students will have midterm exams next week, which are more important than the monthly exams, so the students pay more attention to them. The learning atmosphere in class 8 is much more intense than before, and less noisy. Back row. Jiuo Kanan stared at the screen. In the chat box, he was the only one performing a one-man show. He put down his phone dejectedly. Since the sports meeting, Zhu Yan rarely paid attention to him, and even the messages were replied after a day or two. His friendship with Zhu Yan was dead in name only. Jiuo Kanan felt melancholy. The sky outside the classroom was grayish white, without the dazzling sunshine. The Moji weather software on the phone predicted that it would rain tomorrow. Jiuo Kanan suddenly realized, even the sky will change, but what about me? He changed, but it seemed that he hadn't changed. His sight leaped and saw Kaikun in the front row. Kaikun had changed a lot, but he was in a state of depression. Jiuo Kanan observed the whole class. Jiang Yanan walked into the classroom with her mobile phone. After her mobile phone was confiscated by Gao Hishui, she chose to rent a mobile phone from Shenzhou in class 9. Shenzhou was making a lot of money recently, and he could only envy her. He saw Huang Yazhu, Jiang Ning, and Cuiyu. Suddenly, Jiuo Kanan asked, Long Long, what kind of person do you think I am? Wang Long was watching Ma Shichen playing games, and he answered, a person with a strong heart. Long Long, you understand me? Jiuo Kanan was quite relieved. Long Long, do you think people should live in a fixed way or seek change? Wang Long said, survival of the fittest. Jiuo Kanan fell into deep thought. He thought of Zhu Yan, Manman, Shen Qinj, and those girls who appeared in his life in junior high school and elementary school, and disappeared in the end. What a pity. If I stay in the current situation, I will always miss them. Jiuo Kanan suddenly realized. Yes, people can't live in the past. They must dare to step out of their comfort zone and make changes. He gave himself a lot of chicken blood, and unknowingly, his heart was sublimated to the extreme. The Jiuo Kanan of the previous second was dead, and now, from his skin, a new Kanan was born. From this moment on, Jiuo Kanan decided to change. He said firmly, Brother Ma, Brother Long, wait and see. Ma Shicheng and Wang Long were puzzled, wondering why he was crazy. Math class. Gao Hishui roared at the podium. His voice resounded throughout the classroom, and no one dared to challenge his authority. The students could only silently endure his scolding. Gao Hishui swung the test paper and yelled, look at class 11, their math scores are much better than yours, and their physics scores are also better than yours. What are you better than their class? This is a common method of suppression used by teachers, specifically used to belittle students, such as one class is worse than the other, etc. In fact, class 8 is not bad. Cuiyu wanted to jump up and shout that the top students in our class are better than them. It's just that Cuiyu couldn't fight head on. At this time, Jiuo Kanan moved. In the past, Jiuo Kanan would never do such a rash thing, but in order to change himself, he decided to stand up. Jiuo Kanan shouted, the math teacher in our class is better than class 11. After class. Brother Nan, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Cuiyu walked to the 4th seat. Wang Long, Brother Nan has a high egg. Not bad. Jiuo Kanan was doing math problems. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually happy inside. His brother Nan, if he didn't make a move, it would be earth-shaking. The classmates around him were still talking about him. Jiuo Kanan was doing math problems alone. He encountered a difficult problem. If it was in the past, Jiuo Kanan would definitely choose to give up. Now it's different. Maybe he will encounter this problem in the exam. He must solve it. Jiuo Kanan looked around, and his eyes were focused on the top students. Chen Kan? No, Chen Kan and Kaikun have a grudge, and he can't let his brother down. Huang Zhangfei? No, Jiuo Kanan always thinks of Manman, and he can't get over this hurdle in his heart. Bei Yuxia? No, she is the woman Kaikun loves but can't get. In the end, Jiuo Kanan chose Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning has good grades, is gentle, and is the one who walked out of the back row. He picked up the book and asked Jiang Ning questions. After seeing this, Jiang Ning thought that Jiuo Kanan might have been fed some chicken soup, which led to the behavior of intermittent effort. Jiang Ning finished the question with a few words. Jiuo Kanan was greatly shocked, and his heart was fluctuating. Then, he showed a confident and calm smile again. As long as he worked hard, he would become a strong man sooner or later. What others can do, I can do too. Jiuo Kanan studied until school was over in the afternoon, and his efforts amazed Wang Long. Jiuo Kanan didn't get up until school was over. He just felt that his whole body was filled with the fragrance of knowledge. Kaikun, Zioki, let's go play basketball. Jiuo Kanan not only wanted to become a strong man in knowledge, but also a strong man on the court. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang home for dinner. Yesterday's spicy mixed was delicious, but there were too many people. Zhu Yuantang sighed in the back seat. Jiang Ning said, then let's skip class next time and go out to eat. Zhu Yuantang was a good kid who had never skipped class before. She couldn't help but ask, isn't this a bad idea? Jiang Ning provoked her. Are you scared? Just run away. Who's afraid of who? When they got home by bike, Aunt Gu was still cooking. She had something to do at the company today and came back late, which delayed her for some time. When Zhu Yuantang saw this, she took her badminton racket and went to the open space at the door to play badminton with Jiang Ning. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Zhu Yuantang was exhausted. The hateful Jiang Ning actually relied on his height and deliberately hit the ball high, causing Zhu Yuantang to jump up to catch the ball. When the meal was ready, Zhu Yuantang was exhausted and her little face was flushed. Zhu Yuantang ate a lot of food after consuming a lot of energy. After dinner, Aunt Gu prepared some clothes for her daughter to change and asked her to take a bath before going to school. Zhu Yuantang was addicted to her phone. She was playing a game of finding details. It took a while for her to walk slowly to the bathroom. Aunt Gu happened to walk into the yard and saw her standing at the door of the bathroom, urging her, Tong Tong, stop playing with your phone. After you wash, go to evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang was swiping his phone. Mom, how do you know I didn't wash? Aunt Gu smiled. You look dirty, take a shower quickly. Zhu Yuantang heard, I'm clean. As she said that, she immediately took her phone into the bathroom. She played games in the bathroom for a few minutes and came out without doing anything. Zhu Yuantang put her hands on her waist and shouted, Mom, do you think I'm still dirty? Aunt Gu said, it's much cleaner now. Zhu Yuantang said proudly, ha ha ha, actually I haven't taken a shower yet. Next door, Jiang Ning was practicing and suddenly the door was pushed open. Zhu Yuantang said in panic, Jiang Ning, save me quickly, my mother is bullying. Outside the window, Aunt Gu appeared. Wu Zhaoqi, Kunan, you did well today. You scored 2 3-pointers in a row. Jiuo Kunan covered his chest with his right hand and said calmly, thanks to my good attitude. He looked around. Since he decided to work hard to change himself, the whole world has changed, and the sunset has become more beautiful. Sure enough, the harder you work, the luckier you are. Jiuo Kunan returned to class 8 with a happy mood. As he walked, he did not forget to instill his mentality into Keikwon. When he met beautiful girls along the way, Jiuo Kunan did not look around like before. He became more stable. Moreover, he did not send a message to Zhu Yan for a day. Jiuo Kunan thought cruelly, Zhu Yan, after losing me, you will eventually understand that no one will treat you as well as I do in the future. Jiuo Kunan kept reflecting on himself while walking, and his steps were like lotus flowers. When he walked to the door of class 8, he saw the flounder Wang Yanan and Li Shengnan coming towards him. Jiuo Kunan used to be a very real boy. He was not good at hiding himself. When he saw a beautiful girl, he would love her. When he saw an ugly girl, his disgust would be revealed. That's not good. Every soul in the world is equal, and there should be no distinction between high and low. Moreover, he who did that was also looked down upon by others. At this moment, Jiuo Kunan, after reflection, smiled at Wang Yanan. Wang Yanan didn't see it. She was talking to Li Shengnan. Perhaps she was talking too seriously. She didn't pay attention to the threshold under her feet. She tripped and lost her balance and fell forward. Jiuo Kunan is now in a state of daily progress. He is looking for an opportunity to make up for the mistakes he made before. Seeing Wang Yanan fall at this time, isn't this the best time? In an instant, Jiuo Kunan's reaction speed was full, and he stepped forward, just to help Wang Yanan up, and stop her from falling. Time seemed to stop, as if it was a legendary bullet time. Everything around slowed down. Jiuo Kunan saw the fear on Wang Yanan's face and the huge volume that Li Shengnan was about to roar. He saw the wind and the dust. His consciousness slowed down. Jiuo Kunan took one step forward, and then another step forward. He leaned forward with both hands just to hold Wang Yanan. As a result, Wang Yanan accelerated instantly in Jiuo Kunan's world and fell down. Jiuo Kunan's hand didn't catch up after all. Before Wang Yanan fell, she instinctively wanted to grab something to ask for help. She grabbed Jiuo Kanan's pants with both hands and pulled them down as she fell. A piece of leopard-colored underwear was exposed. The whole back row was silent. Jiuo Kanan's expression froze. Wang Yanan lay on the ground and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'll help you." She pulled Jiuo Kanan's pants with both hands. Jiuo Kanan was in a daze for half of the evening self-study. Wang Lang waved his hand in front of him. "Brother Nan, you are afraid of nothing." Wu Zhaoqi raised his legs high some time ago, and his Teikai uniform was torn. "Isn't he worse off than you?" Jiuo Kanan thought about Wu Zhaoqi's miserable condition at that time, and then thought about his own, and his mood suddenly calmed down a lot. On the road to success, it is inevitable to encounter some setbacks. Is he wrong? No, he is not wrong. At least his mentality is not the same as before. Jiuo Kanan has learned to treat everyone equally. "Brother Ma, stop playing, stop playing. This evening self-study class is for Fatty Gao." Wang Lang reminded. Gao Hishui was merciless. He even took away Jiang Yanan's mobile phone. It was rumored that he had smashed students' mobile phones in other classes. Later, when the parents of other students came to school, they not only did not hate him, but also thanked him. Jiuo Kanan recalled the horror of Fatty Gao. Now, he is no longer afraid of Gao Hishui. From now on, he is a good student. Gao Hishui deliberately entered the classroom from the back door of the classroom in a sinister manner. A terrifying light burst out from his two bull eyes, trying to find the wrongdoer. The students' hearts were lifted. No one dared to speak in the classroom. There was only the noise of turning pages and rubbing the paper with the tip of the pen. Gao Hishui went to the back row to get a stool and sat on the podium. Because he was too unlucky, even Wang Lang was too lazy to bring him a stool. Jiuo Kanan opened the math test paper and worked hard to do the questions. He wanted to be in the top 10 of the class. No, it should be the top 3 in the class. By then, he and Zhu Yan were on equal footing, or even better than her. Unfortunately, Jiuo Kanan's level was very poor, and he got stuck after doing a few questions. He subconsciously thought of Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning was far away from him, and he couldn't ask for help at all. Just then, he suddenly thought of Gao Hishui, the fat guy. Although Gao Hishui was an average person, his teaching level was beyond reproach. Deng Qingfeng and Wang Yang said that Gao Hishui's teaching level was much better than the previous math teacher, and was no worse than the teacher of the experimental class. Before, during the math teacher's evening self-study, students often came to the podium to ask questions. After Gao Hishui was replaced, that scene disappeared. Jiuo Kanan didn't dare to do it before, but now he has changed. Do what others are unwilling to do. Do what others can't do. Jiuo Kanan stood up with the math test paper. He walked towards the podium step by step, like a famous minister who died heroically. In the silent classroom, his action startled many students. Everyone looked at him. Even Gao Hishui looked at the test paper in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Finally, Jiuo Kanan stepped onto the podium. It was not a podium, but a high platform built before the ancient army. Jiuo Kanan handed over the test paper with full confidence and blurted out, "Fatty Gao, can you tell me about this question?" During the break the next morning, the red marks on Jiuo Kanan's face were still there. To the southeast, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang played rock paper scissors. Chen Xiaoyu bought a bag of milk outside the school. This was fresh milk produced by a nearby milk factory that day. It tasted particularly healthy. Chen Xiaoyu had always heard about it, but today was the first time she bought it. The packaging design of the fresh milk was very strange. Chen Xiaoyu tried to tear it apart, but she couldn't tear it open. She watched helplessly as the milk was in front of her, but she couldn't drink it. But it doesn't matter, Chen Xiaoyu has someone who can help her. She turned around and handed the milk to the back row. "It's too hard to tear it, please help me." Zhu Yuantang took the big job. "Easy." After that, she tore the milk bag hard, her face flushed, and she couldn't tear it open. Chen Xiaoyu wanted to say something but stopped. She originally wanted to ask Jiang Ning to tear it, but Zhu Yuantang got there first. Zhu Yuantang was weaker than her. How could he do it? Zhu Yuantang tried hard several times in a row, and her wrist hurt. She sighed. "Xiaoyu, forget it, let's not drink it." Chen Xiaoyu, huh. Suddenly, Zhu Yuantang took a deep breath, and his hands burst out with all his strength. Using all his strength to suck milk, swish, the milk bag opened. Zhu Yuantang said proudly, I was confusing it just now, and I tore it open when it wasn't paying attention. Chen Xiaoyu drank the fresh milk. For some reason, she felt guilty. She and Zhu Yuantang were too despicable. Chapter 350 Acting on behalf of my sister. On Thursday morning, it was drizzling. Jiang Ning pinched a white pill with 2 fingers and looked at it in front of him. The white color looked extremely pure, as if it did not contain any impurities. This was the pure pill that Jiang Ning had made by harvesting the spiritual herbs planted in the spiritual field of Huqi Mountain. Its medicinal effect was not much different from the quality of the immortal world. Of course, it was still slightly inferior to the pure pill that Jiang Ning had taken before. When Jiang Ning was in the key training stage, the pure pill he took was made from the herbs required for the foundation building stage. Such a luxury could not be afforded by ordinary Chindan level forces. It was difficult for Jiang Ning to obtain such materials at present. The spirit gathering formation he arranged in Huqi Mountain gathered the spiritual power of dozens of miles in radius, which could barely support a small piece of spiritual field. Unless in the future, he would gather the spiritual energy of hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, or even the entire earth in one place. When Jiang Ning was looking at the pure pill, Zhu Yuantang was looking at him. Jiang Ning held the pill and shook it up and down. Zhu Yuantang's little head shook with the pure pill. Jiang Ning swallowed the pure pill in one gulp. Suddenly, abundant spiritual power emerged, far exceeding the pills made from ordinary herbs before. With this kind of pill, his cultivation progress can be further improved. He is the strongest spiritual root in the world of immortal cultivation, and his ability to transform medicine is far better than other spiritual roots. Zhu Yuantang watched Jiang Ning eat the white sugar pill. She couldn't help asking, is it delicious? I don't eat it, so I'm just asking. It's okay, it tastes good and sweet. Jiang Ning told her how it felt. After hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu at the table in front asked curiously, Jiang Ning, where did you buy the meatballs? I want to buy some to try. Jiang Ning, I made them myself, so I shouldn't be able to buy them. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't understand. You can also cook. Zhu Yuantang said at the right time, Jiang Ning is amazing. He can also roast pork ribs, which are delicious. But he's far behind me. Zhu Yuantang counted her skills with her fingers. Chen Xiaoyu had something to ask Jiang Ning, but after Zhu Yuantang interrupted her, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to ask. She couldn't think of anything, no matter how hard she tried, and she felt particularly uncomfortable. Bei Yuxia put down her pen, and she asked, is Chinese medicine added to the sugar pill? It smells a bit fragrant. It's not Chinese medicine, but a relatively rare grass. Jiang Ning replied. He didn't deliberately hide some unimportant things. Bei Yuxia didn't ask any more questions. When she saw the sugar pill just now, she didn't know why she was attracted to it, as if eating the sugar pill would bring great benefits. However, with Bei Yuxia's personality, she would never ask for it actively. After Jiang Ning finished eating a pure pill, he silently refined the medicinal power. If he was an ordinary key training cultivator, he would definitely be in seclusion at this moment, to concentrate on refining the medicinal power and maximize the benefits. Jiang Ning was a Yuanying cultivator in his previous life. He had a strong grasp of spiritual power, and the medicinal power was self-refined without focusing on it. With nothing to do, he took out another pure pill, cast a spell to lock the medicinal power, and studied it in front of Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang looked eagerly. In the middle of the classroom, Huang Yasu took out a colorful Rubik's Cube and turned it around. Jiuo Kunan and Cui stood by and commented, it's a 3-level Rubik's Cube. It's not difficult. Cui said, we used to play Rubik's Cube when we were in junior high school. The 3-level one is useless. They all play the 4-level one. Jiuo Kunan, then can you turn it? Cui, I can turn it into one face. Huang Yasu silently turned his Rubik's Cube. His grades were average and his brain was not very smart. It took him a long time to restore the 6 faces. He had no choice but to study according to the drawings. Cui was anxious. He glanced at the clock. It was now the big break and there was still some time before class. "Brother Nan, let's go out and buy something." He planned to go to the store outside to buy a Rubik's Cube. After learning it, he would teach Jiang Ning how to turn it. In junior high school, there were boys in their class who taught girls how to solve the Rubik's Cube. CUIU used to envy them, but now it was his turn. The right to teach the Rubik's Cube to class 8 would definitely be his exclusive right. Jiuo Kanon looked at the rain outside and said in a dilemma, "I don't have an umbrella, so I won't go." CUIU didn't want to go out alone, so he said generously, "I'll treat you." Jiuo Kanon, let's go. The two borrowed an umbrella from Huan Yazhu and walked out of the school together. CUIU entered the stationery store. The stationery store at the entrance of number 4 middle school was very large and also served as a bookstore where you could buy and rent books. While CUIU was buying the Rubik's Cube, Jiuo Kanon wandered between several rows of bookshelves. Although he had encountered a major setback in his recent changes, Jiuo Kanon did not give up. He shuttled through the sea of books, was influenced by culture, and was almost intoxicated by it. Jiuo Kanon picked up a book and sniffed it gently with his nose. The scent of ink touched him. It was more real than the scent of manman when he was asked for his questions. His restless heart calmed down and found a place to belong. Jiuo Kanon realized that at this moment, he loved books more than girls. He closed his eyes and soared in the ocean of books. After a long time, Jiuo Kanon, who had cleansed his soul, opened his eyes again. His vision gradually became clear. Suddenly, he saw a girl standing next to the bookshelf. The girl held a book and concentrated on it. Her quiet temperament and stunning profile deeply shocked him. Perhaps because her hair blocked her vision, the girl gently pulled her hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate neck. Jiuo Kanon's heart skipped a beat and his whole body was numb, as if he had been electrocuted. Without saying a word, he quietly moved away and found CUIU who was checking out at the counter. "Brother CUI, you go first, I have something to do." CUIU bought 2 plastic Rubik's Cubes, which were very cheap and cost less than 10 yuan in total. "Brother Nan, do you have anything to do? I'll wait for you," CUIU said. Jiuo Kanon, take the umbrella, go quickly, go quickly. CUIU was confused and had to leave alone. Then, Jiuo Kanon stood at the door of the stationery store, looking at the rain outside. In the past, when he met a beautiful girl, he never dared to muster up the courage, even if Zhu Yan's contact information was provided by Kequan. Now it was different. Jiuo Kanon mustered up the courage. That girl, needless to say, must be a student of number 4 middle school. Now it was raining outside, and she was carrying an umbrella, so she would definitely go back to school later. Jiuo Kanon could take the opportunity to ask the girl to give him a ride. When he thought of the romance of him and the beautiful girl sharing an umbrella and walking in the rain, Jiuo Kanon couldn't help laughing. Jiuo Kanon stood at the door like a loyal dog, waiting, and the rain was getting heavier. The heavier the rain, the harder it is for her to refuse me. Jiuo Kanon was not worried but happy. Let it rain even harder. As he expected, the rain got heavier and heavier, and finally the rain curtain blurred his vision. Time passed little by little. Jiuo Kanon waited and waited, but the girl didn't come out. It doesn't matter, the more urgent it is, the easier it is for me to find an excuse. In the end, there were only 3 minutes left, and the girl still didn't come out. Jiuo Kanon finally panicked. Finally, the class bell rang. Jiuo Kanon couldn't stand it anymore. He dived into the heavy rain, soaked like a drowned chicken. In the afternoon, Bayuksha brought snacks again. This time it was ice cream cones. She seemed to like ice cream very much. Bayuksha brought 6 ice creams, and after distributing them to Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong, Chen Xiao and Yang Sheng, as well as herself, there was still one left. "Call your sister to get this," Bayuksha said to Chen Xiao. Usually they go out to eat together and have a good relationship. Even if they are not in the same class, Bayuksha has never forgotten her. When distributing ice cream cones, Shan Kequan watched silently with his peripheral vision. He has been in a depressed state recently. Shan Kequan feels that he has become a vicissitudes of life man. From childishness to maturity, from impulsiveness to calmness, he has grown too much. He glanced at Bayuksha sharing ice cream, and his heart was filled with sadness. You are my dream of gain and loss, and I'm someone you can do without. His eyes, which had experienced many vicissitudes of life, gradually revealed melancholy. Shan Kaikwan felt that his melancholy and sad eyes could move any girl in the world. Chen Xiao bit the egg roll, making a crunch sound, which tasted quite good with the cool, sweet and not greasy ice cream. Baby, where did you buy it from? Bayuksha said, I'll learn to make it myself. You can do this? Chen Xiao couldn't imagine it. In her imagination, ice cream was bought. Yes, the matcha ice cream in your mouth is made of matcha powder. Bayuksha smiled. The egg roll ice cream was quite small, and Chen Xiao finished it quickly. She licked her lips, still unsatisfied. I'll ask my sister to get the ice cream, Chen Xiao said. Bayuksha, you can send her a message on questions. I'll notify her in person, Chen Xiao said solemnly, and then left the classroom. A few minutes later, Bayuksha saw her sister Chen Xiking enter the class. Baby, I heard from my sister that you brought ice cream, Chen Xiking said in surprise. Yeah, I made it myself. Bayuksha didn't feel anything strange and gave her the last ice cream. Where's your sister? She's helping me with my homework in my class, Chen Xiking answered naturally. Chen Xiking ate the ice cream beautifully. At the end, she expressed her gratitude and then left class 8 openly. After a while, her sister Chen Xiao came back, but when she looked at Jiang Ning, she always felt guilty. Jiang Ning, hi, really hi. On Friday, after 2 classes in the afternoon, the students will have a holiday. The mood is very good, and there are more smiles on their faces than usual. Cui stood next to Jiang Yanan, straightened his back, and shouted loudly, who else can compete with me in turning the Rubik's Cube? With his leading role, a wave of turning the Rubik's Cube rose in class 8. From only Huan Yasu turning it alone, it became several boys turning it, and even Yuan picked up the Rubik's Cube and kept turning it. Yesterday, Cui bought a Rubik's Cube, went home and followed the video tutorial, practiced hard until late at night, and finally mastered the ability to turn it into 6 faces. Turning the Rubik's Cube is not difficult. Dong Qingfeng came to Cui's side and stepped on a stool with one foot to show off. He was too lazy to turn it before, but now there are girls in the class, and he, Qingfeng, should naturally take care of each girl. Cui saw that Dong Qingfeng had a strong aura and suppressed him. He was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. He stepped on the stool with both feet and stood on it, looking down on Dong Qingfeng. Shen Qinsh had a headache. Could they still fight? Dong Qingfeng and Cui competed in turning the Rubik's Cube. Cui was defeated. Dong Qingfeng won the temporary right to choose a spouse. After he coached Yuan and Jiang Yanan, he was not satisfied with being trapped in the status quo and decided to take the initiative. Dong Qingfeng took the Rubik's Cube and found Chen Xiao, encouraging her to turn the Rubik's Cube. Chen Xiao didn't know how to turn it, but wanted to try. Dong Qingfeng put the Rubik's Cube on the table and gave it to her to play with generously. Immediately, Dong Qingfeng said, wait a minute. He ran to the middle row and borrowed tissues and alcohol spray from Huan Yasu. In front of Chen Xiao, he turned the Rubik's Cube, sprayed alcohol, and wiped it with tissues. These Rubik's Cubes have been handled by many boys, and the surface is stained. How could Dong Qingfeng bear to let such a pure girl be stained with such filth? Chen Xiao started to turn the Rubik's Cube, and Dong Qingfeng waited beside her, giving her instructions from time to time. Chen Xiao turned it for a long time, but it didn't turn well, and she was a little frustrated. She wanted to restore the Rubik's Cube and turn it again. She asked, Zhu Yuantong, can you restore the Rubik's Cube? Zhu Yuantong said proudly, it's easy, 1 minute. Here you go. Zhu Yuantong took the Rubik's Cube and twisted it with his little hands. Dong Qingfeng was very happy when he saw it. Zhu Yuantong was a good student, but the Rubik's Cube can be turned well not only by studying well. Moreover, 1 minute to restore it. He smiled and said, Zhu Yuantong, this 3-level Rubik's Cube, you think about it for 1 minute. He was halfway through his words, and his voice gradually became smaller and finally completely undetectable. Zhu Yuantang handed the Rubik's Cube with 6 sides of the same color to Chen Xiaoyu. Okay. Deng Qingfeng was stunned. How fast is this? 10 seconds? While others were spinning the Rubik's Cube, Wu Zhaoqi was spinning the basketball. He sat still, like a sculpture. His skills in spinning the basketball became more and more perfect. The basketball on his finger was more stable than a spinning globe, making people think it was standing there in the air. The only reason he could practice to this level was because his deskmate was Pang Jiao. If he did not spin well and disturbed Pang Jiao, he would not be able to bear the thunder and anger. Environment makes heroes, and Wu Zhaoqi is a genius born under heavy pressure. Jiao Kunan, who was nearby, said, "Brother Cui, I'm not betraying you. It's mainly because that girl is so pretty. She lifted her hair in front of me. Who can resist that?" Meng Jiui shook her head and said, "This action is not good. It's very erotic." Cuiu commented, "Indeed, I went to your house to watch a movie before. Once this action appeared, it meant that you were going to move your mouth." Jiao Kunan criticized, "You two have watched too many movies. You are obviously afraid of blocking the camera." Cuiu, what's wrong with you? Pang Jiao was discussing with Wang Yan'an. "Yan'an, do you know what the most beautiful action of a girl is?" Wang Yan'an didn't understand. Pang Jiao, "I saw it on the internet. Flipping hair ranks first." Wang Yan'an, "Really? How come I don't know?" Pang Jiao put away her short and thick fingers on the edge of the table. "I'll show you." After that, she raised her hand, smiled, and gently and slowly used her fingers to hook the rough hair behind her big ears. She also threw a wink, revealing a charming expression. Wu Zhaoqi watched with his own eyes as Pang Jiao's big face was completely exposed. He suddenly thought of the phrase acting like a spoiled child. His statue-like body finally began to tremble. Pang Jiao, Yan, am I beautiful? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.